this channel in a minute. You throw that overlay up.
On October 23rd, 1927, Slovak immigrants of the Catholic community in Cleveland, Ohio were overjoyed as
Some
the
urban
Nativity of the
exploration.
Blessed Virgin Mary Church was erected.
Darkest
Alongside
Secret
the
Channel.
Nativity
Oh yeah, I
Catholic
guess check out
School.
that.
The school was
I'm gonna skim
originally
through this a
built
little
in
bit because it's kind of
1909,
long,
and it would undergo
but
several
it's
additions
some
in 1925.
creepy urbex. This channel's pretty
On
good.
July 16th, 1956.
There's usually something scary that happens in
Catholic
every one of
Church
his videos
received
that's like
devastating news,
staged.
finding out their longtime pastor of 47 years died at the age of 77.
That was my mouse.
After 63 graduating classes and 2,000
Yeah, this place is definitely haunted.
graduate students,
Look at this shit.
the Nativity Catholic School closed its doors for good in 1972.
Imagine being the last class.
But the church remained open, continuing to thrive and serve the community for the years to come.
It's funny to think that footage like this is not inherently
On
scary at
December
all, but now it just like kind of
1992,
is. Especially if you
The
just
Nativity
like
Catholic Church would receive
apply the
more
right
heartbreaking
atmosphere to
news
it.
as the church announced its closure.
That looks
after
exactly
65
like
years
the
of
church that I
service.
grew up to, going to. I guess every Catholic church looks exactly the
This
same.
Catholic church has been abandoned for 30 years. Being exposed to the elements has destroyed this place beyond repair. It's become a haven for scrappers and taggers.
Help.
But still, some of the beauty of the past remains visible.
Who's that?
Join me as I explore what's left.
It feels like every Catholic church I've been to is just like brick. Red brick. Exactly like that.
Let's do this.
Does anyone even do like brickwork like that anymore? I didn't really see it. Like I actually was a stonemason apprentice right after high school for a few years. And we only did stone stuff. I feel like it's just not as like they don't make houses out of brick really anymore though, right? I guess like you have to actually like get it made like that. Feels like everything is drugs are bad, MK. It just looks like a Dark Souls area. You gotta roll down that empty shaft.
Let's see what's down here. Not much. Check the upper floors first.
Boss. Yeah, what's up, Desert? You don't have the right.
It's almost 1 in the morning right now.
Is that an Adult Swim tag?
Look at all this.
Did you see that? It's like the same bracket.
1 in the morning right now.
Start the Adult Swim. Just making a note of that. Thanks for that resub, dude.
Look at all this.
Yeah, that is a good message.
Show y'all the time.
What is going on with his phone? It's a good message. Whoa, 1, 2, 3, 4. People think 11:11 is the most magical time of day, but 1, 2, 3, 4 is pretty crazy. Yeah, you don't have the right works well because you can put it like, all right, it's like the survival horror trope of all the doors not working. Like in Resident Evil and Silent Hill, like 2/3 of the doors are just not functional. You don't have the right. Same thing with Dark Souls. There's so many passageways and doors that you can't actually do anything with. Pretty dope. Yeah, what was up with that phone screen? Looked like it got like fucking melted. Yeah, I want to go home is good too because, you know, someone was in pain. I mean, that's not good, but it conveys.
Absolutely not.
Wow, look at that priest graffiti with a cross on his head. That was crazy.
All this water damage. This place is in very bad shape.
Is that a foot? That's all like snow. All right, that's pretty dope.
Wow. Look at that. I bet that was...
Matt, I would be too worried of one of those shards just falling right at that time, right into your eyeball. You know it could happen. Is that a... Who the hell is that? Hold on a second. Who's this? Who the hell is that? Also, this looks like a mushroom person. Look at this. Does that not look like a mushroom? Some kind? Right? All right, I just need one person to agree with me. Whose video is this? It's I think it's Mission Hill Urbex. Here's a link to it if you want to check them out. It's a really good channel. They have a lot of really cool videos. What the hell's the channel name again? Urbex Hill. Mission Hill is the name of a show. I'm sorry. Urbex Hill. Why would it be Mission Hill?
This school is huge. Wow. What the fuck was that?
Do you hear? Can you guys hear it at all? He's very quiet. I think he heard something. This place is fucking chewed up, though. Look at this. Yeah, Mission Hill lives on through like Twitter. I keep seeing all the time.
Turn my light off.
Yeah, he's really quiet. It's like so quiet wherever he is. It's just like that driving by was louder than most of the stuff.
God, it's cold today. Shit. I turn my light off so people don't see the light coming from the building.
That's a little bit clearer, I guess.
I don't want nobody to know I'm in here.
I love just the way this place looks, though. It's so fucking...
Jesus. Most of these rooms are just empty shells. I'm not gonna check every room.
I like the time of night he's here, too. Or maybe it's just like all the light pollution. Like, it's not pitch dark. You know what I mean?
That's beautiful. Well, not beautiful now, but back in the day, it was probably beautiful. And I don't even feel comfortable standing under this.
That's what I'm saying.
God, the ceiling can just collapse at any moment. Wow.
Yeah, the snow makes it feel a little bit cleaner, I think. Like, it has a layer. But yeah, that's true. It also is, like, kind of sucks all the light in. Shines it.
All this snow coming in.
I thought that was a Marge Simpson tag on the wall.
And that's the church. And that's a big drop.
Try jumping. Do a flip. It's my favorite bender ever when he's like telling people to do a flip. Yeah, I think he's in Ohio. Most of the stuff he does is in Ohio. I think. I don't know. Oh, I thought that was a fucking hand for a second. Hold on. The way that kind of just like reached out, like, that would have freaked me out. I mean, it could be someone's initials. All that paint just peeling off.
Creepy looking hallway. Alright, let's go. Wow. There would be no way I would climb up there.
Your hand, you would need a tetanus shot for real.
Absolutely not. No way.
Old ass ladder like that. Those are the worst to climb too. It's actually like pretty hard to climb a ladder like that. That's like thin. Well, you just need to work a little bit harder. I mean,
Jesus. It is slippery as fuck. Oh my god.
go by LSD.
Some pieces.
Like an old phone or something.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Does battery die?
I don't want nobody to see this light.
He's trying to not flash it out the window.
It sounds like I hear somebody.
Oh, he hears somebody.
Shit.
Usually there's something staged in his videos, but they're still pretty good.
I hope it's an animal or something.
Fuck, is that just a tree?
Oh wow. Look at all of this. I guess I was just piling junk in here.
That's definitely like a fucking giant fire waiting to happen.
Yeah, nothing but garbage and dead trees and whatever else.
The floor's bending.
Oh god. Another basement. Wish me luck, y'all.
The basement's just like junk. All right. You could write that there if you want, I guess.
Shit. I keep hearing something.
Yeah, it's Olive Garden cheese. Cool Whip? Vintage Cool Whip container? Yeah, when the art teacher rolled in and she had the Cool Whip containers, you knew you were about to get down on some fucking sick art.
This place is just destroyed.
We had so many fucking weird ass art teachers growing up.
What's over here?
The brick looks weird there.
This is the gym. Yeah,
Dude, one of my art teachers, I swear,
the
is
gym.
now I think she legit was like one of the witches from Dark Souls 2.
I'll go back here.
He acted just like them. Eat, bro. What?
This place is creepy as hell at night.
We didn't have religion in my school. Urinals. We didn't fuck with that shit.
What the fuck was that?
I always felt like we got gypped when I like used to hang out with the kids in the next like towns over, and they had like psychology class in high school, and I was like, "What? Get any of that?"
But now I'm curious to know what that noise was. Whatever.
It's a weird bathroom. This Adult Swim tag is everywhere.
See, there it is again.
I didn't hear shit. Oh wait, I did just hear it. Oop. You hear that?
Fuck. There it is again. See,
Turn it up a little bit more.
again. What the fuck?
I just think it's staged because every time he does this, something happens, but still kind of still entertaining.
Turn my light off so that someone doesn't see me.
Is that a train?
Alright, let's make our way to the church.
Does it say the Deku crew? Got some Zelda fans up in here. Yo, no one took the lunch trays? Why not? You could do so much with them.
It's just like another bathroom. I don't want to waste too much time.
Yo, that's fucking nasty. What the fuck?
Lunch trays. Back when this was a school.
Some graffiti, like, calling you out. What the hell is there? Just like a trench in this room?
A shot of the gym. Alright, let's keep going. I'm not gonna waste my time in there. Let's just get to the church.
What is this blue thing? Is it like an alien? Looks like a Dr. Seuss guy.
Stairs are completely gone. Oh, so are these. Look at that.
Yeah, don't go up there, dude. What?
Alright. Turn the light off.
You see something?
In that church.
Get in that church.
Top. I've never been up there. Nor will I be, because this place is sketchy. No footprints, that's a good sign. That's a school.
Alright, get inside.
Alright, it's cold, let's get in. Fuck.
I thought that was like a little Minecraft guy over there.
This place is creepy. Looks just like I left it. That was like about a year ago. I last explored this place.
I thought that was an is that the organ up there?
And not much has changed.
Yeah, it looks like it. You would think someone would destroy that. Is that Mario? Oh, it's... What the fuck? Mickey Mouse hanging out. Some big yellow gloves. It's sad how that like just like fucking
Look at that.
peeling off and shit. just for the work that someone put into it.
That's beautiful.
How did that even happen? Like falling apart? That part up at the very top looks in like impeccable condition. That looks like garbage. How'd that happen?
This was pretty back in the day. This place is creepy as hell at night. Ouch.
What is he looking at?
Look, you can see a basement from here.
Yo, what the fuck?
Oh, that's sketchy. I don't want to walk on this.
Why would you walk back there?
That's it. Turn back around.
Dude, fuck that.
Check the basement.
There's like electrical wires out and stuff now. It looks like some casing at least.
Wish me luck,
I just don't know about going down shitty stairs like that. Like, dude, if it breaks, you could get really fucked up. Yeah, I don't even know.
This is crazy.
You definitely need to bring like a headlamp kind of thing. This is definitely like where Freddy Krueger fucking lives.
It's oddly warm down here.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
weird.
I mean, it's a fucking giant heater.
Put my mask on.
This is a shit on the ground.
Oh, it's creepy as hell.
You can like almost smell it. Maybe that warm. Unless he's vaping. You think he was just taking a vape?
I'm gonna make this quick.
I don't see any other breath.
That's where the floor's collapsed.
Oh yeah, the light will drain battery too really quick too. That's true.
Not gonna lie, this is pretty creepy. Seriously.
So this is directly underneath the pews, I guess, right? That's why it's like so big. I don't understand.
That's where the floor is caving in.
Find Jesus. I mean, if you find that in the basement of a church, that's kind of a weird. Is that like a chat? Like, actually a good idea for a game. Find Jesus, the game, in a dirty, cursed basement.
That's all ice. That's all frost.
It probably drips mad water into there. It's probably why it smells.
Out of here.
Bibble. What? Where did it say that?
Let's get the ice.
I didn't see Bibble.
It's caving in.
Oh yeah, it's caving in.
That's where that thing was. It was like right over here. I think like that, like right back there. This is creepy. I'm gonna go back upstairs.
Oh. I thought you actually said meant you saw something that said Bibble. I was like, what? I need to see that.
I heard something.
What do you think that blue hose is taped to that?
Let's go. Let's go. Don't need any surprises.
Bibble?
Oh God.
Yeah, there's the rest of the hose under there. It's just like some plumbing shit.
Oh my goodness. This place is creepy.
I'm back in the church.
So much of this church is destroyed.
This is like the area where the choir would sit and sing, I guess. I like this guy. Bam, Jesus. Zonked out. Jesus, like, this edible ain't shit. This communion wafer ain't shit. Communion. You heard me. You fucking heard me. I wish you could leave that as a message in Dark Souls. Should have never smoked this shit. In the 70s. Praise the sun. Did you see that? Hey, what's up, smiley face? Hot, why not? Memorial pictures? Oh, that's creepy. I wonder if that's like one of the last things that ever like happened here. That's sad. There's like flowers and stuff. Well, fake flowers. I guess it could have been from something else. Wait, what was that? It was funnier in my head.
I think that's it, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and leave.
Yeah, pretty cool. You didn't get like attacked or chased or anything, so that's probably good. There's a new bedtime story that was like weird as hell that I want to watch. A new bedtime story.
We have already examined a
Oh,
broad
he's
range
loud.
of UFO encounters reported at locations all across the globe. This week, however, we will be focusing on a series of sightings which allegedly took place within the Soviet Union. Stories in which the Soviet government had been repeatedly forced to confront and evaluate the existence
They're
of
just gonna fucking
potentially
shoot a
unearthly
missile at it?
enemies of the state.
The Tale of the Bathtub Mystery. Enemy of the state.
It should perhaps come as little surprise that the majority of high-profile UFO encounters have reportedly taken place within the borders of the United States. A nation so vast in territory, possessing layers
probably.
of both regional and national media outlets, there
Sure.
seems no end to the manner in which those who have experienced strange occurrences can share their stories with others, regardless of how often they are ridiculed. Since the term flying saucer was first coined by Kenneth Arnold, following his encounter with a series of unidentified flying objects in 1947.
I mean, that's part of the whole psyop. The aliens pick people who are crackpots. You know what I mean? They do it on purpose. They know what's up. Why everyone? We're all
North America
getting
has
tricked.
played host to a seemingly unending succession of purported UFO encounters.
That's how it works.
These have ranged from the alleged crash of an alien spacecraft at Roswell in New Mexico, right up to the recent video recordings of unknown high-speed aerial vehicles by American Navy pilots, and everything in between. Such cases have often prompted the media to ask open and unwanted questions of the US military, resulting in instances of bemused officials having been brought out in front of the cameras to offer some form of explanation. And yet the same level of reporting is not found in countries of a similar or even greater size.
It looks like
This
a
prompts the
sandwich, kind of,
question,
honestly.
what is it about the USA which extraterrestrials are so enamoured with? For example, there seems to be precious few such stories to have emerged from the Eastern Hemisphere, either in modern times or the era of the Soviet Union. A brief trawl through the internet finds no obvious reference to any member of the Soviet government taking a formal stance on the potential existence of visitors from another planet. And yet, a growing number of stories are now coming to light, which suggest the country's leaders have in fact faced repeated encounters with unearthly intruders. In February of 1985, two train drivers by the names of Orlov and Mironov were transporting 70 empty freight containers in order to collect iron ore from a refinery situated in the northwestern town of Kostomuksha. The journey they had undertaken
Train
was
drivers?
a regular one.
Is that,
It
aren't
took
they
them
like
right across
engineers
the
or something
barren
like that
and open
usually?
expanse of the Karelian territories, and
I've
was
never heard
usually
train
an
driver
uneventful
before.
jaunt. The pair had been whiling away their time in the cabin of the vehicle when Orlov had suddenly caught sight of something resembling a large ball of light, travelling
believer.
parallel to the railway tracks
believe in a
just
thing
above
called
a
love.
nearby tree line. As they observed, the glowing sphere drastically increased its speed, before it suddenly
believe in a
swerved
thing called
sideways and began to travel along the
love.
tracks directly ahead of the train. Crying out in alarm, Orlov grabbed hold of the engine's brake, fearing that a collision would almost certainly take place if the strange object ahead of them in any way
Train
slowed
drivers
down.
are similar to baby drivers back in the
But
day.
despite his best efforts, including powering down the engine's propulsion system, the train continued on its path.
Driving this train all day.
If anything, it now seemed to be gathering speed, as though the object travelling before them was somehow pulling them along in its wake. Unable to slow the locomotive down, Mironov used the vehicle's radio to make a panic call to staff at the train station in Novopesky, which they were now rapidly approaching at high speed. The female operator who took the call could make little sense of what the terrified driver was trying to tell her, but was suddenly startled by the sound of shouting coming from the platform directly outside her office. Hurrying out of the room, she and a small gathering of
I love
staff and
this.
passengers observed
This
a glowing
POV
object
is
roughly
amazing.
13
This almost
feet
looks
in
like a video
diameter,
game now.
hurtling along the tracks towards them, directly ahead of the approaching train.
It's like a David Lynch
But
video
just
game.
prior to reaching the platforms, this strange craft veered sharply off to one side, disappearing from view and leaving the speeding locomotive to hurtle through the station with its brakes and engine still completely inoperative. Moments later, as the train fully cleared the platforms, Mironov and Orlov felt it beginning to slow down, but their sense of elation was immediately crushed as the object suddenly veered into view ahead of them once again. Gradually, despite the vehicle's brakes still being engaged and the engines being powered down, the train began to gather momentum.
It kind of actually looks like GTA
seemingly
2.
dragged along at high velocity behind the silent and speeding craft.
I'm pretty sure you could drive a train in GTA
This strange
2.
encounter would continue for another hour, with the train travelling over 30 miles behind the glowing object, before it again disappeared from view, this time for good. When the train finally ground to a halt in Zastava, the two engineers were amazed to discover that they had somehow managed to save over 300 kilograms of fuel due to this mystifying incident. In addition to this, The windscreen of the train
Yeah, I
cabin
mean,
and the
Darkwood is
frontal
basically
bodywork
just
were
GTA
both
2
visibly damaged as a
and 1.
result of impacts from various objects, thrown up by the unknown
3D
craft
horror
as it had
animations.
pulled them along behind it. But of the mysterious object itself, there was no physical trace anywhere to be found. 4 years later, and on the other side of the vast and sprawling Soviet territories, one of the most high-profile UFO incidents to be reported in Russian history would allegedly occur in the industrial city of Voronezh.
What are they playing soccer in? Like a
On the
fucking-
morning of September the 28th, 1989,
What is this?
a number of bizarre reports began to circulate through state media. It gradually became clear that an incident had taken place during the previous night in one of the city's Central Park areas, and had been witnessed by a large group of residents. At approximately 6:30 p.m. that evening, people out walking and playing in Levon Senior Park suddenly became aware of a strange glowing shape, which was hovering low in the skies above them. The various descriptions of this odd craft all seem to concur that it was somewhere in the region of 45 feet in diameter and 18 feet in height, with a metallic surface which was somehow emitting a dull red colour.
What? But it's black
Whilst
and
more
white.
and more people began to assemble in the park, they looked on in wonder as the strange vessel began to descend slowly to the ground. As it did so, 4 thin metallic legs unfolded from inside its lower section, before it touched down on the ground near to where a group of teenage boys were playing football together after school. With the watching crowd, swollen by the addition of another 40 bystanders who had been waiting at a nearby bus stop, there were now over 100 witnesses to what took place next. As the boys stopped their game of football, a hatch on the underside of the object opened. Moments later, a stocky, 9-foot-tall entity emerged, wearing some kind of silvery jumpsuit, as well as a pair of bronze-coloured boots. The creature's head was significantly smaller when compared to the rest of its body. It had a large saucer-shaped eye mounted either side of its face, with a smaller third eye situated directly in the centre, which seemed to be swivelling back and forth as it scanned the surrounding area. With whatever degree of assessment it was undertaking having apparently been completed, the ship's occupant was then joined by 2 more identical figures, all 3 wearing disc-like plates affixed to the front of their suits. A much smaller
Look at these
box-shaped
guys, man.
construction then materialized from inside the craft behind the trio.
Come on, you've never thought
It
of an alien
proceeded
like
to
this
move along
before.
the ground behind them.
They literally look like action figures. Like, look at the way that their bodies like tuck into their legs here. Like, it looks like a Teenage
travelling
Mutant
as it
Ninja
did
Turtle
so
action figure.
with an awkward and almost robotic gait. This mechanical
Like, those are like
creation would
screwed
occasionally
into the rest
stop
of their,
and reach
like, their
down to
legs
the
can pop
ground,
out and you can put a new
apparently
one in there.
taking soil and grass samples at the direction of the 3 taller figures walking before it. A sense of panic suddenly rippled through the ranks of the assembled witnesses, with several of the younger members crying out in terror. It is from this point onwards that accounts of what took place begin to vary
Yeah, the rubber
somewhat.
band.
Several of the witnesses later claimed that the craft and its occupant suddenly disappeared from sight, only to then rematerialize a few minutes later at the exact same point they had vanished from. Others would describe how one of the entities produced a thick metallic tube, roughly a foot in length, which it then aimed directly at one of the crying teenagers. The youth in question seemed to dematerialize under the power of whatever invisible beam was being produced by this device, before reappearing several minutes later as the creatures and their craft then made their departure. With several of the witnesses to this incident being soldiers and police officers,
I love
it
this
was
guy
later
pogging.
reported in the local news that the city authorities had deemed that the matter justified a formal investigation. It was alleged that several trees had apparently either been broken or bent backwards as they were situated in the path of the descending craft. Investigators also reported detecting higher levels of background radiation than should have been present, as well as traces of a strange mineral deposit, which had never been found anywhere else on Earth. Further reports were made in the months which followed of both flying craft and creatures in the skies above Voronezh, but would go on to be dismissed as the result of mass hysteria. A significant number of residents in the city maintain to this day that their visitors on that fateful autumn evening were very real, and that judging by their unearthly appearance, could not possibly have been from this world.
Literally the Battletoads.
But as unsettling as the previous two
It was like a
encounters
frog
were
they
for
sent into
those who were
space to
involved,
fucking
by
use as an
far the most
experiment.
disturbing report to have ever emerged from this part of the world
Came back for revenge.
reportedly occurred in a remote region of Siberia during the winter of 1993, in the post-Soviet era. This incident was apparently detailed in a 250-page intelligence document,
Isn't
which
that
was
when
later
Fox Mulder went
declassified
to
by the
Russia?
CIA. It described a nightmarish confrontation between
With
Russian
Krychek?
troops and an alien craft, which took place somewhere inside the vast expanse of the Siberian wilderness.
And then they had to
The
save him?
encounter allegedly began when a detachment of infantrymen from one of the garrisons in the area had been deployed on a training exercise. They had become aware of an unidentified object hovering over a tract of isolated and remote woodland. Immediately assessing it to be hostile in nature, several of the men had promptly utilized a surface-to-air missile launcher
Oh
to
my
take down
God.
the craft,
Amazing.
which then spun wildly out of control for several seconds before crashing into a nearby clearing.
Just shooting down aliens, no big deal.
As the army unit had spread out to surround and take control of the fallen object, 5 beings had emerged from inside it to meet them, which were described as being stumpy in appearance but possessing large black eyes. As a pair
What?
of the Russian troopers had approached the creatures with their weapons drawn and demanding their surrender, one of the entities had instead
like
opened
Frieza.
fire on them with a mysterious weapon. Moments later, the 2 soldiers were instantly transformed into living statues, composed of some unknown form of rock or hard mineral. The 5 entities then immediately began firing indiscriminately at the other troops who were surrounding them. Only 2 of the Russian soldiers who were present managed to successfully flee from the slaughter. The rest of their comrades were all killed in the same terrifying fashion. When a much larger force from the garrison later returned to the scene with the survivors,
No, it's getting
equipped
wiped
with
out.
both armoured vehicle and helicopter support, they found that the craft and its occupants were now missing, but still littered around the empty clearing were the frozen bodies of 23 of their comrades, somehow converted into grotesque, mineral representations of the brave fighting men they had once been. The extensive briefing document goes on to allege that the KGB was soon involved. The incident was quietly hushed up, and the remains of the dead soldiers were shipped off to a laboratory in Moscow for detailed study.
Damn.
Intriguingly, the scientists involved in the analysis of the bodies were unable to identify the exact composition of the substance which had entombed the dead soldiers. All that could be ascertained was that it was apparently extraterrestrial in nature, and somewhat similar in chemical structure to terrestrial limestone. Perhaps the most obvious difference which
What
sets
happened
these
to 'em?
reports from the Eastern Hemisphere well apart from the many which have emerged from the United States is the large number of witnesses involved in each of the incidents. Whereas the overwhelming majority of the sightings to have been documented in the USA feature groups of 2 or 3 witnesses in most cases, in all of the stories which have emerged from Russia, there was always a sizable number present, somewhat making it impossible for the government to write off or cover up. And if, by some chance, the sheer number of eyewitnesses has in some way contributed to the advent of these stories breaking free from the veil of Soviet secrecy and being disseminated throughout the rest of the world, it raises potentially troubling questions. If, like in the USA, there have been further countless incidents where only a handful of witnesses have been involved, what did the Soviet government do with the testimonies of those concerned, and with the people themselves? Are there still countless stories waiting to be told, which add even more weight to the notion of extraterrestrial visitors to our planet? The full, undisclosed truth of the matter remains to be seen.
I don't know. Those aliens fucking turned them into statues. Don't fuck with that. That was Bedtime Stories. Here's a link to that video. Check them out. It's one of my favorite channels. One of my favorites. I was just thinking of another story that was good that I heard the other day. No, I can't remember. What's this video you linked? A 3D horror story? Does this have like anything weird in it? I'm gonna check it out. That's not what it was supposed to do.
This story is inspired by true events, so I won't be using any specific names or places. It was a cold winter night, about 12 years ago. When
I thought that was like the desert.
Driving home late one night, after a get-together with some old buddies of mine. I was a little worried about the icy roads, since it had been snowing all day, so I was mindful of my speed and general handling of my custom 1971 Chevy.
Damn.
The radio was busted and I was dying for a smoke, and I couldn't ignore the eerie sense of isolation I was feeling on this particular stretch of road. Come to think of it, I hadn't seen another car for miles, which is why I was surprised to see something in the middle of the road just up ahead. By the time I realized what I was looking at, I feared it was already too late,
Yeah, humble
as I
flex.
slammed on the brakes and braced for impact. This was all followed by a sudden blanket of silence. Even with the engine still running, I couldn't hear anything. But I could feel the cold from outside. My eyes were still closed at this point, trying frantically to summon up the courage to open them. But when I did, I was shocked at what I saw. She had not moved or reacted in any way since I first spotted her in the middle of the road.
The fuck?
And she didn't appear to acknowledge my presence whatsoever. My first impression was how improperly dressed she was for the weather, and that she must have been freezing.
Yeah, it's a little anime. It's pretty good style. I like it.
I looked around to see if there was a bar or restaurant nearby where she might have come from, but I knew the area pretty well, and there was nothing around here except for a payphone and a gas station a few miles down the road.
Oh, yeah, she has like the
I had seen some
Ada
pretty
Wong
weird
dress
things on
on.
Friday nights before, back in the day, but this really topped them all, and this whole thing started to give me the creeps. I didn't want to startle her by beeping the horn, but before I got around to figuring out what to do next, she began slowly walking forward. That's when I realized she was without any shoes and began walking barefoot on the snow at the side of the road, which I thought was crazy. I began cruising alongside her to try to get her attention, but my efforts were just ignored. She seemed pretty out of it, and I began to assume that drugs were involved.
I think
But
I would
couldn't
just go.
leave her
I would
alone
definitely
out in the
not.
cold. It was only when I beeped the horn for a third time that she finally stopped, and just stood there quietly in the snow. I hesitated for a while, but decided to get out of the car.
It's just a
and try to help.
box of tissues on the
Just as I
front
opened the door
dashboard.
and stepped out, she simply vanished, out of sight.
Fuck, dude.
The only sign of life
in
was
your
the
car.
eerie cawing of crows from above, which just made everything feel even more creepy. I walked over to
No,
where
I
I'd last
definitely
seen her,
have tissues
and there was no one there.
with me in the car. I just think a box on
This
the
next part
dashboard is
was what
funny.
really got me spooked. When I looked down to my right, I was completely shocked when I realized that there were no footprints in the snow. After about a minute of just standing at the side of the road like an idiot, I got back into my car and tried to make sense of it all.
Like an idiot.
I had to get out of there, so I quickly drove away and continued down the road. Even after a mile or so, I just couldn't get it out of my head. I tried to approach it at every angle, but it just left me with more questions than answers. Anyway, I was eager to get home and sleep it off. But just when I thought the worst of the evening was behind me, I saw something on the side of the road.
Oh, fuck.
Instinctively, I already reduced my speed to avoid any more close calls, and was horrified to discover that it was a car that had swerved off the road and was now partially submerged under the snow. Deep down, I was hoping that the accident happened a while back and that the emergency services had already been there. But I was terrified to realize that I was the first on the scene when I spotted a body slumped over in the driver's seat. I wasn't prepared to see a dead body that night, or any other night. And I certainly wasn't prepared to see such a familiar stranger.
She might be okay. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that one. I'll watch another one. Among Us animation. Oops.
This creepy story happened to me about 6 months ago while I was still working at my previous job, and I thought I would share it while it still remains fresh in my mind. So I was at the office one day. I was working late and the rest of my co-workers were heading out to share a taxi home, so I was going to be the only one left in the building since our boss hadn't come into work for the past few days. I thought it was an interesting coincidence that he stopped showing up on Valentine's Day, but no one really knew for sure if he was seeing anyone. Although he had been coming into work on his motorcycle a lot more often lately, whatever that was supposed to mean. I didn't really care too much about all the gossip, but I was getting kind of tired of the whole thing since it seemed it was all anyone could talk about at the time. The strong scent of perfume in the office and the mystery gift on his desk also had everyone talking.
Cubicle, though.
It was actually pretty cool not having the boss around at first, but unfortunately, the security alarm had started acting up and I needed a signature to approve the cost to call someone to fix it. Also, the key to the supply room went missing since he left, and he hadn't returned any of my messages about that or the alarm. Which was surprising because he was the kind of person that would generally take things very seriously. Just as my colleagues were about to leave the building, they asked if there was anyone waiting up for me because there was someone sitting inside a car in the parking lot outside. They seemed genuinely unnerved when I told them that I wasn't expecting anyone, and they all decided to quietly leave together and asked me to be careful. What was really strange is that whoever it was had no business being there, but I initially brushed it off and thought the car would be gone by the time I got around to observing the parking lot for myself. About half an hour later, I received a message on my phone from Josh, one of my co-workers from earlier. Truth be told, I was so focused on my work I had completely forgotten about the matter. I didn't respond to his message right away, but eventually I did find an excuse to pass in front of my boss's office overlooking the parking lot. I went into his office and peeked through the window.
What do you see?
As I slowly pulled down the blinds, I was surprised to see someone still waiting in the parking lot. This was highly unusual, and it kind of creeped me out since the car was parked so close to mine. I couldn't really make out who it was, but as I looked closer I could see it was definitely a man smoking a cigarette. There was nothing familiar about him, and I didn't recognize the car. Since I was the only person at the office, I couldn't shake this uncanny feeling that he really was waiting up for me for some reason, and that it would be impossible to get to my car without him seeing me. I quickly returned to my desk and grabbed my phone so I could take a photo and confirm with Josh that it was the same car from before. While I waited for Josh to respond, the gift on the desk suddenly caught my eye. I thought that perhaps it was a perfume, which would explain the strong scent inside the office lately, but I was also curious to know if it really was a Valentine's gift and why it was still on his desk. It seemed strange to leave it at the office. As I slowly opened the box, I was surprised to see a passport inside. Suddenly I received a new message on my phone. I was initially confused by his response, but when I looked closely at the photo again, I could see that the car was empty. I was so quick to take the photo I hadn't even noticed. I immediately took another peek through the window. The car was still there, but with no one inside. It seemed so strange to abandon your car in the middle of the night, especially on a cold February night. It was getting late and I still had a few more hours of work to catch up on, so I decided to get back to it, hoping the car would be gone by the time I finished up. A few hours later, I got a little curious as to why Josh hadn't followed up with any other messages, which is when I realized that the battery on my phone was dead. I was too tired to stick around to recharge my phone at the office, so I closed up and cautiously descended into the parking lot. As I left the building, I felt a sudden chill, but I didn't know if it was from the cold air or from seeing the same old car still parked and abandoned outside. A couple of things started running through my head at that point, like maybe he had too much to drink and decided to walk home, or the car was extremely low on gas, but deep down I had a bad feeling. As I approached the abandoned car, I could see cigarette butts scattered all over the ground, everywhere, suggesting that he had been waiting for a lot longer than I thought. It seemed very bizarre to just take off after waiting for so long. I proceeded to my car and took one final look back at the office, which suddenly reminded me of the passport on the desk that I had completely forgotten to place back inside the box after getting distracted by my phone. Knowing that my boss would totally flip out if he found out that someone had been snooping around his office, I reluctantly headed back into the building, since I had already worked so late and I really didn't want to have to wake up extra early the next morning just to make sure I'd be the first to arrive at the office. I knew there was a chance that he wouldn't even show up the next day, but I wasn't going to risk it. I didn't bother turning the lights on because I knew my way around and I was going to be quick in and out. It was when I reached my boss's office that I noticed something very strange. The office chair that was previously behind the desk had been moved and both the box and the passport were missing. I had only been gone for a few minutes, so it seemed plausible that whoever it was might still be inside the building with me, so I was quick to observe the rest of the office. Despite the intense moment of silence, I started to feel somewhat relieved to see the same old familiar office that I had grown accustomed to, and there was no other indication that anyone else was there. However, this moment of silence and relief was quickly diminished by a loud thud coming from the supply room. It sounded like something very heavy hitting the floor. As I tried to figure out what could have caused such a loud noise, I suddenly heard the sound of what appeared to be a commotion coming from behind the door. After realizing
Yo,
that
Mr.
someone was
Cat.
in the supply room which required a key to open
Leave
it,
that 9
I began
months.
to assume that it was my
Appreciate
boss
that.
or someone else with access to the office.
Yeah, they're
But as I
breaking
opened
OSHA
the door,
laws.
I saw something that I will never forget and continues to haunt my darkest dreams. My knee-jerk reaction caused me to dash out of the office and immediately get to my car. Just as I was about to turn on the ignition, I instinctively looked up and saw the dark silhouette of a man standing by the same window in the office. I couldn't see a face, but I knew I was being watched. I turned the key and my heart sank as the engine failed to start. I tried again repeatedly before looking up at the office again, horrified to see that the dark figure had vanished. I gave the key one last turn, and to my relief the engine shuddered to a start. I drove off and headed to the nearest police station. When I arrived there, I told them everything. Thanks to the photo I had taken of the car that was parked outside, along with the partial description of the driver, the police were able to make an arrest, and the driver was identified. Shockingly, it turned out not to be my boss after all, but a relative of his with a violent criminal record. Apparently, my boss wanted to surprise his young girlfriend with a trip to Brazil by inviting her to his office and gifting her with a brand new passport he had arranged. But instead, she wanted to break the whole thing off, and in a fit of desperate rage, he killed her in cold blood and went into hiding. In an attempt to cover up his crime, he
Jesus
convinced his no good
Christ.
brother to come by the office to collect the body and dispose of it. I will never forget that night, all the days I could smell her perfume as her lifeless body remained hidden behind the door while I went about my daily job. And the terrifying thought of being alone at night in the office with a violent criminal, I can only imagine what may have occurred had I not left the building or drove away soon enough. I consider myself very lucky.
Very lucky.
I never saw my boss again
Oh,
after
wait,
that.
there's more. There's more.
In fact, no one did. He became a ghost. His last known location was somewhere in Rio, and that was it. A few weeks later, I quit my job and started working security at the sub-level of a local hospital. It kind of felt like a step back, and I had serious reservations about working so close to the morgue. But I didn't think anything could be worse
I guess it's just like a
than
long
that creepy
outro.
night at the office.
At the office. Yeah, it's a cool channel. Called Animated Horror Flicks. The name of it. Alright. I heard some fucking weird shit earlier. We're gonna have to watch this. Presented with no context.
The bullies were staring at him in awe as he seemed to grow into a giant. Aidan was frightened with what was happening and couldn't explain it, but the fear of what was happening was nothing compared to the satisfaction he had on his face when he saw them in fear. His wish must have came true, as he now was like a giant to them. He was like a giant to anyone. He towered over them and was kicking up his leg back and forth, frightening them. They seemed to be stuck to the spot in fear because they didn't run. Suddenly, Aidan lifted his foot over them and was getting ready to crush them like flies.
The day
Aidan
before.
was just after his breakfast, getting ready to go to school, and his mom and dad were speaking to each other. Little did they know that Aidan was being bullied from months and months in school. Aidan didn't tell his mom and dad, but just
He was just,
hoped
like,
the bullying would
Doing a little
stop.
jig.
That morning he stood outside the school, wondering would he not go in
He's
at
got a
all.
bad set.
But he knew if he didn't, he would get into trouble with his parents and the school. He knew that his parents would
And
be
the
informed
school.
he hadn't attended school. Inside the school, the same teasing happened. He wished he was bigger and stronger so he could crush those bullies so they could never ever bully him again.
Crush the bullies.
The next morning when he got off the bus, he hid behind a bush to try to compose himself before going into the school. He felt like crying, but suddenly it was like he was moving up in the sky. There were gasps behind him. The bullies were staring at him in awe as he seemed to grow into
Isn't this a movie?
giant.
Didn't this happen in, like,
Aiden
Matilda?
was frightened with what was happening and couldn't explain it, but the fear of what was happening was nothing compared to the satisfaction he had on his face when he saw them in fear. His wish must have came true, as he now was like a giant to them. He was like a giant to anyone. He towered over them and was kicking up his leg back and forth, frightening them. They seemed to be stuck to the spot in fear because they didn't run. Suddenly, Aiden lifted his foot over them and was getting ready to crush them like flies, until he realized he wasn't a bully, so he just walked away.
Oh, shit. Oh, you missed the
Thanks
tree
for
fellow.
watching The Assassin Rapper, and if you want to stay up to date on new content, then please subscribe and be sure to hit the bell to be notified on new content.
And the lesson is no lesson. Just don't, I don't know. I don't know. No lesson. All right. Let's watch. I'm just looking through. Yo, Road Cop. Maybe that's 6 months, dude. Appreciate that. I appreciate that. We could watch. Everything's just like Elden Rings videos now. For me. Wansi put out 2 fucking weird looking ones. The title of this is
My older brother dated a ghost for 2 years. He still doesn't know this. Rather, he is still in denial of the fact that he dated a ghost. He went to see a Buddhist monk and a shaman, was exorcised and went to a mental hospital. It took him 2 years to get the ghost off of him with all that happening. He could finally break up with her after that. But he couldn't accept the breakup and hurt himself out of rage, resulting in his admission to a psychiatric ward. He is still looking for her, but she can never come back, as she was sent to another world. The memory goes back 2 years ago.
Another world?
My brother was an ordinary man, and he was popular among women with...
This animation of him telling a story to these girls.
Years ago, my brother was an ordinary man, and he was popular among women with his good looks.
So I was like, yeah.
He had good grades at school and was athletic and sociable. he was a good guy that anyone would like. Until that incident happened.
What was the
My
incident?
brother had an ordinary life, dating girls of his age like others. But all that changed one day. Our family went through a huge crisis due to our dad's business failing. We moved to another house after packing everything up.
Was that the
The new
car?
home was very spacious and seemed too great for its low price. There was one odd thing.
There was a
The day
lady in
before my
it.
dad signed the contract for the house, my dad's mom, that is my grandmother, had a dream, a terrifying dream. In the dream, Grandma followed us when we were entering the house. And once she entered, all of the family was weeping and staring at her. The scene was very spooky to her.
Why
so
were they
Grandma called
weeping
Dad right
blood?
away.
Was that part of the story?
We didn't have another choice as there was no house available at a lower price than this, so we decided to move into the house. We thought nothing terrible could happen and considered Grandma's dream just a silly dream. That was when it started. After a week since we moved in, my brother began to act weird. He started to talk to himself in his room. I first thought he was on the phone with his new girlfriend. He was talking in such a sweet and soft voice, just like talking to a girlfriend. Every time I ran into him in the living room, he looked delighted with cheeks flushed with joy. I thought to myself, he must have started dating. Good for him. But one day, that shocking thing happened. I went into my brother's room to ask him to go exercise with me. He was talking to someone in a gentle voice, but wasn't on the phone.
Oh my god.
He was talking with his hands posed as if he was hugging an invisible person. I was so
Also, my
shocked
face
and
disappeared.
shouted to ask what was he doing. He replied, Oh, you've never met my girlfriend before. Say hi. This is Mia. I told him to stop messing around. To my surprise, his hands were posed as if he was really hugging someone, and his natural pose really made me feel like there was someone there, and there were his nonchalant face and tone. My brother continued, Why are you ignoring Mia? Aren't you going to say hello back? I really felt like someone else than my brother was staring at me, and even though it didn't make any sense, it felt so real that I almost thought I was the weird one. Confused, I ended up running out of the room. I thought I should let my parents know of this incident as soon as possible, and I did tell them everything. They didn't believe me at first, but they also witnessed the scene not too long after. They were also shocked by my brother's actions. Dad lost his temper and yelled at my brother at first, but my brother wouldn't listen. My mom tried to persuade him and tried to talk to him, but communication itself was impossible. My brother was already out of his mind. After that, we have invited shamans, monks, and priests known for their powers, but all of them would just say that my brother is possessed and none of their exorcism would work. We went to several mental hospitals and psychiatrics to no avail. Strangely, my brother lost weight day by day. 3 months later, he was only left with bones like a corpse, but he still had a happy look on his face. He would always say with an empty gaze, I'm happy, so happy. Made me feel like I'd go crazy. He kissed and hugged the empty air. I witnessed that craziness with my own eyes. During that time, my brother lost more than 30 pounds of weight. I thought my brother would end up dying like this. My mom became ill in bed from the shock. It felt like the entire family would be falling apart at this rate. Finally, Dad suggested that we move to a different house. We decided to move into a tiny house. We couldn't help it because we didn't have money. The new house was so tiny that our family wouldn't have any personal space, but it was more important to save my brother's life. So we ended up moving to a new house as soon as we could. Then my brother started to lose his mind. Where's Mia? Mia's gone. In his madness, he started to throw everything around him.
Damn.
He destroyed the entire house. He stopped eating, and the situation grew worse. One fortunate thing was that he isn't dating a ghost anymore. It seemed like he was slowly coming to his senses. But the thing is, he was suffering even more from love sickness. In the end, we forced him into a psychiatric ward. My brother finally started to calm down with medical help, and our family found peace again. My brother still doesn't know or understand that he dated a ghost. He still asks me if I heard from Mia. I tell him no every time. How can a ghost reach out to me? But to this day, I sometimes hear a knocking sound in the middle of the night. I would wake up by the sound, terrified. Of course, there was no one there, but I think it might be Mia looking for my brother.
What? I don't know about that. All right. All right. Proper people.
In today's episode, we're revisiting the legendary Six Flags New Orleans theme park, abandoned since 2005 when Hurricane Katrina inundated the entire city with storm surge. By now, the history of this park has been told and told again, so we'll spare the details. We wanted to revisit the park for old time's sake and to document the ruins that are newer standards of filming. However, things would not end up going to plan.
Oh shit.
Join us as we explore.
This portion of today's video is sponsored by Bespoke Post. Bespoke Post is a monthly membership club delivering awesome boxes of high-quality goods from under-the-radar brands. Each month, they introduce their members to cool new products, like outdoor gear, barware, if nothing easy it is to take your...
I'll have to go grab some food. They need that urban exploring gear. Catch you when you're in the abandoned Six Flags. Oh my god.
This is just a warehouse filled with cups for concessions.
It was the guy. Vagrant Holiday. I don't think I've heard of that.
I really want
What's
to go
that?
to this Jester roller coaster because we didn't really do that last time.
Yeah, we can do that.
We didn't go to the station. You can see they do be driving back here.
Mm-hmm.
Last time we were here, we got lucky and hit it at a time when there was no security. There is definitely
so weird looking.
security here today. We already drove by the front and saw them. Don't make too many footprints. Too late.
Yeah. They'll be driving everywhere in here.
Yeah,
Even under here.
we gotta keep our eyes peeled.
Imagine if it just started like going, the roller coaster.
We go up to the wooden coaster station. just take the back route just in case security.
Yeah, I'm
comes
dropping
out.
mad frames, it looks like.
That's a little electrical room for the lift hill motor.
Oh shit! Whoa! It's a cat. It's a cat.
Jump scare. Okay. I'm just trying to stick to back areas until we know how frequently security patrols.
I think it's huge.
The train is gone. There was definitely a train in the station last time. Yeah. It's gone. Yeah, the control panels and everything are gone.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe he went to go live somewhere else, where all the other trains live. Yeah, so a couple of you guys have been here before. Pretty cool. This seems like a good idea.
It's kind of hard to see the corkscrews now because the hurricane knocked these trees over and it's blocking the shot. Still looks pretty cool though.
Yeah, during summer this place would be a jungle with all these vines. There's barely any green left for winter.
You can see they would have ran the ride backwards.
Oh, yeah. I said that. Backwards.
God, the spider webs on it.
That's why it's called the Jester, because it was so wacky. Went backwards. The Jester. Wacky.
Yeah, this would look a lot better in the summer if all these vines had leaves growing on them. Would also make it more difficult just to see things in general though, because it'd be a lot thicker out here. You can see they have the spare train out there.
How many fucking of you guys are from Louisiana? Damn.
Signs on the ground over here. Must have fallen off.
The Jester.
From the last storm, so I don't remember it being on the ground. Yeah.
Down by Louisiana way.
Can't go too high on this or else I risk being seen. Gotta keep those eyes and ears open when we're out on the main path here.
What is that, like the elevator? Oh, that's like the bungee jump thing, isn't it? That tall ass thing. Isn't that what those usually were? Or like jumping off of bungee stuff on?
I'm worried that they're just gonna be creeping along.
Little bungees.
So we won't even hear them coming. Stick to the buildings for that reason. This was that dark ride, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that car is still there. They have all the bang doors here. No motors, they would just be opened by the ride vehicle itself hitting the doors. That's the old school style. Yeah, you should go first and see out the light.
They still swing.
Happy Mardi Gras. Sorry, temporarily out of service. Pretty sure that was just someone's art project to stencil this around the park.
You mean dark rides like at night?
There's definitely a noticeable increase in vandalism from our visit 7 years ago. Which makes sense. Let's go over here.
You know, that face is dope.
Imagine
Oh,
waiting in a line
like
this
the
long
haunted
for
house kind of
splash
right up there. I see
boats.
what you're saying. I've never heard to it referred to as that, like that before. Makes sense, I guess.
Should be a good view of the Ferris wheel from up here.
Now it's the log flume. Log flume? Fume? Is it log flume or the
There's all
log
this,
fume?
like, makeshift repair of this. Makes no sense. Why'd they be trying to keep that sealed up? Some people here. Other explorers, it looks like.
Oh yeah, there's just people also walking around. Sketchy. Oh, it's right on the river. We go over the water.
It's a beautiful morning to be out here, though.
Is it like a pond? That doesn't look like a river. It looks like a pond. Maybe.
The flume lift looks very overgrown.
A flume list.
This tree actually collapsed on top of the pathway for it.
I went to Disney World one time, but the Space Mountain was closed or whatever the fuck it was.
So this is the
That was
site.
like 100 years ago.
Best
They first
selling
opened.
print from the print shop.
This guy's a little different, but
Yeah, if we got here earlier, we could have gotten the sunrise and gotten a much crisper version of that shot. This guy's climbing up.
oh yeah. We don't know who this guy is, but
The
all
fuck,
the way.
dude? What a dipshit.
Yo, all the junk that was out here,
It'll
it's
float.
gone up
Yeah.
now.
There was the ice cream cone or something out here.
Yeah.
It looks clean.
You definitely had a straight on of this before. Which this still looks pretty cool.
Oh, it's like the old arcade. Let's go. Pizza.
Down this way I really want to film because in our first video, we only filmed this area really early in the morning and it was still too dark to see. Gotta stop and look at the Ferris wheel though, of course. It's iconic.
Ooh. I always like these like style like ride boxes, whatever the fuck they are. They're like 70s, 80s looking.
The Ferris wheel's missing a car up there.
Cars.
It's just gone.
Here we go.
So back when this thing had all of the cars on it, sometimes it would just start spinning in the wind. But now that some cars are missing, the weight balance is off. So it always just stays in one spot now. Woo! Got splashed.
Damn. Yeah, they're swaying a little bit.
How did this dark ride car get all the way over here? We're nowhere near the ride anymore.
Maintenance, maybe?
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
Okay. He's still going, right? Stop. He saw us. Did he see you? No. He saw us running, I think. I think so. Go this way. Is that a gun? Bro, y'all got a gun on us.
Take the camera off.
All right.
What?
What's up?
Holy
See
shit.
our ID. Fucking around. Open your backpacks too.
All right, I'll show you right there.
Turn the camera off, man.
The guard followed us for around 20 minutes as we walked all the way back to our car. Cops never showed up. Although it was disappointing we weren't able to do a complete documentation of the park at our modern standards of filming, I'm still glad we got to visit it again. It was the first location outside of our home state that Brian and I ever explored together, and it kickstarted our drive to travel and find more abandoned places
I
all
like
over
that
the
like color
world.
scheme.
This visit may have been our last chance to get our dose of nostalgia, since redevelopment plans appear closer to reality than ever before. Whatever happens to the park, Six Flags New Orleans will always live on in the hearts and minds of explorers as one of the most legendary and iconic abandoned places ever.
Yeah, just like a rent-a-cop that thinks they're like the real shit. It's definitely like not a great way to stop an escalating situation. Nah, that wasn't a real cop. A real cop would not be wasting their time. Just like hanging around there. Saw another weird one by Night Hobbit. Sick.
Hi, I'm Nathan. When I was 3, we moved to a 3-bedroom house. My brother was 5. We had one of the 3 bedrooms. Mom had decorated it with our toys. We had a bunk bed. My brother got the top because I was just little.
Reminds me of
Mom noticed a black stain on the
Recess.
carpet. So before we slept in there, she washed the carpet.
What?
My brother slept in the room first because I was still little and sleeping in my parents' room.
Right.
My brother woke terrified. Having had a terrible nightmare, he said a ghost was trying to choke him. My mom hugged him and said, "Sleep in here with us." She went to the bedroom to turn out the light that my brother had left on. She noticed the dark stain on the carpet had returned.
It's just like a shit stain.
She also felt an eerie presence in the room. She knew wasn't a person. That seemed to be warning us to stay out of this room. So she closed the door and came back to comfort my brother. The next morning, she got our toys out of that room and we didn't
Ghosts
use
can
the room
smell.
at all.
Like that's like a big thing.
We began hearing footsteps entering and exiting the room even though the door was shut. It seemed to happen at a certain time each night about 10:30 p.m. It happened so much we jokingly laughed and said, "I think we have a ghost." One day, our friend wanted to stay in our haunted bedroom. Mom warned her that she didn't think it was a good idea, but she wanted to anyway. It was a sunny day and Mom decided to open the
Just
room
fucking
and
cut
clean
the
dark
carpet
stain
out.
to make the room ready to stay in. But the dark stain wouldn't go away.
Just
like
cut it
did
out.
First.
Cut it out of there.
Mom left the room open to air it out. That's when I came into the sunny, warm bedroom to play with a little toy that I had with me. My mom heard me screaming and came running to me. I was bending backwards in pain and
Whoa.
couldn't stop screaming. The pain was so intense my mom couldn't even hold me. She immediately called my dad and we rushed off to the emergency room, which was 30 miles away. I was writhing in pain on the floorboards of our
Just
car,
breaking it
still
back.
screaming and in terror.
My back broke.
As soon as we pulled into the
Ghost broke
driveway
my
of the
back.
hospital, it was like something released its hold from me. All of a sudden, it was like nothing happened, and I was smiling and happy. I didn't remember going through any pain at all. My mom and dad were confused. I was fine. After that day, we began hearing more footsteps and we saw apparitions of my oldest brother Matt, who was 17. My dad even saw
what?
them.
Is he dead?
The apparitions appeared for a couple of
He
seconds
alive? What the
before
fuck? What do you
they
mean an
disappeared
apparition?
into the room with a dark stain. Once I was going into the kitchen to play on the floor. My mom was coming too. I turned my head towards the bedroom with the dark stain and looked up. I saw a figure that I thought was my oldest brother Matt. I said, "Hi, Matt." But then the figure changed into something terrifying I could not explain at the age of 3. My mom comforted me. One time I was
Mom had on
playing
a fucking
chase with my
red glove.
5-year-old brother Justin, and he ran into my mom and dad's room. passing the bedroom with a dark stain. I was running after him when I saw a dark figure with sharp teeth standing in front of the closed bedroom with the dark stain. I slid to a stop and it looked towards me and said, "I bite." I was terrified, so I ran to my mom and grabbed onto her in fear. She prayed with me and told my dad we should talk with the owners of the house. The next day, my mom spoke with the owners. She found out that a man by the name of Harry had terminal cancer, and his wife had been taking care of him in that room. He was said to be a very grumpy man who hated children, and how he exactly died is a mystery.
What the fuck is for him, like, coughing up blood on the floor? How about get rid of the carpet, you fucking...
After she found this out,
the hell's wrong
she
with
went
you?
into the room with the dark stain. She said, "I know you must have been in a lot of pain,
I
but
will
you're
pray
free
to the
now,
stain."
Harry. Go and be with the Lord." After that, there were no more footsteps or apparitions. There was a peace that filled our home, even though we never felt comfortable to use that room again, and we moved away a year later.
No more Heelys inside, I said. The hell's wrong with you? Yeah, the mom just exorcised the ghost. He had the power. Don't want to watch.
This story happened very recently, when my cousin came to visit me and my family.
My cousin is possessed.
We had so much fun until he came into my room.
Until he actually came into my room, that little bastard.
We were alone in there. Just to give you an idea of how my house is shaped, my room is connected
Why was that like so ominous?
and the living room is connected to my parents' room. The kitchen is within the living room since our house is small. Now let's get back to the story. Everything started when I had to take my medication and lay in my bed to relax. My cousin was acting normally at first, playing with me and the toys in my room. But after 10
Also, what is
minutes
that?
of
Just
me
like
taking the medication,
cotton candy in that
he started
box?
acting weird. At first, he was just screaming. After all, he is a 4-year-old, so he can't really speak. I thought it was because I was just laying there, watching noisy videos on my phone. But then he started biting me really hard on my hand. I warned him that I would punish him if he ever do that again. But he did something.
I'm just
more
imagining
sinister.
this situation.
He got on my back and started to strangle me.
He starts
I
kicking
was
his ass.
confused. He is a sweet child who've always been so kind to me. He always kissed me and hugged me, but now this was happening.
He starts
Of course,
biting
my
him and
first
choking
reaction
him
was to
out.
punch him in the elbow so that he would stop what he was doing. When he stopped, we looked at each other and I saw his eyes filled with anger and hatred towards me.
He became more powerful than ever
whispered
before.
something which I couldn't hear. But then, all of a sudden, he started hugging me and playing with me. After about 2 hours, he and his parents left. But this story doesn't end here. Earlier today, my grandmother invited us, my cousin, and his parents to her house.
That
We got
guy looked
there,
like E.T.
laughed and played. After that,
Old people are like
aliens.
aliens.
Seek, and he was the seeker in the first round. He started counting, and I hid in my grandfather's room behind the door. The room is small, and there's a light switch right where I hid. And next to the place that I hid is a wooden desk. So I was hiding there, and after a while he
They
found
just have a giant portrait
the
of
next
this
round
man.
I was the
Wow.
seeker. Since he is 4 years old, he would gasp or chuckle when I got near him, which would give out his position. but I always acted like I didn't know where he was. And I did the exact same thing today.
If the story ends
When
and the
I
kid
learned
doesn't
where it was
exist, I
hiding,
swear to God.
I went to the other side of the house where I hid before, just to play along. While I was walking, I looked through the window of the place where I hid, because
Like
he was
South
able to
Park
see
or
me
something.
through there. But what I saw in my grandfather's room shocked me. There was a girl, sitting down with her hair in front of her face. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them, she was gone. I brushed it off as being my imagination because the day before that I watched the horror movie Ring.
Yeah.
Immediately after that, I went back and got him out of the place he was hiding. We stopped playing hide and seek because of that girl and went directly to the living room. While sitting, he got distracted by something. I followed his gaze, but saw nothing. He then walked towards the place he was looking
The
at.
horror movie Ring.
And after about 15 seconds, he came back screaming. He was scared by something, and I feel like I know what that thing was.
The Ring.
The adults wanted to know why he was screaming, but I just told them that he was probably bored, putting the pieces together. I think I know what's going on. I think my cousin is somehow possessed
He's
by
probably
that girl.
just bored.
We both saw that girl. I know we did. That is the reason why he was screaming. I just hope nothing happens to him. And I hope that girl will leave him alone.
He like made his cousin watch The Ring with him, and he like started beating the shit out of him. It's a more common story than you think. Truly. I don't know what this one. The lottery will change your life.
4D
Simba the
is my
Savage.
passion. 4D is my life.
What?
4D. This lottery is also how I got started in this business. My dad has been buying it since I was 6. He must have had the luck of the devil because he always guessed the top number every time. In fact, he was so lucky that he didn't even need to find a job. The $500 that he got every time was enough. When I turned 18, he took me to the betting shop.
This narrator sounds like a Leafy.
I remember the excitement when I handed the piece of paper to the officials. After running back home, my heart pounded with anticipation. I remember reading the results in the newspaper the next day. I won second prize. My father was proud of me.
Uncanny.
He beamed as I showed him my winnings, and the money was fully displayed on the dinner table, like it was the most exquisite art piece. From then on, the betting shop would be like my second home. Running down there to buy it and checking the numbers in the newspaper became almost like a routine. Most of the time I won nothing. I was frustrated and despondent.
Damn.
Yet still, I was determined. I could still win this. Thus, I started researching how to improve my chances of winning. That was how I stumbled upon the advertisement one day. It was written in big, bold colors. Better chance to win big, triple the money. I just needed to give them a little something extra. It was exactly what I needed. I woke my father up the next morning. I told him I would take him out to the betting shop, just the two of us, father and son. He agreed readily. He was getting old now. He was getting so old. His face was wrinkled, and his hair was silvery gray.
No, it's not.
We took the taxi to the betting shop. After I bought 10 tickets, I marched up to the officials and handed them the money.
The officials.
Here you go. Take whatever you want from him.
What?
I said in Cantonese, shoving my father forward. He started to gasp and look back at me with his pleading face. But my face was like a stone, as the old man
How
in
does that
charge
work?
opened the gate and dragged my father inside. I turned and walked away as my father's screams echoed out of the shop. They went all out taking their payment. Eyes, arms, legs, whatever they wanted. Blood pooled out of the entrance and ran down the drain.
That's
That
not
night
blood.
I checked the website.
That was just like
Despite buying
rain.
10 tickets, none of the numbers I bet on made it to the draw. I gnashed my teeth in frustration. I will win
For
those
some
$1
reason,
million
his blood
one
was just
day.
water.
My brother looked over my shoulder. What's this? You know 4D? I asked.
Oh, fuck.
Hi. Do you want to come with me to the betting shop tomorrow?
That was fucking crazy. You want to come to the betting shop with me? There was not even any betting. When does the betting happen?
You may not realize that
This is one of my
there is a
current
world
favorites.
that you're not even aware of. After all, the Earth is still not a place that has been fully discovered. I used to love traveling. A year ago, I
4D.
left for the Amazon, driven by passion. Me and the crew that I was in were excited to make a special documentary film exploring remote areas. But the things that I saw, that thing that I saw, you have to understand that I can't describe how terrifying that thing was. I was lucky to be alive. I don't know how I survived, or how I came back home. My memories, they were all gone.
I like that cigarette.
I barely recovered from my wounds. After that, I had psychotherapies as well as medical treatments, and through those
This is the
I was
giant
able
mantis.
to recover
You'll
my
see.
lost memory. It was day 10 of the expeditions in the Amazon. We kept going deeper into the forest. The Amazonian Indians in the area told us strongly not to go deeper. So we decided to dispatch only 3 out of the 10 members of the crew to the place. And as you can guess, I was one of the 3. The rest remained in the village. And it was us 3, walking deeper into the jungle. The environment was just like a sci-fi movie, full of enormous trees, plants, and huge insects. In that majestic nature, it felt
When
like I
you
was
see
going
this
back
guy
to
with the glasses, you
Mesozoic
know
era.
he's gonna get killed.
It was fantastic, at least up until that moment. As we went deeper, the plants and insects around
that's
us
just straight
got
up Teddy.
bigger and bigger, and Mark, one of the members, became agitated.
Shooting
He said he wanted
scorpions.
to turn back.
This is
but me
literally
and
the scene from Cowboy Bebop.
Victor persuaded became insects around us got bigger and bigger.
I
and
swear to
Mark,
God.
one of the members, became
He
agitated.
did this with a knife.
He said he wanted to turn back, but me and Victor persuaded him to keep going.
You saved my life.
We had a goal at that time, to film this documentary and make history with our findings. It wasn't just Mark. We all knew.
Look out for
it
that
was
scorpion!
dangerous. But there was no wondering why he freaked out that much. Because there were fist-sized insects and humongous
disintegrates.
snakes wandering around us. I was holding a big machete, so did Victor, but for no avail. None of us could see beyond our noses because of the plants. After walking for a long time, we finally reached the swamp. There we saw a massive alligator. I was freaked out, but the excitement filled its place. While I was staring at the alligator, I noticed Mark was having a panic attack. He couldn't even catch his breath. It seemed like he was going to have a heart attack, overwhelmed with extreme fear. He kept mumbling, "We're gonna die, we're gonna die, we're gonna die." Although, even if the
Well, whoever it
alligator
is,
would
usually
attack
they
us,
don't.
we could defend ourselves.
Usually they're not the
since
one who
we
actually
not only
writes
had
it.
machetes, but
Usually it's
guns
just the person
too.
who reads it.
But fortunately, it didn't even move the muscle. It was just staring at us. So we kept moving forward. What happened after that is the real stuff of horrors. Looking back on this now, that was just unbelievable. It was only then, when I heard a loud bang of a gun and screaming, I realized I got knocked down and my head was in the mud. I began to feel an immense pain within my
completely
body,
disintegrates.
and I realized my arm was broken. The camera that I was holding were also completely destroyed. It was too painful for me to even move an inch. Right there and then, I heard the most frightening screams of a creature that I had never heard before. That ear-splitting sound made me imagine how massive that being could be. It was so tremendous that it echoed through the entire forest. I barely raised my head and turned towards the sound, and I saw Victor shooting his gun at something. At first glance, I couldn't recognize it clearly because my vision was blurry due to dizziness. But as it got clearer, I saw what it was. A green, giant insect. It was a mantis. A giant mantis. It seemed to be almost 9 feet tall.
All of a sudden he's behind us.
I still couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Just
I
make
was
sure
probably
you're
hit by that
9 feet
mantis
tall.
and flown away, fell
edit
into
that
the
line
mud.
in.
Mark was nowhere to be seen, and Victor was firing his gun frantically, but it didn't even faze the mantis. Suddenly, it rushed at Victor and violently stabbed his neck, and I saw Victor's head flying away in front of my eyes.
No!
After the death of Victor, the mantis slowly raised its head.
Here's the
looking
moment.
at me.
Just looks so fucking...
When we were staring
He looks like he's happy to see them. Like, hey, what's up, guys?
at each other, I was paralyzed by fear. I still don't forget those eyes. They were just as big as a human's head, and I could see myself reflected through them. The mantis screeched in a very high pitch. I thought it was gonna kill me, but it didn't. It just flew off. I couldn't breathe due to fear, and even felt suffocated.
Why would it just cut the one guy's
got
head off
myself
and
together.
just like bounce?
I heard a voice.
I'd really like eat somebody.
Help me. It sounded very feeble, but I knew it was Mark's voice. I started searching for him, following his weak cries of help, and found him stuck under a large tree, waist down. The place was completely devastated. It was like a battlefield. Everything was destroyed. Mark was barely breathing. I tried helping him get him out under that tree, but my broken arm didn't let me. Mark and I looked at each other. He stared at me, no hope in his eyes, and closed them. With teary eyes, I started to walk away. I kept moving,
I just walked away.
hearing the distant screeches of the monster. After hours of walking, I finally got back to the village where the crew resided. They were sitting, and when they saw me, the open wounds on my head, and my broken arm, they got up, rushing towards me, and then I collapsed. It was at that moment I lost my memories. They apparently wanted to go look for the others, but the chief of the tribe didn't allow them to go. Being unconscious, I couldn't tell them what happened to me, to Mark, or to Victor. They then gathered the equipment and patched me up the best way they could, and we left the Amazon to go back home. I wish these memories stay that way. Now that I have them back, I can't fall asleep. And even if I do, I wake up drenched in sweat. The death of those people right in front of my eyes haunts me. And that scream. It will be the end of me.
The end of me. I don't know. You think that there's a giant mantis in the Amazon? More likely than you think. It was more like a Pokemon. Scyther? Scyther? Right? Yeah, that was him. He just escaped from the Pokemon movie.
My name is Jude, and I'm 27 years old. I've always loved going camping ever since I was a young boy. Some of my earliest memories were of me sitting around the fire with mom, dad, and grandfathers, singing songs and telling stories.
Grandfathers? You have one
Whenever we
grandfather
told stories, we always ended the night on a scary
wasn't two
story
people, it was
right
one
before
person.
going to bed. And my grandfather's stories were always the best. His descriptions gave me chills as he described vivid characters and monsters from his imagination.
Hookman?
I always loved to hear his stories. But once, when I was 10 years old, something happened that scares me to this day. One cool autumn day, my parents decided to take me camping with my grandfather, as we always did around that time of year. We arrived at the campsite around 6 o'clock, and on the way in, I saw that the
Exactly
campsite we were driving into was different than the one we usually camped at. The entrance to the campground seemed old, and a lichen-covered stone sign with the name of the grounds greeted us as we drove in.
Where's the sign?
We arrived and set up our tents. After eating dinner and cleaning up, we sat around the campfire
Did that
and
not
set
look
up
like
our
a
tent.
face
The name
to
of
you?
the grounds greeted us as we drove in. We arrived and set up our tents. After eating dinner,
What is this? Hamburger? It looks like an amoeba. It looks like a single cell organism. And these look like two eyeballs being cooked next to it. It looks like an enemy from like Secret of Mana or something like that.
dinner and cleaning up, we sat around the campfire as usual to tell our stories. I can't remember all of the stories told, except for the last.
It's just like
my grandfather's story. I remember the smell of the burning wood and burnt orange sunlight casting long shadows
Some
off
strange
into the trees
meat on the
behind us
grill.
as he began to tell his tale. He started by saying that it was a true story from his childhood, and he had waited to tell it to me until I was old enough. This grabbed my attention, as usually my grandfather told fake stories
I like the
and
way
never about
he
himself.
drew their nose.
He said that he had been camping at the same campsite we were
Different in
staying
that
at when
picture.
his story occurred. He started by saying the campground had been built back in the 1930s by CCC workers during the Great Depression, which,
Fuck?
looking back, explained the oldness of the park. But at the time, as a kid, I really didn't care. He said that one night, around 1960-something, while camping with his father, he was fishing at the lake down at the end of the long hiking trail that led back to the campground. His dad told him it was time to leave, and they started off down the trail. As he was walking, he began to feel a strange sensation, as if he was being followed. He turned back, but supposedly saw nothing several times. He kept walking until he said he was
The son of a
stopped
baby
by
crying?
a long, eerie moan rippling out from behind the trees. He described it as sounding like a ghost or a person being slowly injured. He and his dad stopped in their tracks. His dad apparently tried to tell him it was
His
a coyote.
dad's just like fucking.
But my grandfather knew better. He told me it wasn't a coyote. He believed it was something else.
Oh, I love
Something
this.
more sinister.
This animation is sick.
Nevertheless, after this encounter, he returned back to
person
the
being
campsite
slowly
with his dad
injured. Ah,
and
yes.
never saw or heard anything
I know
else.
that sound well.
He claimed that this was true, and obviously he wouldn't be telling this to us if he hadn't been affected by it. But to me, it seems silly.
It's like telling this
Scared by
awful
a
story to
noise?
the kid.
Come on.
You know, the sound of a
Anyway,
person being
about
injured
2 days
slowly.
later,
You know what that sounds
I was
like.
walking back to the site with my grandfather from a
Cheetos
long
off
day
the
of
bush.
hiking and picking wild berries in the nearby forest.
Cheeto bush.
Both of us were carrying heavy baskets full of berries to bring home. The sun was setting, and I noticed the long shadows peering out from behind the trees. As it began to grow darker, dead darker, the trail seemed to grow longer and longer. I began to feel a weird sensation in my stomach, like I was being watched. After about 5 minutes, the feeling began to grow, and I looked at my grandfather. He looked right back at me with the same fearful eyes. I was in shock Did he feel the same feeling?
The grandpa just forgot where he was.
Then I remembered his story about the way he felt the night he heard the noise. I began to walk faster, and so did my grandfather, without
Get us out of
saying
here,
a word.
son.
After about 20 minutes, it was completely dark, and our arms ached for carrying the berries up the trail.
Put them down.
Right as I turned a corner, I heard a long, eerie moan. My heart stopped as I froze in fear. My grandfather looked at me and said, "It's time to go." With that, we began wailing swiftly down the trail as fast as we could without dropping our berries.
Swiftly down the trail?
Just as I began to relax, I heard it again. Only this time, it was much louder. It sounded like someone being murdered. It was terrifying. It came from directly behind us, and I felt a burning sensation in the back of my head. I dared not look back. I sat in fear, wondering of what could have made the noise, when suddenly I heard my grandfather scream, "Run!" I whipped my head around, and in the dark, foggy light, I squinted and I saw a tall, slender black shadow dart between the trees about 100 feet behind us on the trail. I instantly dropped my bucket and ran like the wind down the trail as fast as I could. My grandfather was behind me. I became worried about him, as he was an old man, and I was afraid he might hurt himself running down the rocky trail. But I didn't stop, nor did he until we reached the campsite. That night, I sat in my tent, heart racing, thinking about what could have
It
made
looks like he
that
just
noise.
aged like 10 years.
After we came back home, we never returned to the old campsite. And to this day, that experience still haunts me.
The fuck? My brother dated a ghost for 2 years. It sounds funnier than it is. Funny story. Yeah, my brother dated a ghost for 2 years. Two years. All right, let's watch a few more things. Yeah, the grandpa actually turns out to be the bad guy. He was like screaming, fooling the kid. Wouldn't be the first time. Let's watch. What was the other channel? There it is. Just looking for one that's not like 30 minutes long.
Working at the local rental store was definitely one of my favorite perks of the summer break.
Nightmare on a Plane. Is he in the movie?
It was my chance to ditch school, earn some extra cash, and watch the latest movies on VHS.
You're in the movie.
And I'll admit, there were some other reasons why I enjoyed working there. But that's another story. This story, however, began on a Friday night when the owner was suddenly called away due to some personal reasons. I had managed the store alone in the past, but never during the final shift.
Just The Godfather?
So this was the first time that I needed to close and lock up the store by myself. I was actually more concerned about not being able to catch the last bus out of town than I was about locking up the store for the first time. After a few minutes of seeing the last few remaining customers vacate the store, I secured the cash register and looked around to make sure the store was empty before closing up. I never realized how creepy the store could be with all the lights out, and the fact that I was alone in the horror section gave me enough reason not to stick around any longer than necessary. I grabbed the keys from the counter and stepped outside, where I instantly felt the cool night breeze circulating the streets around me. It was a quiet place, and a lot of the stores nearby had closed down, which unfortunately led to more instances of crime in the area. I must admit, it was a sad thing to see, being the place where I grew up, and it wasn't that long after when VHS stores also became a thing of the past. I miss the good old days. But I don't miss that particular night, which despite my best efforts to forget, still haunts me to this day. I locked the door and took one last look before heading down the street, which is when I noticed something that I didn't expect and completely threw me off guard.
My first job was at a video store.
There was a person still inside the store. It looked like a very tall man, and he was just
right
standing
after DVDs
there.
took over.
I couldn't see his face, so I tried to get his attention by knocking on the glass.
Makes me feel old to say that.
But he didn't respond. I thought perhaps he had trouble hearing, but that didn't explain why he remained in the store even after the lights went out. This was seriously beginning to freak me out. Cell phones didn't exist back in those days, and the nearest payphone had been vandalized. If I was going to call the police, my best chance would be to use the landline phone inside the store. I knew it was risky, but I couldn't just leave the store like that, knowing that there was a stranger inside who could potentially rob the place. I approached the entrance and quietly unlocked the door. As I was about to pick up the phone, I suddenly lost sight of the man.
Gorgon's Ghost.
It turned out to be a customer wondering if she could quickly stop by to rent a horror movie. I told her that we would close and that she would have to come by tomorrow. As I carefully placed the phone back on the hook, I contemplated calling the police, but I was worried that they wouldn't take me seriously. There was no evidence of a break-in or anything missing after all. Perhaps watching too many horror movies all day long was finally beginning to take its toll. Was it really just my imagination? I decided to walk over to the horror section for one last look to see if anyone was hiding. I thought I heard something, but I knew I was probably just being paranoid at that point. I went back to the counter and decided to give the owner a call. I knew it was late, but it felt like the right thing to do at the time, which is when the events of that night took a sinister turn for the worst. To my horror, I realized the phone was dead. Somehow, in the space of just a few minutes while I was away from the counter, the phone's cord had been severed. Not pulled out, but finely cut with a very sharp object. As a knee-jerk reaction, I felt a sense of imminent danger from all around me, so I quickly headed for the exit, but the door was locked. I didn't remember locking it, and my heart sank as I glanced over to the counter and saw that the keys were missing. With my back to the door, I carefully observed the interior of the store to see if anything was out of place. Yet still there was no movement or any sign of anyone. Fortunately, the store was very small, so it didn't take me long to realize that whoever it was appeared to have just cut the phone line and locked me inside in order to escape and prevent me from calling the police. I was actually more worried about having to explain all this to the owner than anything else. Suddenly, I saw someone's shadow appear from the window. I quickly found somewhere to hide and I tried to see who it was. Suddenly, the knocking on the window stopped and whoever it was just walked away. At that moment, I was really confused. If it was the creep from earlier, then why did he come back, and why didn't he use the key? I wasn't a huge fan of the dark, but I chose to leave the lights off because I didn't want anyone to think that the store was still open. It looked like I was in for a long night stuck at the rental store, so I decided to hang tight and try to get some sleep. The next day also had its fair share of some truly disturbing discoveries. After explaining what happened, the owner told me she had recently gotten out of an abusive relationship and that her ex-boyfriend had been stalking her and threatening to come by at the store late at night. She didn't tell anyone because she felt embarrassed and said that I was very lucky because if it was him, he was probably there with some extremely bad intentions. It was at that point we were approached by one of the customers who just walked into the store. She said that she phoned the store late last night because she wanted to rent out a horror movie, and even though she was told that the store was closed, she decided to hurry on over anyway when she realized someone was still there to pick up the phone. She knocked on the glass repeatedly, but stopped when she saw something that she would never forget. She described seeing two large eyes in the air vent staring back at her. After she told us what happened, the context of that night suddenly changed into something far more terrifying. We checked the air vents, but we didn't find anyone. And to this day, I still think of the horror that could have transpired at the hands of that creepy stranger that was hiding in the vent.
What does it mean? They don't have any pork in Australia. Surprisingly. Not like the right climate for pigs to grow. All right. Let's do it. I think we just saw this one, didn't we? The moving fucking washing machines. Did we watch this actual video? Boom, boom, boom. Oh yeah, the audio is broken. What the fuck? I have no idea why that's not working. Kind of weird. Hold on a second. See if I can fix that. Nah, I know there's pigs in Australia. I was just being an idiot on purpose. All right. Why the fuck is there no audio? Okay, that would help. That would help a little bit. Please don't crash. All right. Let me see this whole video. That was my... This was posted 2 days ago. There's no way we watched this entire video. Maybe we did. Oh, I'm on a different account. That's why it doesn't say. Okay. Let's do this one. And there's audio now. What the hell is a Bunnings? Bunnings? Bunnings?
How you doing? I'm Callan and this is Slapped Ham. Today we're looking at some freaky videos that'll sort you right out. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content. Just like this.
Some Slapped Ham.
No top secret facility
is that
as
really
well
an
known as
Area 51 sign? No way.
With the spot's infamous reputation, Redditors were quick to assume that extraterrestrials are behind the bizarre happenings in this footage, recorded near
a hardware
the
chain that
and shared
offers
to
a
the site
free
by
sausage
user
outside. The
35.
national tradition.
Area 51 was built in 1955
hardware?
in the deserts of Nevada in the United
free
States.
sausage? Like, what
According
kind
to
of
the
sausage?
stories, the facility became the site of top secret research into extraterrestrial life.
All right, that looks like a
after
plate.
an alien
That
spacecraft
looks like
crash-landed
something you would put on a drum set, right? What the, that looks like a disc brake or something. The weld job is like weird.
in Roswell, New Mexico, a few states away.
Just a plain
no one
sausage
knows exactly
and bread
what
with
goes
tomato
on behind
sauce.
the closely guarded gates of Area
Interesting.
51.
They're good.
But there have been plenty of stories about UFOs, alien technology, and even
like a big
extraterrestrial creatures held
that
hostage
guy.
for decades, undergoing gruesome experiments. The Redditor who posted this footage claims that it was recorded near the mysterious Area 51. The video was filmed in the dark of night. The only light comes from several mysterious
Yeah, you go get
orbs
things to
floating
fix
in the
your deck or
distant
mow your
sky.
lawn. Get a sausage and bread on the way back to your car. Sausage can have onions sometimes and sauce. It sounds pretty dank.
Later, the footage shows
I
only
definitely would
one
want
large
onions.
orb hovering in the same spot. However, we can now see two
But it's just
smaller
free
dots
for
of
anyone, or
light
what? You had to
zipping
actually, like,
around
buy
the
something?
sky.
Oh, you do have to buy them. So it's like Costco.
So what could these strange lights be? It isn't often that we see ordinary aircraft hovering in this manner, and even less common to see them looping around in the sky in frantic circles at
But this-
nighttime.
This video
the
is
fact that
so
this
blown
footage was
out.
allegedly
the
filmed
green, you
near
can't
Area
even tell what anything
51, a
is.
mecca for extraterrestrial enthusiasts worldwide.
Yeah, they look like the floodlights like on a
only serves to
Jeep.
deepen the mystery behind
Like a
this
rack.
bizarre sighting.
The other stuff, I don't know. It looks like that could be like a lightning bug, honestly. With like night vision, a lightning bug
Change
looks
has a lot of
completely
people
different.
worrying about the weather. However, this footage shared to TikTok by
Especially
Dapper
the
Dan
footage
P
being
is
that
hard
blown
to
out.
explain, no matter
Even
how
a
you
little bit
slice
of
it.
light would look
The footage
crazy.
was recorded on an overcast day. The person filming points the camera up towards the sky, showing a slate of grey
'Cause
cloud.
that's how night vision
Take a
works.
look.
It blows out any light.
This cloud appears to be forming a perfect square in
Magnifies
the
it.
sky. Clouds come in many shapes and sizes,
That looks
but
pretty
it's highly
sick,
unusual
actually.
to see one with perfect lines and sharp corners.
That would fucking
Many
be
who have
awesome,
seen clouds
honestly.
like this are certain there can only be one explanation: government
awesome.
weather control. There have been stories circulating for decades suggesting that governments of various
I believe that could be
countries are
fake, but I
using
also believe
mysterious
that could
technology
happen.
to control the weather and, by extension, the populations of
For
their
like a
countries.
second, I could see there
So
being
could
like a
this square
uniform
cloud be a
square
sign
cloud.
of government weather control? If so, what's the government attempting to accomplish?
But yeah, I
Without
could see like
additional
keying
evidence,
out
this strange phenomenon remains a
all of
mystery.
that. It wouldn't be that hard, I guess. The thing that looks weird there is the light.
Strange for
The
accomplish.
the fact that the light is right where it ends is kind of strange. Could just be a coincidence, but that seems like, you know, like it would have something to do with keying it out.
Without additional evidence, this
Is there a
strange
Captain D
phenomenon
about that? Someone
remains
look
a
it up.
mystery. The International Space
'Cause all you would
Station
need
is a great
is two
opportunity
videos.
for countries around the
One
world
on a
to
clear
work
day and
together
one on a
to
cloudy
learn
day.
more about our universe. According to Redditors
And,
like Rochi, who
layer
uploaded
them
this
over
clip,
together.
the rest of us can also learn a lot by watching the
key out the other
station's
part
live
that you
video
want.
feed. The ISS regularly broadcasts live video footage from the space station, where those of us on Earth can see all of the exciting things going on among the stars. In this footage, one eagle-eyed viewer noticed something odd happening not far from the space station. There appears to be a long, wide object.
Yeah, my
floating
favorite
through
cloud is
space.
honestly the one that looks like tire treads that you see sometimes. Looks like someone was driving around like a fucking car and
The
doing like
object
donuts.
seems to split
I
apart
love
into
that
two
one.
pieces.
That looks so cool. I guess it's more like straight lines though.
Before drifting back together.
What are they doing? An alien.
What in the world? This isn't the first time
The
that strange
FPS
things have
and,
been
like,
spotted on
frame
the
rate.
ISS live feed. Many
Oh,
who
no.
regularly observe the feed theorize that the footage is regularly monitored and cut off when evidence of strange things appears on video.
I feel like it'd be hard
Often,
to
the
see
video
what
in
it
question
was.
goes missing from the video archive, seemingly confirming the theories of a mass cover-up. Some Redditors who watch this video aren't quite convinced that it depicts evidence of an alien craft. Instead, they suggest that a light flare reflection on the ISS's window could have caused the strange phenomenon we see in the footage.
There you go. Thanks, Reddit. We did it, Reddit.
Others, however, are certain that something fishy is going on. What do you think? Let me know your theories down below.
They look like those bugles. They still make those? I love the guy in the fucking what in the world? What in the world am I looking at?
Have you ever been alone in the forest and felt like you're being
I'm having
watched?
a religious
This video from
experience.
TikToker CallieGrace918 may have an explanation for that eerie feeling. The footage was filmed in a forest in
Footage not
Oklahoma
related.
by a friend of the TikToker. It appears to be late fall or winter as the trees in the area seem to be bare of leaves.
There's just an
However,
old dude
it's
in
one
the
tree
tree.
in particular that's caught the attention of the hikers behind the camera. Take a look.
He's just keeping warm.
Near the middle of the trunk, someone's carved an extremely detailed face peeking out from inside the tree.
Why is that so crazy?
It is a trip.
Couldn't it be something else too, like a robot or a fucking...
The bizarre thing is, this tree is deep in the woods with nothing else around to suggest that the tree's been carved. It would seem someone's done this purely to mess with passing hikers, which is kinda awesome. Even though this is just a carving, there have been legends about spirits inhabiting trees in many cultures across the centuries. The Greeks had dryads, the spirits of beautiful young women who lived in oak trees. The Buddhists had the Narathon, who grew
Be
from
kinda
trees in the forest
claustrophobic
of
to be stuck
Himaphan
inside a
and
tree.
were
That would
eaten
suck.
by the deities. The Thai have Nung Ta Kian, who haunt Hapia
Like, who would
odorata
want to be
trees
in a
and
little
may
tree
haunt
like that?
those who cut down their trees without permission. So, hats off to the person who carved this face. May your work continue to creep out hikers for years to come.
That is a trip.
I thought for sure it was gonna like the eyes were gonna move or some shit, or was gonna like talk to them. It almost looks
We're
like the
used to
old dude
seeing
from that
UFO
all those
videos
fucking
showing
memes.
a single blurry light
His
in the
name?
dark night sky. However, this video from Redditor,
Multiple
Lil Red
UFOs.
0073, is something else entirely. The footage, which was submitted to our subreddit, was shot in the skies above Raleigh, North Carolina, USA. At first, the video appears to show nothing
Raleigh.
out of the ordinary, just a bluish-grey sky. However, if you look at the sky more closely, you may notice something odd. The sky appears to be glittering with dozens of small lights. The white-coloured lights are scattered across the sky in what appears to be an even, regular pattern. They're so small that their source is impossible to see. Some viewers believe that what they're seeing in this footage is most likely a fleet of far-off alien spacecraft flying in a regular formation above the Earth.
Yeah, it's just a fleet.
However, others thought it may have been some kind of light anomaly reacting with the clouds.
They just like to hang out in North
Others
Carolina.
suggested lanterns or balloons floating through the air. So what do you think's been spotted in the skies above North Carolina? Let us know your theories down below.
Whoever that is in the background is like guitar. It sounds
Before
like that
we take a look
they're
at a
saying
mysterious
guitar.
piece of doorbell camera footage,
Guitar.
remember to caress that subscribe button, then turn on all channel notifications. That way you'll be in the loop every
Remember
time we
slap
drop our
the
scary,
fucking ham.
fascinating debate as to what's actually being captured on film. The footage was recorded on a doorbell camera. We see a young boy watch as two motorcycles turn on their headlamps and drive away.
Wow.
After the second bike speeds around the corner, a dark, mysterious figure suddenly begins running towards the house from down the street. It rounds the
Definitely
corner
looks
quickly
like,
and heads off after the motorcycles in a blur.
Like footage recorded over other footage on a hard drive.
What makes the footage so strange is that the running figure seems to fade in and out as it runs after the motorcycles.
Or just moving really fast and the camera can't catch it accurately. I don't know.
Sometimes it seems relatively solid, but at other times it seems less opaque. The footage is particularly scary because, according to the Redditor, one of the riders wrecked their bike just after this footage was recorded.
Damn.
Eerier still, if you watch the start of the footage again, the figure seems to appear out of thin air. It pauses
Looks like he's
and
looking at
stands
his watch.
still as if watching the motorbike riders before it starts
Gotta be there
sprinting
right
down
now.
the street. So who or what was the dark figure, and did it cause the accident? Some viewers think that it was some sort of malicious ghost or spirit who had targeted the person on the bike, but others are less certain.
Definitely
If
a
it is
malicious
just a person,
spirit.
why were they acting so strangely before suddenly chasing the bikes? Did they have some sort of malicious intention?
Malicious.
Ghost or criminal? What do you think?
Both.
Let me know your theories down below. Now, if you can't get enough of the old slapped ham, then check out these two links there. They'll keep you entertained.
You son of a bitch. Here's a link to that video.
Necessarily go with.
You ever slap some ham just in the grocery store you're walking by? I never have. That's fucked up. You should never do that. People eat that meat. I mean, it's wrapped. It's not like you damaged it, but still. Just disrespectful.
Hello everyone, creeped me out.
I'm not getting enough of these.
Even though the video is only
Steam
20
hands,
seconds long, it is more than enough time to get under your skin. Watch the video and listen closely to the sounds that are being picked up by the uploader.
What is it? The sound of a car driving by? It sounds like a trumpet or a trombone.
It is definitely incredibly strange to hear something like that, especially in broad daylight. Not even the comment section is sure as to what this could be, with some comments
Bro, that sounds like a trombone in like the distance.
strips
Someone
on the
like
highway.
practicing for like
What do you
marching
think
band.
was causing the sound? Be sure to leave your thoughts in the comment section below. People all around the world go to tattoo parlors in order to get something meaningful to them permanently inked on their
like almost as like a
video
titty out here? Can we not?
suddenly objects from behind him start to fall to the ground all by themselves. As the uploader further explains, the spirit
It's
is
like
said
some
haunting this
insane
tattoo
side boob.
parlor. Let me know in the comment section. Entries on this list. This following video was uploaded to my subreddit by the user BlazeTheGod13,
Blaze
who
the
describes
God.
that the video in question was
I don't
filmed
really
at a
give a
haunted
shit, I just don't
hotel
fucking-
in Buena Vista, Colorado. The security camera footage that we are looking at quickly captures
Deal
something
any
chilling.
bullshit.
Take a look and see for
Twitch.
yourself.
What are we looking at? The top of a fucking shelf? Camera name.
For a little bit, nothing seems too
Well,
out
we
of the
can't
ordinary.
see anything that's
but
happening,
out of
like,
nowhere,
around at all.
a gigantic box-shaped object falls from a shelf above with seemingly nothing pushing it. It could have been somebody out of view throwing the object overhead, one commenter says on the video. The original uploader responded to this comment saying that he recorded the screen after finding out about the incident. He also explains that the spot where the box fell from is approximately 10 to 15 feet off the ground and is only accessible by a ladder. It's undoubtedly a mysterious video, so I'm curious. What are your thoughts on this video? What caused the box to fall to the ground from such a high up area? Tell
Gravity?
me in the comments below.
I don't know. Pretty sure. Involved in some way.
Some of the creepiest and most unsettling paranormal videos can come from something that you expect to be fairly simple: a baby monitor. The last thing
baby
parents
monitor.
want to see on their baby monitor is some sort of malicious figure possibly watching over their infant while they sleep. But in some incredibly scary instances, such as this
like,
one,
at least
that
30%
just
of
may
these
be what
videos is just
happens.
fucking baby monitors.
YouTube channel Cy
Babies like
Resto
standing up, like pissed off or whatever. My parents are
On camera.
ignoring me to watch me on a fucking
known as
monitor.
Alex
Please help.
Paranormal, is well known for uploading videos on a frequent basis relating to paranormal findings and the exploration of abandoned or haunted buildings and locations. In an upload published on February 24th, 2020, Alex can be seen walking around a place known as the Cold Harbor House, seemingly late at night. The 40-minute plus video has some really great moments in it, including this first one, where a disembodied voice can be heard saying the word, "yeah."
I've seen worse.
Take a listen.
Hello? Whoa, what's the matter? Oh, what's your extra boys? Lads?
What, there's a bit of fire on there, isn't there?
Yeah,
What, there's a bit of fire on there, isn't there?
yeah.
Wow, there's a bit of fire on there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Macaroni. Then, a little while later, about 20 minutes in, some other creepy things start to happen to the channel owners. Watch and see the scary situation they find themselves in.
Macaroni.
Mr. A.
You just grunt then? What was that? Was that you?
No.
You not hear them?
Oh, you're okay, yeah.
Did they hear that?
Come forward. Mate, what?
Mate.
No, it wasn't, mate. Someone knocked on that. You knocked the thing. Try and debunk it. It's a door, mate. It's a door, 100%. Do something.
Again.
What did you just do to make it not? Whoa, man. What's this for then?
This must be like. Football's in there.
What's all these like slats about? Is that you?
No.
What is that?
Is that you?
What? Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Hello, who's there?
Hello?
That was that door, wasn't it?
Yeah.
One of the scariest things about this entry is the door banging and the strange voices that can be heard throughout. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that the majority of people would be heavily freaked out if they were in the same scenario as the channel owners. Exploring abandoned and haunted buildings is definitely not for everybody, but at least we get to see these scary moments captured on camera. And that was 5 scary videos. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you did, then subscribe for more scary content. My name is Sir Spooks.
Sir Spooks. Here's a link to that. Check it out. Could do. Some nuke.
Top 5 scary things caught on camera in the woods.
Yeah, I like nuke too.
Not a happy camper. The YouTube channel Project Amber follows the travel exploits of a British guy named CJ and his dog Lance. Basically, CJ travels to bizarre and remote locations all over Europe and camps there in his van for several nights. Project Amber is a very entertaining travel channel, but is not paranormal in the least. In fact, there's not one video on the channel that contains anything remotely supernatural. Except for this one video.
Except
CJ
for
is
the one
camped
that
out
is.
in a very remote area.
Except for
of
the
French
one that is
countryside.
completely
He's trying to
that.
fix his camper fridge when suddenly his dog Lance, who is just off screen, starts to act very strange.
Right. Now I'm sure with house fridges you're supposed to... Right, so I'm pretty sure with a house fridge, if you move it, you're supposed to leave it like 12 or 24 hours though. I'm going to give it the full 24 hours, I think, to... What are you looking at? You keep freaking me out, dog. There's no one over there.
Freaking me out, dog.
Are you seeing something I'm not?
CJ then reveals why the dog's behavior is giving him the creeps.
There's actually a well, just where I'm parked. You go down this little track, and there's a well with a big metal bar on it. And originally I was going to go and park there, and I saw the well. Instantly started thinking about the ring, which when I was about...
There's definitely a dead little girl in there.
Come out,
not be
scared
there.
the
Get out of there.
out of me for like a month. I didn't sleep properly. And now the dog keeps looking over in that direction at where it is. So I'm like, nah mate, I might move. But I can't.
That evening, as the sun begins to set, things get even more bizarre.
Okay, I'm seriously freaked out now. A minute ago I could hear like really loud moaning, like just booming across the mountains. So I've come down to where I could hear it. I got to this old well and it stopped.
I mean, she has her own YouTube
I mean, that thing's
channel.
wild freaky. It's like something out of the Ring. But just as soon as I got here, just from over there, there's no track or anything. It's just wood. This girl appeared dressed like kind of like a monk, no shoes, no hair. So I said bonjour and that, and she responded. I asked if she was okay, but she didn't respond then. She just carried on walking. So I carried on a bit and thought I better double check. Went to go and find her again. She's gone. So up that way, that's where my van is, and that goes to the road. But down where she went that way.
You know what's... Whoa. Didn't mean to do that.
I'm gonna leave.
You know what's a weird coincidence?
CJ
It's
says
named
that his dog
Project
Lance
Amber.
usually happily
Today's
runs over to meet
311.
new people. But the spaniel wouldn't
311,
go
Amber is the
anywhere
color of
near
your
the
energy.
bizarre bald girl.
Kind of a weird
A little later,
coincidence. Yo, that
CJ
dog
spots
is
the girl
fucking cute.
again. He records her in the distance,
that
aimlessly
dog.
walking through the countryside woods. CJ says that he saw the girl again later, but didn't have the chance to record.
I saw the girl another 2 times. The last time I was near the van, and she was
saying it's 311
running through the forest.
And with that, CJ has had enough. He just gets out of there.
I booted it. I'm
311
about
days
50
a
miles from
holiday.
there now. But I left. I was gone.
In some college
I was gone
campuses.
so fast. I didn't even pack the van away. Yeah, it's a pretty big mess in here.
So, did CJ have a run-in with a ghost in the remote French countryside? Let me know what you think. It rings a bell.
I don't know.
On the channel
I didn't actually
Mindseed
see
TV,
it.
the guys are trekking through the woods late at night to find an abandoned, supposedly haunted group of buildings deep in the forest. But on their hike through the woods, they encounter something much scarier than a ghost. Someone seems to be following them in the dark.
That's farting someone right there. Are they blaring out? I like
A
these
person
kind of
whistles
videos.
from somewhere in the trees.
Get back out there.
Nevertheless, the guys keep going and eventually reach their destination, an abandoned building deep in the forest. They are now suspicious that someone might be stalking them through the woods. They set up a makeshift warning system using bells attached to fishing line to alert them if someone approaches.
Good idea. That works every time. I mean, it's a phone, probably, they're recording on. I don't see anything now.
They perform their usual parapsychology tests and get a few odd results, but nothing much.
Nothing much.
So, they
Hey, what's up,
decide to
Strawberry?
leave.
Thanks for the raid.
Then,
We had a good
this
stream.
happens.
How you doing?
Alright, so we just finished all our sessions in there. Unfortunately, we're not really sure if we did find anything. I don't think that we
They
did.
have like
We're gonna review a
GoPros
lot
on
of
their
it
fucking
in the
heads.
video editing
That's what it
program.
is.
We did get a little bit lost.
Unless you
off
get like a
track, but I
better
think that we're on the right path
microphone
now.
for your
And I
GoPro,
would say we're
the
probably
audio is
about,
awful.
We're probably about 10 minutes to the road.
Sounds like someone like literally playing it.
No, it's in my pocket.
An instrument.
Let's start moving. Let's move. That was definitely the bells, bro.
That was more wind.
Is there anything behind it? No. I just don't want anything creeping up on us, bro. I really don't want anything creeping up on us. Dude, this is the most uncomfortable I've probably ever been in my whole entire life.
You must have had a pretty nice life.
Why are we stopping? Why are we stopping?
I don't know, dude. That sounded close. You know what? I say we hurry up a little bit. Yeah.
Get out of here.
RuneScape, nice.
Seemingly, someone walks over their warning line, causing the bells to jingle. They make a run for it and get back to their car safely, but the two are still very shaken up by the whole ordeal.
cut the camera off for a minute.
That's the whole reason you
I
go
really
into
needed
the
to
woods
figure
and
out
do
where
this,
we
is
were
to get
going,
scared like
and,
that.
we
I mean,
needed
that's
to
the whole
get out of
fucking
there
point, man.
quickly because I'm pretty sure we were being followed just now.
And you get yourself all hyped up, and then like nothing happens. But
that we were there, or
the
heard us
slightest
using
thing
flashlights,
can
whatever.
like cause that.
And two, he was
I've been
confident
there
enough
so
to
many
whistle,
times.
knowing like, yo, nothing's gonna happen to me.
You can watch the full video as well as their other paranormal investigations over on Mindseed TV.
Mindseed
Hide
TV.
and seek. This next clip is one
Into your mind seed. One time we were like out driving around and we were like hanging out somewhere for a little while. It was dark. And we were going to our cars to leave, and we saw these lights like walking towards us. I don't know how else to describe it. There's these like lights in the distance, like at like fucking head level, like approaching us. We were like froze. We were like frozen with fear. Didn't know what to do. We were at like a state park, and then it was two people walking with headlamps on. But like just where the lights were and like the movement of the lights, it was scary, man. Like, I don't know.
of those obscure videos that's been on the internet for
Could be
years.
anything. Anything
not
could
too
scare
many
you like
people
that
have
in the
seen
woods.
it. Now, the story goes that a guy named
Maybe
Mike
like
had
a
been
light
seeing
hanging on a
something
tree in the
walking near the
distance or
tree
something.
line of the woods that surround his home. One night, he decides to grab a
It
flashlight
doesn't mean there's
and
like
go
a
to
fucking
investigate.
ghost out there. It just means there's someone fucking walking. Like people go walking at night. It does happen.
Sneak in some camera. Maybe creature or some sort of monster. I have no idea what it is, but just saying it's swear to God.
Especially like in nice weather. What the fuck? It's like a mountain lion.
So this is a pretty old video, and even though I researched, I can't even confirm the original source. But it's definitely creepy, and I don't know what that is.
Is that actually like moving?
Is it a real creature caught on camera, or just a fake? As always, you decide.
You decide.
Uninvited guest. On the German YouTube channel iBlolly, these three guys, Tony, Vic, and
iBlolly?
Nia, are exploring a supposedly haunted abandoned hotel. They are all alone in the deep woods surrounding the building. And as you might expect, they're a bit nervous.
Jo, ich habe etwas gehört, ne?
Was war das?
Ich habe keine Ahnung, lass weg jetzt, da war was.
The trio catches some creepy noises, but not much else.
I was gonna say, I thought the
Or
microphone
at
was
least
facing the wrong
that's
way,
what
but I
they
guess that makes
thought.
sense.
When they posted
Hey,
the
what's up,
video
Axel?
online,
How you doing?
viewers noticed something
We had a good
absolutely
stream. Thanks for the
chilling.
raid. What's going
Now
on?
keep in mind when you watch this clip that there were only 3 guys exploring the hotel, and they were all alone, miles into the forest.
Is it gonna be more than 3?
Irgendwas drin. Sieht aus wie ein Stuhl da hinten. Das ist ein Stuhl oder so.
Ah,
Ich würde da
good
nicht
sound.
reingehen, weil stell dir mal vor, das stürzt ein oder so.
Yeah, we're just chilling, watching some
Das ist
videos.
voll schlimm, Alter. Geht halt ohne mich.
Hope you guys are well.
Did you see it?
Going on?
Das ist voll schlimm, Alter. Geht halt ohne
Red
mich.
arrow.
One
for
of
a
the guy's
fucking
cameras accidentally catches what looks to be someone just standing there, motionless in the dark,
I don't know. Who could
watching
it be?
them. They posted a follow-up video
iBlolly.
soon after.
Einige Zuschauer auf Twitter haben uns unter anderem darauf hingewiesen, dass wir ja anscheinend nicht alleine waren. Bei ungefähr 4 Minuten 14 war halt eine weitere Person zu sehen.
Und das war
The guy on
definitiv
the
keiner
left was
von
like, it
uns,
was
weil
definitely
man
my
sieht auf
leg.
dem Video, dass Nia und ich wesentlich weiter vorne stehen. Wir sind ja das Video auch Frame by Frame durchgegangen und haben das auch heller gestellt und wirklich mal geschaut.
Man sieht, das ist definitiv ein Oberkörper, man sieht auch die Jacke. Anscheinend trägt er Jeans und weiße Schuhe, aber das war halt niemand von uns, weil hier laufe ich zu Nia und Toni und die sind ganz woanders und haben auch andere Sachen an.
Ich bin einfach extrem froh, dass wir da
Ghost
heil
just
raus
wanted to
sind.
hang
Ich meine,
out
ohne
with
Witz,
them.
das hätte sonst wer sein können.
Ja, ohne Witz, ihr müsst mir überlegen, wir waren einfach mitten im Wald, so nachts in so einem
Wait, is that a
verlassenen
fucking-
Waldhotel und da war einfach eine 4. Person, wir waren einfach mitten im Wald, so
ich meine,
ohne
He
Witz.
has a
das hätte
capsule
sonst wer
corpse.
sein können.
Yo,
Ohne
this
Witz,
guy
ihr
has
müsst mir überlegen,
trunks. This guy is cosplaying trunks, or am I insane right now?
Wir waren einfach mitten im Wald, so nachts in so einem verlassenen fucking Waldhotel und da war einfach eine 4. Person und wir haben den erst im Nachhinein in den Aufnahmen gesehen. Das ist voll abgefuckt.
If you can speak a little German, you can check out the full paranormal
Did you
investigation
see
of
that?
the haunted hotel in the woods over on the iBlolly YouTube channel. As always, thanks for watching. You can suggest or submit videos at
I guess you could throw it on a jean jacket and then, yeah, your
and
trunks.
also, please follow me on Twitter at NukesTop5 for all things random. See you next week.
Yeah, that would be a sick show. Trunks ghost hunting. Gets high in a graveyard and gets beat up or something. I don't know. I don't know. All right, let's watch something else from his channel. Let's watch. I did like the ones that were just like in the woods like that. That was cool. But I don't think he has any like that.
Top 5 mysterious creatures. This next bizarre video was submitted by a woman named Colleen to the website SasquatchChronicles.com.
Trunks fought zombie
She says that
Hitler.
the video was recorded by 2 teenage girls
The
on a
fuck did
break
that
from
happen?
work. For some odd reason, the girls decided to take a drive through a local cemetery to pass the time. The 2 girls immediately spot something very bizarre. And after watching in shocked disbelief for a few minutes,
Something
one of
about
the girls pulls
zoomed
out
in
her
eyes like that.
and after watching
Like, look how fucking it's all like wet. Don't tell me that giant eyes aren't scary. Come on. Look at that. The eyebrows are all fucking eyelashes.
in shocked
Bad,
disbelief for a few minutes,
Gross.
one of the girls pulls out her phone and begins to record.
Sucks you in.
That looks like she's digging with her hands. Digging for what? Digging with her hands. What's that?
He's working. Is that a mausoleum?
Super weird.
A dark
So
figure seems to be
weird.
digging feverishly into the cemetery dirt, using only its hands.
You
Like
can't
an
really
animal.
tell though.
After Colleen saw the girl's video, she drove to the cemetery to take a look for herself and found this freshly dug hole. But the person or thing that had clawed the dirt from the ground was nowhere to be found, which might have been for the best. So is this a creature caught on camera digging in the cemetery, or just some very disturbed person? You decide. The Squealer. 2 guys in North
fuck.
Georgia claim that they were out shooting off fireworks on the 4th of July when they began to hear strange animalistic noises coming from the woods nearby.
Lighten up! Are you an idiot? Watch out! That's pretty cool, man. I wanted it to go up in the air, man. It was still cool. Yeah. But.
It sounds like a fucking person.
Yeah, you go first. Farm animal. I don't like this. Get low, get low.
I don't like this.
What do you think it is? Turn the flash off a little bit. No. Whatever it is, I want to see it. What is that? Should I throw a firework at it? Let's go see what that is.
Yeah, just shoot a firework at it. It's fucking earthbound. At least you can hear other fireworks going off. Kinda legit.
What is that? Do you hear that? Do you hear that? What is that?
dude. What is that?
I don't believe that anyone would approach something like that
Let's get the hell out of
without
here.
like knowing. Like,
I'm not getting near that.
that's why I think it's one of their
I'm not getting near
friends.
that. Dude, we gotta get the hell out of here.
Like you would be like, fucking.
No.
You would be gone. You would be fucking gone at that point. There's no way.
Is it still there?
You would just be like, what? What's that? I don't believe it.
Go! No! Run! Run! We gotta take the car.
Just looks like something from the forest.
What the hell?
Something that looks like some kind of humanoid creature chases them out of the woods. Now, of course, the guys in the video claim that the clip is 100%
It's like
real.
one of their friends with like a
This
paintball
could just be one of their
fucking
friends in a
helmet on or
mask
something.
or
Yeah.
someone pulling a prank on them. Real or fake? Let me know what you think down in the comments. Something's still in the yard. On this channel, I previously covered the strange occurrences that take place outside the home
Spooky
of YouTuber
hoes.
Maddie Ann and her husband Devin. Maddie and Devin say that they've heard strange noises around their house at night for months, and that everyone in their neighborhood has experienced random property damage, all occurring
Like someone fucking
after
drove
dark.
a car into that fence.
In case you didn't see the first video on this, here's a quick review of the very creepy video that Maddie posted 4 months ago.
Hearing the craziest noises. Listen.
Sounds like a dog.
I gotta check this out. What the
Little Powerade bottle?
After that first occurrence, the bizarre noises haven't stopped. One night, Maddie and Devin are relaxing on their back porch when this happens.
Can I go inside, please? Please, can I go inside?
Just go inside. I'll get it out.
Hurry up.
We can hear odd noises and what sounds like the footsteps of someone running through the bushes. Devin goes out to investigate as Maddie heads back inside, but Devin found nothing out of the ordinary.
But Devin
Cut
was
to a few
never
weeks
seen
later,
again.
Maddie's looking around outside.
I want
and
that to
finds
be the thing
something
one time.
Absolutely chilling.
Maddie Ann went inside, but Devin was never seen again.
Now go between this bush and our fence. It's a pretty narrow area.
How giant
Around
footprints?
barefoot out here. 20, 30 degree weather. It's not warm.
It looks like it's like from like a fucking like
14
playset
inches.
from like a toy store.
From heel to toe.
Maddie says that the next time she hears the noises,
What's
she
he
plans
doing
to
over
try
there?
to live stream the sound directly on YouTube.
You have a Triforce on her
Follow their
finger?
continuing story. Be sure to check out her YouTube channel, Maddie Ann.
You get a whole Triforce on your finger, damn.
Into the woods.
Pretty big finger.
Reddit user jhood3119 says that his friend in upstate New York installed a security camera to record outside his home. Apparently, the friend's dog had been freaking out in the middle of the night for seemingly no reason. When checking the security
That's what
footage,
dogs do.
He was shocked by what he found. Some bizarre hunched-over figure with glowing eyes seems to come lurching out of the darkness, and then seems to simply disappear into thin air.
What?
Note that in the video, you can actually see the dog in the lower left corner. It turns its head.
It's funny that it's always the
strange
same thing
pass.
with these like low-resolution security cameras.
Meanwhile,
like,
at the other corner of the
figures
video,
like
the
disappearing
property
and
owner can
appearing.
be seen out searching the grounds with his
For sure, it's
flashlight.
just like the
But he doesn't even notice the lumbering figure
way
as
that
it passes.
the footage is recorded.
So is this a creature caught on camera disappearing into the woods? Or is it all just a hoax? Let me know what you think.
The way they're running does make them look like a lizard person.
I
Jonathan.
see you. A group of French college students pass by an old abandoned swimming pool every day as it's on the way to a restaurant near their university. So one night, they decide to bring along some flashlights and head inside for a little bit of exploring. They certainly weren't ready for what they found.
I like that stock footage. Someone trying to use cell phone but scared.
Faut que j'éteigne la lampe, non?
Claudel. Little beanie.
C'est vers où? Elle est où l'alarme en fait?
Elle est
de la moitié du bassin.
Là, là?
Non, là, tu vois, elle est plus petite.
Out of the corner of my eye, I keep thinking that Nuke's top 5 logo is an i5 logo. For Intel i5.
Et il y a une voiture
No,
là.
it's not
Ah
the
non,
right
c'est là.
colors.
C'est la lumière qui est répétée.
Mais est-ce que si on coupe tout...
Non mais attends.
Ça s'allume plus.
Mais non, il n'y a plus de batterie.
Ah mais c'est normal, c'est la vieille batterie.
And fucking great batteries or
Attends,
flashlights.
non, 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 attends. Viens, viens. Tu me donnes la lampe.
Non, non, c'est pas vrai, j'y suis déjà allée.
Mais viens. Là, ça sonne.
Je m'appelle Jeff. Whoa. Oui, je femme. I was like a big, like, cockroach person. What? You're just on a fucking bike all of a sudden? Fucking bounced.
Someone or
That's what I mean. That's like a
something
more of a
seems to be
realistic
lurking in an
reaction. I
old
feel like if
changing
you
room
saw
near
something
the
that
pool.
scared you, you would
College
flee
students
immediately.
in
You wouldn't just be like,
setting
"What's
off the
that?
alarms that they were so carefully trying to avoid.
What's that over there?" As soon as you saw some weird shit, you'd just be like, "Fucking gone."
Now, on first glance at this video, you're probably wondering why the original poster called this a creature. In fact, you're probably thinking, well,
The
that
color,
just
it's
looks
like
a
super
very
red in there,
skinny
so it makes them
person
look like a
with
demon,
long
whatever
arms.
it is. I don't think
And
it
that
is.
very
though.
well might be true. But there is one thing here that makes absolutely no sense. And that is the fact that this person's eyes glow in the flashlight
Oh,
beam.
that's it? That's the part
In
that
fact,
doesn't
they
make sense?
continue to glow even
Come
after
on,
the
dude.
light is taken away.
Yeah, it looks like
And
they
the
have like
eyes
a
of human
fucking beak
being
or something
do
for a
not
nose.
glow when you shine a flashlight on them. Now, you've probably seen animals whose eyes glow in the dark when there's light nearby. This is because the eyes of those animals contain a special layer of tissue called a tapetum lucidum. This layer reflects light from their eyes and lets them see in the dark. Now, humans do not have that special layer of tissue.
Yet.
So human eyes do not glow. Or at least they're not supposed to.
Yeah, they're like
So
white
exactly
things. Like it's
what
like a
is
part of
going
their
on
face.
with this person's eyes? Is this a human-like creature? Is it just a very thin person combined with some special effects work to make their eyes glow? Is it a hoax or an actual strange encounter? Tell me what you think.
What do we just need
Thanks
to live
for
in?
watching. For an all-new story and
caves for
video, be sure to check
a couple
out the
years,
Facebook extras this week at
develop those.
facebook.com/nukestop5. This week, I'll be covering one of the most requested creature videos on this channel. And if you want to suggest a video for the top 5 while you're there,
Well, don't leave me hanging. I'm just going by most popular videos that he's done now. Because I haven't seen most of these. Except for like the newer ones. All right, here's one that's interesting. Fishing moments.
stolen catch. In Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, a woman named Sarah Brain
Scary
was fishing
fishes.
from a small dock. She had just caught a 5-pound channel bass and was reeling it in when this happened.
Like fucking awful weather.
That wheel line.
Oh, shit! Oh, Jesus Christ!
What?
It's on mine! It's on mine! Get it!
Shit,
Son of a bitch! It's a shark!
It's a shark! A shark! It's a big ass shark!
It's on your pole, baby. Keep reeling. Keep reeling.
What the fuck is happening?
Did you have it on camera?
Violent fish.
Violent fish.
A fisherman in Peru catches a giant arapaima fish. These fish can grow up to 3 meters or 9.8 feet and are only found in South America. The fisherman makes the very bad decision to try to pull the giant fish into shore all by himself.
Did this get like knocked out? Yeah, I think he got knocked out. That fish knocked him the fuck out.
The man is knocked unconscious and is left with a bloody nose and a
My
split
God.
lip from the fish, but he is otherwise unharmed. He made a full recovery and no hospital visit was necessary.
Jeez.
Surprise attack.
Yeah, he probably bit his
In
tongue.
Thailand, a fisher tries to
Happens.
release a small catch back into the river, but there was something much larger waiting just under the water's surface to catch him.
What the hell?
Ham!
I can't even tell what or where they are. That was a snake? Oh, I see what happens.
Hungry, hungry hippo.
Uh-oh.
It is a little known fact that most people killed by animals on the large continent of Africa are not killed by lions or tigers, but are actually killed by hippos. The hippo is considered the most dangerous animal to humans in all of Africa.
No, hippos are wild.
A crew of American tourists are traveling on Lake Naivasha in Kenya when they begin to spot several roaming hippos in the water. They start joking about it, as
Yeah,
they
they
don't think
chase
they are
them?
in any serious danger. After spotting a particularly aggressive hippo, one man even says this.
Yeah, here he comes. Just kill us all.
With the fucking subtitles are
Unfortunately,
so like.
he was almost right.
Chased by a hippo. Oh my. Oh my.
Got audio on. Dude, that thing is trucking towards them now. Dog in the
Dog
ocean.
in the ocean. One day, Rory O'Connor is fishing from his kayak in the Gulf of Mexico, over half a mile offshore, when suddenly he sees a very unexpected creature swimming towards him in the sea.
It's a
dog? Medium-sized brown dog. The dog is hurt, bleeding, exhausted, and shivering in fear. Rory paddles his kayak back to shore and takes the dog to the vet. Turns out the dog's name is Barney, and there is actually a very sad story behind his long ocean swim. Barney's owner, Donna Chin, had taken him out for a jog that morning. Donna was hit by a drunk driver and killed. Barney was injured in the crash and in shock. Confused and hurt, Barney ran a mile from the accident to the nearby coastline. For some reason, he just jumped into the ocean and began swimming. Luckily, Rory O'Connor happened to find Barney just in time. The dog had swam over a half a mile into the ocean and likely would have drowned from exhaustion very soon.
Good thing you found
Barney
that
has
dude.
now been returned to his family, who report that the dog is still suffering from shock, but is slowly healing. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to subscribe to the
just like
channel,
the
and also
instinct
be
of the
sure to hit the little
animal.
bell icon to turn on notifications. That way you're sure to...
I hate when they throw in like a sad story like that. It's cool the dog was okay though. Oh, nuke. I think this is the other one he was talking about.
Cave or sewer.
In a tunnel,
from the
cave,
storm
or
drain.
sewer.
Timothy Eshelbu of Quebec, Canada, claimed that he had seen something strange moving around in a local storm drain. But of course, no one believed him. So he decided to take a group of friends along to investigate the storm sewer from the inside, with the whole thing caught on camera. This is what happened.
Looks like a sewer. It could be both. The fuck is all red? That did not look real. I like how they just fucking bounce though.
So is this some mysterious creature caught on camera, or just some intricate special effects
It
work?
looked like stop motion
Timothy
almost.
Eshelbu claims that his footage is 100% real. But let me know what you think down in the comments.
No.
Scary sounds in the mind.
No.
Now, I've used this clip in another video a while back, but no video about creepy things in tunnels would be complete without this spooky footage. And this time, just to add something extra, I've boosted and cleaned up the strange audio that goes along with this clip. So, a man named Frank from the channel Exploring Abandoned Mines decides to do a flashlight review while exploring the abandoned Waldeck gold mine in California. Everything is
yeah.
going as expected when
I
he
love
suddenly
flashlight
hears something
reviews.
echoing
That's like
from
all I watch.
somewhere within the deep mine tunnel.
This rock, you can see right here where some of these boards are bending. Do you hear that?
I hope to make some of my own.
Sounds like what is that, wind? Can you, I don't know if you can hear that on the camera. Do you hear that? It stopped.
Is this the same channel that got exposed for doing this?
Well, I don't know what that is. That doesn't sound like wind, but
This is like an older video.
that's crazy. Don't know if that's a bird or I don't know what that is. It almost sounds like snakes, but
Where he kept putting like fucking sound effects in the videos like this and then it like turned out to be fake.
wow. I've heard some weird stuff in mines, but that is definitely creepy. I don't know
Wow,
what that
I've
is.
heard some weird things in mines,
let's get
but
out of here
that was weird.
and head back out to the portal.
You hear like someone
weird.
mining in the distance. All of a sudden, he's in like a crystal mine.
Now, I don't know what that sound is, but it certainly doesn't sound like birds or snakes to me.
Don't know if that's a bird or I don't know what that is. It almost sounds like snakes.
Yeah, it sounds like a snake. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like snakes. Yep.
Wow.
So let me know what these bizarre noises sound like to you. North Carolina sewer creatures.
I got a snake
When sanitation
sound.
workers in Raleigh, North Carolina attempted to inspect the clogged pipe problem, they found something truly disturbing. They sent a remote-controlled camera down into the sewer to investigate what they thought would turn out to be a simple clog.
I think everyone's seen this at this
Instead, they
point.
definitely got some very mysterious creatures caught on camera.
It's a creature.
In the sewer, they find a fleshy, pulsing blob of
Oh wait, no, this is something different.
attached to the sewer wall.
I thought it was like an animal. This is definitely Ghostbusters too. I mean, I can't tell if it's dark and it's just being lit up. Some weird goos out there though.
Even worse, there isn't just one of the weird tumorous
You
blobs.
should see some of the stuff I've
place
like
is
flushed down the
literally
sink
crawling
in my
with
toilet.
This video
I don't know what
disgusted
happens
and
to it.
mystified the internet for weeks. No one knew what these things were. Even the Raleigh Public Utilities Department had no answers about the bizarre throbbing creatures that looked like some form of alien life. But finally, marine biology expert Dr. Timothy Wood stepped forward with his own analysis.
That's him.
He said the strange blobs were actually tubifex worms. Thousands of them, all clumped together in these
Ew.
bizarre sacs. Apparently, this weird attachment is something that tubifex worms
do look like
when
worms.
they can't find soil to feed on.
They do be looking
And
like
when
worms.
one worm squirms, it sets off a chain reaction, causing all the worms in the clump to contract at once, looking like some pulsing, mysterious creature.
Can you eat them though?
Strange thing in
Should be
Oregon.
harvesting these
The
things.
young man in Oregon claims that he has been hearing
Feed
weird
to
noises
somebody.
coming from the sewer tunnel near his home. Intent on investigating the strange sounds, he grabs a camera and heads into the sewer.
But, I'm coming up on the tunnel right now. I'm hearing the noises inside the tunnel, and
What? What is this video? Is someone recording this on a Game Boy camera? What the fuck is going on?
hello?
How's the audio like legible?
Hello?
That sound's coming up a lot tonight.
Hello?
Hello? He's just like, hello?
Hello?
Who are you?
I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to hurt you.
What's he saying? I'm not gonna hurt you. What fucking found footage film is this?
Now, to be honest, this one is filmed on a complete potato cam, so I'm not gonna give any analysis other than to say that it's a bit hard to believe that someone would hear this, then head inside alone to investigate. But as always, it's up to you. Mysterious creature caught on camera or internet hoax.
Up to
You
you.
decide. That's not a dog. Now, the weirdest thing about this next clip might be the source.
It's
This
a
was
dog
posted by
channel?
a Russian channel that is devoted to showcasing a dog named Tret, a pit bull
What?
that amazingly has been taught to do parkour.
What?
On this channel, there are literally no other videos about anything remotely supernatural or paranormal.
This dog is
Every
insane.
video is devoted to Tret and his parkour training.
The
Except
anime there? What
this
the
one.
fuck is going on?
Now, Tret's owner claims that one day he's out walking in the country when he hears strange noises coming from a dry, abandoned well. So he takes out his phone and records this video.
The dog is recording the film.
Такие руины. И вот, ну, неспокойно, как бы вот еще солнце не зашло.
The dog also runs the channel.
Очень мрачно. Еще и в колодце что-то шипит. Может, ужик.
What? What do you do with those lips? I am.
So, is this some strange creature caught on camera? Or is the only fantastic creature on this channel
Hell yeah.
this parkouring dog? You decide.
I'm very interested in
personally,
this
I would
dog
say
now.
that the idea of a pit bull that could chase you over fences, over walls, and even up a tree is pretty damn scary on its own. Thanks for watching. If you like this video, please hit the subscribe button and be sure to click the little bell icon to turn on notifications so that you
Here's a link to that video. Check it out. You just watch this dog do parkour for the next 10 hours. Do some parkour. I want to watch something else. Switch it up completely. Let's learn about Chuck E. Cheese.
You know, I can always count on my audience to keep me up to date on the latest bankruptcy filings. I don't think any of them get past me. It can actually get a little depressing sometimes, but I still appreciate it. This one in particular, I used to love this place. Chuck E. Cheese is a combination of pizza and arcade games. What else can you ask for as a kid? In 2019, 56% of their sales came from entertainment and merchandise, and the remaining 44% came from food and beverages, which is good because they prefer to sell the entertainment and merchandise because they have a higher profit margin. They say it's intended for families with children between
What the fuck
ages
is that
2 and
SpongeBob
12,
game? I've never seen
especially
that.
for birthday parties. 16% of the revenue came from reserved birthday party packages. And the buildings are far bigger than your average pizza place. That's because they have seating for over 400 guests,
Those
in addition
fucking
to about 75
silhouettes.
games, rides, and attractions, including the Ticket Blaster. You go inside this windy area and try to catch all these tickets flying around. I don't
What?
remember seeing
I don't
this one
remember
back in
that.
the day, but I have to admit that I would still
That
not
sounds like
mind giving this
instant
one a try.
strep throat.
Now, as someone who hasn't been there in probably
Definitely
more
do
than
not want to go
15
into
years
sealed
now,
container
I have to
at
ask the
Chuck E.
question,
Cheese.
what is this? Is this what kids today think of when they hear the name Charles Entertainment Cheese?
Yeah, what the
that's
fuck
his
is up
full
with
name,
this
and it
guy?
happens to be the funniest name I've ever heard. But this new guy, he plays guitar, wears jeans, and where is his hat? I don't know how I feel about this. I guess they changed him in 2012. This
He's a
right
rocker.
here is the Chuck E.
Yeah, that's
Cheese
Chuck
that
E.
I know.
Cheese.
I can't even tell you how many commercials I've seen with him running around that arcade. As I say all of this, the bankruptcy is very new, but it's looking like they're going to survive. Hopefully, they're just gonna close a few restaurants and come back from it stronger than ever. As far as the reasoning behind it, simply put, they've been in a financially
The only
dangerous
reason I know
situation
the new
for a
Chuck E.
while
Cheese
now,
is because
and
of
then when
that
this
fucking
pandemic
Jerma
happened,
clip.
they were forced to close locations, and the loss of sales proved to be too much. I'll talk
I
more
wouldn't
about
even
it
have
later.
known
I have
that
all
was
these
him other
graphs
than
made,
that.
but I have to say that this bankruptcy is just the latest addition to a pretty eventful history. It's technically not even the first bankruptcy. And how about this? Chuck E. Cheese was started in 1977 by Nolan Bushnell, who, believe it or not, is also the main guy who founded the video game company Atari. Chuck E. Cheese actually started as a division of Atari, and it
Isn't
was
he like the
Bushnell's
bad guy from
experience
Five
with
Nights at
video
Freddy's,
games that
too?
gave him the idea.
Isn't he like the
had sold
ultimate
so
bad guy?
many of them to businesses who would set them up in their tavern or restaurant, and recognized how they were the ones making the real money.
He's
said
like
he
the
was
real
selling
final
these
boss.
coin-operated games for $1,500, and then over their lifetime, they would earn $30,000 to $50,000 from all the people paying quarters to play them. So he thought that he would be better on that end of the situation, but he also knew that he needed to be unique about it. He had the idea of serving food, especially pizza, because it took time to prepare, and that wait time was the perfect opportunity to play some games. He also had the idea of using animatronic
Old Chuck E.
entertainment.
Cheese is scary. Like, that looks so
Previously worked
crusty.
at carnivals, so he knew that once the characters were created, it was a cheap
Like, that
and
is
effortless
scarier
way
than
to
any
keep
of the
people's
Five Nights at
attention.
Freddy guys.
At first, it was
to
going
me.
to be called Coyote Pizza, but then
Like
when
old
making the
animatronics.
the
But that
coyote
shit is
costume
weird
that they
looking.
ordered turned out to be a rat costume. Bushnell's immediate response was to just run with it and instead call the restaurant Rick Rat's Pizza, which is not
Rick
great
Rat?
for obvious reasons. Ultimately, because it sounds chipper and forces you to smile when you say it, the name was chosen to be Chuck E. Cheese's Pizza Time Theater. Of course, the designs and the details have changed over the past few decades, but the general principle is still the same today. The issue for Bushnell here was that this was a division of Atari, and he had recently sold Atari to
Yeah, I never knew
Warner the
that.
previous year.
Or I
So
did and
though
I
it
forgot.
was his idea and he was the driving force behind it, he did not own it. Luckily for him, I don't think Warner really wanted it. They weren't too interested in running an arcade-themed restaurant, so they were willing to sell it to him for the very reasonable price of $500,000, which he paid them over
Your
a
dad got
5-year
into a
span.
fight with the
Bushnell
person in
was
the bird
forced to
costume
separate
and
from
got you
Atari
kicked
soon
out?
after,
The
and
fuck?
that's when he started dedicating his full-time efforts
those teeth
toward
are
Chuck
scary.
E. Cheese.
Yeah,
that
that
first
is
restaurant
very
was a
kinda
massive
creepy.
success from day one, so
I
without
like that Chuck E.
hesitation, he
Cheese.
opened an even bigger second location that was quickly followed by many more. They were such a hit that he was getting approached by people that wanted to open their own Chuck E. Cheese franchises. The notable one here is a deal that he made with Robert Brock. He
Now
owned
that's
this
a
hotel
name.
company and was looking to own a bunch of Chuck E. Cheese franchises. The two
Now
made
that's
a
a
deal to make it
Flintstones
happen.
name.
Then soon after, Brock wanted out of the deal because he instead wanted to work with someone else to start his own chain of similar restaurants. Bushnell then sued him for breaking the contract, and the end result was Brock being able to open and operate his own chain of similar restaurants called Showbiz, but he had to give a small percentage of the sales to Bushnell. Through the first half of the 1980s, the two competed with each other, both
forgot I had a whole
expanding
thing
just
of
about
Ice-T
as
over
fast
here.
as they
What the
could.
fuck is
They were
that
going
guy?
into debt. Chuck E. Cheese had a public stock offering. They were hustling to get the money from all angles so they can keep up with each other and continue growing. 1984 is when everything went bad. Back in the
1984?
1980s, when there was a new Chuck E. Cheese in your town, it was unlike anything you had seen before, so you're gonna want to bring out the family.
Yeah, that
and
one,
check
they
it
all
out.
look like they would
There's
just
a bit of
bite a hole
novelty
into your
aspect to
skull
it,
and
meaning
drain
they're
your
much more
brain
likely
out.
to get more business when they first open, and then you can expect that to slow down over time. Well, Bushnell was
The
in a
bite
rush to
of
open a bunch of these,
1984.
so he didn't have time to wait and see whether or not the sales would fall, meaning he was opening new locations based on sketchy information, which led to many of the new ones being placed in less than ideal areas. The same thing happened with Brock.
Oh.
And to further complicate
Dude, something
things,
about like
the
old
great video
pizza,
game crash
food, and
of
commercials is so nasty. It looks so
1983, they really
gross.
dropped in popularity, and it
Fucking
was not
hate
a good time to be
70s
involved
food.
with them in any way. Just to put this all together,
You know
they had
exactly
gone
what I'm
into
talking
debt
about.
To open dozens of restaurants, many of which were in poorly chosen areas, just before people stopped caring about the core of their business. I think we can see where this is headed. The poor sales meant Chuck E. Cheese couldn't keep up with that high debt, so they were forced into bankruptcy, which actually marks the end of that original chain.
Yeah, well, that was the
Showbiz,
90s.
however, was able to navigate through it. They refinanced their loans and sold off about
the fuck is
15%
that
of the
guy?
company
Come
to
on,
raise
that's
money.
fucking
Not only did they
awful.
survive, they were able to
This is
put
cruel
together
and unusual.
$35 million to buy the assets of Chuck E. Cheese through that bankruptcy. So that right there, that is a strange turn of events. The imitator ended up beating the original. To me, that's like if Lucky Charms were to fail and then be acquired by Marshmallow
Is that the Dick the Birthday Boy
Well,
guy?
The end result was
Oh,
a much
I hate
larger
that guy.
company that now
That
either
looks
owned or
even worse from that
franchised
angle.
almost 250 restaurants under both of the names Showbiz and Chuck E. Cheese. That's how they existed for the
If
rest
I
of the
saw that in the middle of the
1980s.
road
Some
while I was
tricky
driving,
transfers of
I would
ownership
speed up.
happening, but the two chains remained together, but as separate brands.
You
Then,
hear me?
in the early 1990s,
I would speed up
they
as
decided
fast
that
as
it
I
would be
could
more
go.
efficient to simply combine
fucking
them.
run
They
it
started
over.
converting all the Showbiz restaurants into Chuck E. Cheese restaurants because they figured that it would be smarter to have one powerful brand rather than two weaker ones. So oddly enough, for the next 5 years or so, the company itself was called Showbiz Pizza, but all of the restaurants were called Chuck E. Cheese. Then in 1998, they changed the name of the company to CEC TV entertainment, finally marking the end of the name showbiz after a pretty crazy 18-year run.
CEC.
Getting back to the recent issues, they have had trouble attracting customers. They even implemented this whole revitalization strategy to try to breathe some life back into it. Some of the highlights would be an emphasis toward parents. I don't think parents like this place very much. They never really have, because it can get pretty chaotic. So they've been making this effort to focus their marketing toward them, and they changed their menu to include more items that they would like. They've been implementing this Play Pass card system where you use points as opposed to tokens just to make things simpler and quicker. They have remodeled 82 of their 612 locations. They now have Wi-Fi. It's hard to tell, but it looks like these may have helped a little. But in addition to the unpredictable revenue, they've been dealing with these rising expenses. Just a bunch of smaller things that have been adding up. Higher ingredient costs, changes in minimum wage laws,
Is that guy just
their labor costs to go up,
what kind of cheese is that?
Expect. But when you combine these higher
fuck is
expenses
that?
with the lower revenue, it results in a consistently lower operating income.
I thought that was just like
Meaning,
American
while
cheese
operating
that he
these
was like putting on
restaurants, they're
pizza at
making
first.
less and less money from it each year. But honestly, even with the pandemic
Is it ham?
complicating things, I would never expect these factors to lead to a bankruptcy. This operating income has been going down, but it's still very much in the positive. They've been making tens of
What happened in
millions of dollars
2014?
every year. So here's the real issue, and you might see where this is headed. I think you'll agree that in 2014, their total debt took a pretty major leap, practically tripling to over $1 billion. And that's because in 2014, Chuck E. Cheese was bought by a private equity firm called Apollo Global Management for the price of $950 million.
Oh,
and that same
a
year,
lot of
Chuck E.
fucking
Cheese
money.
spent $113 million to acquire a smaller Arizona-based pizza chain called Peter Piper Pizza, which I think
Anyone
happens
ever
to be
been there?
another really good name. After those deals, they were loaded with debt, and over the last 5 years have not paid very much of it off. When you're making $50 million a year, that's really good, unless you have $1 billion in
That ain't
debt.
good.
You will never pay it off that way. You're kind of living on the edge at that point. And there's also one more layer to consider.
A bunch
that's
of you
been
have heard of
making
it.
the
That ain't good.
situation even worse. Nothing of what I've said so far has accounted for interest. When you are
It's like a
$1 billion
worse Chucky.
in
What?
debt, you
Sounds
have
like
to
the
pay
same
a
thing.
lot of interest. That operating income is what they have before the interest expense is included, which is almost always greater. Meaning, once everything is included, they're actually losing money each year. They reported losses 5 of the last 6 years since the acquisition. They are really never going to pay off the debt that way. With this trend, I don't see how they would ever really pay it off without something big happening, like maybe a bankruptcy. To summarize, Chuck E. Cheese has had some trouble as far as lower sales and rising costs. Nothing that I would consider too threatening, but then they went ahead and raised that debt to over $1 billion, which I don't think they can afford. For the last 5 years, they've been living payment to payment, and then when something happened to interrupt their cash flow,
Alright,
that
that's
was it.
creepy.
I think of Chuck E. Cheese
fuck
as
was
a
that?
person that was living so far beyond their means.
The fuck
that
needs a blow-up
temporary
doll of
pay
Chuck
cut
E.
led to the
Cheese?
bank foreclosing on their house. Let me know in the comments, do you agree with that assessment? It is hard to deny that the $1 billion in debt added in 2014 through those acquisitions is their main issue, but is there more to it that I failed to mention? Also, what do you think of the early years of the company? It started as part of Atari and then went bankrupt and was bought by a
Scary.
competitor that was almost an early part of the business. There was some cool stuff happening there. And how do you envision Mr. Chuck E. Cheese? This guy right here will always be the true one in my heart, but maybe it's different for you. And any other thoughts concerning any of this, leave them in the comments. I'd like to hear what you have to say. Thank you
I like
for
this channel a
watching.
lot, actually. Check him out. Company Man. I usually watch those when they come out. I do like to watch that. There's a new Channel 5 video that came out today. It's a fucking hour long. It was pretty good, though. I would recommend that. What do I want to watch here? I don't know if this Assassin Rapper is new or not. There is a few videos he posted. My little flower. Oh, God. Yeah, the convoy one.
I asked my love to take a walk, just a
come out
little
with like
walk,
a movie.
down beside where the waters flow, down by the banks of the Ohio.
What did he do to his
sang
audio?
It so softly, the melody barely seemed to leave his lips.
Does it sound like he's echoing?
His voice was beautiful, hauntingly so. He held her hand as they lay next to the stream, and he sang for her.
Why does he have like a
and
fucking
only
bowstring
say that
fucking
you'll
belt
be mine
on and like
in
a
no
sack
other's
on his belt?
arms intertwine. So soft
Like
his
cosplaying like
voice
a
was,
wizard or something?
almost as though he was whispering. Well, he needn't worry that anyone else would hear him sing. The song was, after all, for her, so he didn't need to belt out the tune. He turned and looked at her.
I have
He was
no idea
overcome with
what
the
he did
rush
to
of
his audio
warmth
in this.
people call love. With his free hand, he gently brushed a strand of hair from her face. She had a faint
I could
smile
hear
on her face.
like him twice.
It was almost a neutral look, and he continued to sing. Down
It's
the
usually
side
not this
where
bad.
the waters
It's really
flow,
bad right now.
down by the banks of the Ohio. He got up, leaving her to lie, and listened to the melodic rush of the stream, the bright hot sun gleaming down on God's
Dude,
good
you
earth.
can't hear it? I can hear
the
it
green
twice.
grass
It's
beneath
weird.
their picnic
Maybe I should just turn
blanket,
it down.
rustling gently in the breeze. It was scenic. A
Yeah, if you turn it down, it
simple,
sounds
delicate
bad.
daisy. Just one. He had no need for a bunch. He
It's
walked
like there's
with
another-
it gently. He had always been a gentle person.
Frequency
it
that it's like
reflected in
being
his
read at.
singing,
It's weird.
with the way it was so quiet. If you asked anyone about him, they'd tell you he'd never
Dude,
hurt
what
a
is going
fly.
on with
They
this
say
story?
love is like a flower. You must nurture it and let it grow. She was his flower,
What is
his
happening?
love, his delicate little daisy. They also say you should not pick the flower and put it in a vase for display, as it will soon wither and die.
Why is the
Rather let the flower be, and let it be beautiful in the wilderness. That is what he intended for her. He would never pluck her and let the world see her beauty. She was his flower, and he wanted to grow and nurture her.
What a
He
daisy.
arrived back at the stream. A bird far off in the distance let out a shriek. Something must have frightened it. He hadn't wandered far from the stream, and once back next to her, he lay down, daisy in hand, head on the grass, breathing in her scent deeply as he lay next to her. Just as the flower in his hand had a beautiful smell, so did she. He placed the flower in her hair, further beautifying her, a flower for his flower. He looked towards the bright sun and squinted. Such a lovely day. The stream continued to flow steadily. He gazed at her with nothing but love. Unfortunately, the love he had for her was unrequited. Well, it didn't matter. He loved her enough for the both of them. He threw the knife into the river as he got up and walked away, leaving her there in all her beauty, flower in hair, young and beautiful, pale skin due to loss of blood flow, but still beautiful. He sang the last bit of the song.
Yeah, I think assassin
as he
rappers
walked
go through
away.
his like
I
villain
held a
arc.
knife against her breast, as into my arms she pressed. She cried,
Like
"Good
this-
God, don't
this
you
is,
murder me. I'm not prepared for eternity."
It's dark.
I wandered home 'tween 12 and 1. I cried, "My God, what have I done? I've killed the only girl I love, for she would not want to be my bride, and only say that you'll be mine, and in no other's arms intertwine. Down beside where the waters flow, down by the banks of the Ohio. If he couldn't have her in life, he'll have her in debt." It was a secluded piece of the river. He could come visit her any time he'd like. He'd never have to fear losing her to anyone. She was his forever. Thanks for watching the Assassin Rapper, and if you enjoy the content, then make sure to subscribe and hit the bell to be notified.
Hit the
of
bell.
Marcus was the owner of a gated community. He prided himself on keeping his neighbors safe.
Doesn't make any sense.
They paid a big price to
The audio's
live
better for
in
this
the
one, but not
community,
great.
but they felt it was worth it. One day Marcus was in his kitchen, drinking a cup of coffee, when he heard something at his door. He assumed it was his neighbor, but was shocked when he saw that it was a person in a mask carrying a gun. He ran into the hall and down towards his safe room, but he couldn't reach it before the man shot him in his leg. He couldn't believe how anyone could breach the gate of the community, don't mind say get into his house. He was worried it was some drug addict who could shoot him to just grab anything to sell for money for their next fix. Marcus pleaded with the person, "Please don't hurt me, just take anything you want and go, please." The person began to speak. "Hello there, Mr. Marcus.
Hello there,
Aren't you
Mr.
very good
Marcus.
helping people stay safe in this gated community? But then again, you get paid big for it, don't you? Now take me to the
Hello
room
there,
that you
Mr.
even make more
Marcus.
money from." Marcus was wondering did he mean what he thought he meant, so he took him around to room after room, but not to the room that he thought he meant. The man pointed the gun at Marcus's head and said, "You have 5 minutes to take me to that room, or I'm going to have my friends burn this community to the ground." Within 3 minutes, Marcus opened the door, where valuable paintings lined the wall. The man looked at one painting and found it very realistic, and as he moved closer, he saw a man blink. The man was behind bars. Marcus took a gun from behind a chair and pointed it at the man and said, "So you mint the paintings? I thought you found out about the human trafficking ring I run. Having them all here in this gated community works very well for me. Then I have them put out to wherever the highest price comes from. It's a pretty good business plan." The man froze when Marcus pulled a rope, which dropped a curtain exposing loads of people in cages that were ready to be trafficked. The man said, "Let me go. I won't tell anyone, please."
I don't think that's how it
Marcus
works.
found it strange when he heard the man giggle. He knew people giggled out of fear, but it didn't really suit this situation. And if he is afraid and begging to be let go, why would he be giggling? Then he saw
damn it,
one of the men
assassin
in the
rapper.
cages
What are you
drinking
doing?
blood from a bottle. He then went from being weak-looking to like a monster. He went around biting everyone in the cage, and they all turned into vampires from the brother of the man in the mask, who was now a vampire. He knew his brother needed vampire blood to escape it, was the only way. Otherwise, he would have no impulse to survive or to bite anyone, and if he did, it would be pointless. He smiled as the people that were in cages were now out of their cage and coming straight for Marcus. They didn't attack
vampires
each other,
aren't fucking
which he knew would
zombies.
happen. He smiled knowing that soon the gated community will become a community of vampires. Thanks for watching the Assassin Rapper, and if you enjoy the content, then make sure to subscribe and hit the bell to be notified of new content.
Oh my god. Yeah, it does seem like it's AI generated sometimes. Nobody knows though. Nobody really knows. uh It was already really weird, and then all of a sudden everyone was like a fucking vampire. I don't know. All right, let's watch something else. I want to watch like a... I wonder if Oki's got any new videos. No. Yeah, there's so many more AI things now. I gotta check out some of them at some point. Like novel AI and stuff. At some point. I'm just looking for something else to watch. That isn't completely insane. The hell is the name of that channel? I always forget about just going through the channels that don't post regularly. Okay, yeah, here we are. No? I'm gonna watch a fairly sociable video. I want to see. I don't know if any of these are really good for stream, but we'll see.
I want to start this video off by saying that this topic is going to be a bit different than the usual things that I cover. And
I like this
while it
channel
is
a lot.
interesting, I sort of want to provide a disclaimer before we get started, as I have always been someone who has immense respect for those that defend and serve their country. The Army and any other branch of the military can be a good opportunity for many people, and I want to make it crystal clear that I'm not against anyone joining the Army as a whole.
This one's
because
about
it
the
can
U.S.
definitely
Army
work
and
out for a lot
esports. I
of
thought it was
people.
kind of interesting.
I've known
It's
quite a
pretty
few
short.
acquaintances that
Pretty
didn't know
short
what they
video.
wanted to do with their life out of high school, or they just took a couple years after graduating, and they chose to go into the Army or the Navy. And when they got out, they had a decent savings. They felt a pretty good sense that they were doing important work, and they had their school being paid for when they finally decided to go back. I also had a family friend who was a Marine that went to boot camp, and he used to come home for Thanksgiving because he couldn't make it home with his family, and so he came and stayed with our family. They were definitely doing very well for themselves when they got out, and while a lot of people make the most out of serving their country, but it's definitely not for everyone, just like not everyone is going to make YouTube videos and so on. And with that being said, there has been kind of a developing story that I want to cover that I find incredibly bizarre and a little bit sketchy. So let's get into that. So if you've been on Twitter recently, you've probably come across the account US Army Esports, as they've blown up as a result of quite a few controversies involving some of the stuff they post. The reason these tweets have caught the internet's attention is because you'd normally think of the US Army as this very serious, structured, and professional organization, but here you have them pandering to meme culture, and it comes off as super disingenuous, as like this hello fellow kids kind of mentality. Now furthermore, there's been a lot of frustration as a result of this Twitter account and organization being made inside the US Army, because why the hell are my tax dollars going into the US Army having a Fortnite team? And on the surface level, this looks like the government is just straight up wasting money, more so than they usually do. Many of their tweets have gone viral as a result of this complete shock and awe of something so morbid and bizarre, and as a result, I've started to follow the situation out of the corner of my eye, and as you start to dive into what the organization is all about, it is kind of questionable. As much as it is a stereotype that the government likes to waste money, there's usually still a purpose behind something that is being funded. There has to be some end game or general purpose to this
Yeah, I mean,
organization.
it makes sense.
And that's where this sort of
Everything is always going to be
conspiracy-
adapted to the
conspiracy. It's basically the purpose of the
age, it's in, I
organization
guess.
has started to turn a few heads. For one, if you look up the purpose of the United States Army esports team,
Like,
the
did you ever
About
play
page can
America's
actually be
Army,
found
the game?
on the recruiting military website, where it clearly states, soldiers have expressed a strong desire to represent the Army in competitive gaming. They have shown Army leaders how gaming can help us connect to young people and show them a side of soldiers they may not expect. This initiative will help make our soldiers more visible and relatable to today's youth. Members of the esport outreach teams are not recruiters.
No,
They
America's
will be
Army
in
was
a
around for a
support
long
role
ass
to
time.
help young
Might even
people
still be on.
see soldiers in a different light and understand
There's
the
just a
many different
FPS,
roles people can have
like,
in the
for
Army.
the Army.
They will help the
It was
Army
free.
address the growing disconnect in society. Competitive online
A lot of my
gaming
friends
will
used
be
to
a
play
part
it.
of the duties of the esports team. Soldiers on this team will travel to various events and compete for the Army. This statement clearly states that the purpose of the team is to connect to young people and make our soldiers more visible and relatable to today's youth. Now, I don't know about you, but the term youth literally means the period between childhood and adult age, meaning they're trying to influence people who can't go into the Army yet, but will be at a certain point. Some people have likened this to grooming, and while I see no problem in youth looking up to people who serve their country, this just seems very odd, because instead of just like having some soldiers who served in the Army come, stream on Twitch and share some cool stories, the people that they actually have working on the streaming team have to go to recruitment training before they can start streaming. In a Navy document on their website, it states the qualifications to become a team member are identical to the qualifications for recruiting duty. On the fourth point, it says team members will operate at a facility specifically designed for the team to practice, stream, and compete. Once the team members have checked into CNRC, they will develop a routine, streaming cadence, encouraging followers
I guess
and
if that's what
viewers
they do for like
to
football and
interact
stuff,
with the members and recruiting content.
I guess
As
it
many
sounds
of you
weird,
know,
but if it's
younger
not,
audiences tend to be more impressionable, and when you've got a bunch of kids who grow up playing Call of Duty and look up to their favorite
I mean, for like
Twitch
the Army,
streamer,
Navy football teams
it
and
is
stuff.
very, very uncomfortable to think about. Now, it's one thing to just go on and try to recruit people into the Army. That's totally fine to advertise and have a platform to do so and build it up on Twitch. I don't see any problem with doing that, but it is borderline deceptive to do something like this.
Play games, share our stories and our experiences with our entire time in the Navy. We're not here to recruit anybody. We just want to connect with the gaming community and be good representatives of the Navy. But we do realize, right, naturally, when people watch it and they hear all these things, our lives, they might be interested in joining the Navy. And we're happy to point them in the right direction, right? You can go to Navy.com. We've got a link to it on our site, and you can find out everything you need to know about joining the Navy.
Who the hell's
For those
talking?
of
Not the
you
guy on
that
the
are under
video?
17, right? Just stay in school.
Yes, this is pretty sketchy, as the Navy streamer is basically saying, yeah, we aren't here to recruit people, but if you want to join and stuff, here's the website. This is like that one dude in all the YouTube comments saying, I really hate those people that make posts advertising themselves, but I'm an up-and-coming artist and I'd really appreciate it if you checked out my music. I don't know, this whole thing just feels very deceptive. And once again, I have no problem with people joining the Army or any branch of the military, assuming they know what they're signing up for. But it's a different thing for a young kid who might not have the best perception of what they're getting themselves
Keep it like
into.
relevant to the
It's a
video
big
we're
commitment
watching,
and
though.
isn't something that should be taken lightly. And if all of that wasn't bad enough, get this. The US Navy esports team has been caught in a scandal recently doing a deceptive giveaway for an Xbox Elite controller. And instead of linking directly to a giveaway page, it linked to a recruiting page. This caused a massive amount of backlash and even more trolling for them to come their way, and Twitch was even forced to have them take it down, and they even went as far as to admit it was deceptive, while though they did backtrack saying that you could get to the giveaway page through another means, but ultimately that link was sending people to a recruiting page. And to top that off, if they're not here for recruitment,
fucking giveaways are
it's
so
pretty interesting to note that they all
sketchy,
follow
like,
just
always,
gaming
it seems like.
personalities and other gaming teams on Twitter, and then they follow the U.S. Army recruitment official Twitter. So yeah, I really want to know what you guys think about this whole thing. If you guys don't agree with me, or maybe you think this is completely fine, if you've wondered what this esports team is all about and you've seen it pop up on Twitter, there's your answer. And in regards to the ethics of this outreach, what are your thoughts on the U.S. Army targeting youth as a way of recruitment? Is it sketchy,
The
or
esports
am
team
I
get
making a
banned
big
like
deal out of
temporarily or
nothing?
something like that?
On the flip side
Like
of things, I
recently?
can see another argument being
For the
made
past few
for
months?
service out of high school being good for discipline, but at the same time, I can't help but feel
I thought there was like
maybe
another
this is a
incident.
case of selling kids on something that could be deceptive.
I could be wrong.
On a small side note before I end this video, I want to say that I've been uploading on my second channel. This was an impromptu video. That's why I didn't do early access for patrons or credits or anything like that. This has just been a format I've been doing on my second channel, like my old
So yeah, this is barely
content.
sociable.
So if you want...
I've seen this one before. I knew it mentioned that about Twitch. Here's a link to that. I thought there was more to it, though. I thought it was a little bit longer. Like, I think there's something more recent that happened
by
with it.
Dashlight. Be sure to stay until the end of the video to learn how to get this all-in-one password manager absolutely free on your first device to save you a bunch of time and make your digital life safer.
Yeah, it's not really anything
In 1981,
new
only
at all.
213 computers were hooked to the internet. As the new year begins, an estimated
still interesting,
2.5
though.
million computers will be on the network, serving as many as 20 million people. Almost 2001, and the technologies that bring us telephones, TV, and computers are merging.
5 years from now, we're not going to have distinct cable and telephone industries.
Just like movies,
It's gonna be
games,
one
and
industry,
TV
and there'll be
can
companies
do
carrying
the same
clips,
thing
little
sometimes.
pieces of information from
In the 90s, the internet was in its infancy. And a decade before that, we were connected with things such as Usenet. And while time and technology has progressed, there is still one internet mystery that precedes all the rest. If you Google the term internet mystery, you're likely just a click away from this individual topic. And this topic has seen wide coverage across many videos and blogs. It's regarded as the internet's oldest and weirdest mystery, and one of the first great puzzles on the internet. The mystery or incident I'm referring to is the Markovian parallax denigrate.
I just watched this one the other day. I thought this was one I hadn't seen yet. I wish this guy would make more videos. I think we watched the one about the book. I think I watched the one about Nakamoto. I'll link to that. Hold on.
Today's video.
Yeah, I've already watched most of the Expo stuff that isn't like super long. I like his videos, but a lot of it's just like a little too long for what I want to watch on stream sometimes.
So
Nope. I think we watched that one about frogs from Curious Archive. Disrupt TV about whales exploding? No. I did see something about whales exploding the other day, though. Pretty fucked up. I didn't know it was like an actual explosion. I didn't know. You know what I never watched was this other bedtime stories that came out. There's another episode, The Hexam Heads.
Dark hair.
I've never seen or heard of this.
In previous episodes,
I don't know
we
what
have
they are.
examined reported incidents involving cryptids in possession of near supernatural abilities.
Slightly sociable? Yeah, I've
as well
seen
as
some of
others
those.
focusing on allegations of
We look at that
ghostly
channel
and
again, too.
inexplicable poltergeist activity. But this week, we'll be looking at a mysterious series of events which incorporate both.
Oh,
Join
yeah,
us
these are good.
as we delve into the horrifying history of the Hexham Heads.
I'll watch one of these after. I guess I forgot about that one. I knew we had another channel.
Pushing open the low wooden gate which led into her front garden, the schoolgirl shouted a farewell to her two friends, who had continued on their way along Rose Road. Aware that her parents would both still be at work for another hour or two, she bent down to retrieve the front door key from its hiding place beneath the flower pot, and then let herself inside. As she did every evening as she returned home from school, Bernice Ross hung her school blazer and bag on her allocated peg, and then looked around for the family cat. The ginger Tom was less than a year old, highly inquisitive, and was always waiting for her in the hallway upon her return. And yet today, the room stood dark and silent, with no trace of the family pet. Calling out its name, Bernice paused for a moment before she heard a muffled cry coming from inside the front room. Joyfully, the girl strode across the hall and pushed the door open to find the small cat sitting staring back at her.
Just chilling right there.
Reaching out to pick it up, she was startled when it suddenly lashed out at her with its claws, hissing angrily. Staring down in disbelief at her pet, which had never acted this way before, she slowly backed away out into the hall. Bernice was halfway to the door when she heard a muffled thud from up on the landing. Aware she should be alone in the house, the 15-year-old called out for her parents, receiving nothing but silence in return. Peering up into the dark shadows which blotted out the top of the staircase, Bernice convinced herself that she must have been hearing things, and had turned her attention back to the cat when she heard yet another soft thud emanate from above her. Almost immediately, the small animal gave a frightened mewl before retreating further into the living room. Bernice began to edge towards the front door, her eyes fixed on the top of the staircase. Ever so slowly,
isn't that the same
a
painting?
foot appeared from the shadow.
Oh shit.
Carefully and deliberately planting itself on the uppermost step. It rested there for a moment before another appeared, descending to the next step down. They were like no feet she had ever seen, covered in a thick pelt of fur with menacing claws extending out from long toes. They began to continue their journey
I don't know
down
if
the
I'd just
stairs
wait if I
towards
saw
her.
feet like that.
Step by step, a nightmarish apparition revealed itself, its whole body covered in the same dark hair.
It's just a goat guy.
She could see now that its face was dominated by a long snout, with a wide mouth filled with sharp teeth. As the intruder fixed her with a searching stare, its mouth opened even further, a thick tongue lolling to one side. The girl let out an ear-piercing scream, as long and as loud as she could.
Why would he just be inside?
Instantaneously, the terrifying creature recoiled, vaulting up and over the banister above it, and disappearing from sight.
Just hanging out.
Hours later, when Richard Feacham arrived home from work, he found his daughter shut in the living room. The door was barricaded, and she had her beloved cat cradled in her arms, still too terrified to go anywhere else in their home. The incident was the last straw for Richard, who immediately phoned the university where his wife was working. In blunt terms, he delivered his ultimatum. Either she removed the antiquities she was researching from inside their home, or he would take the children and leave. The bewildering story of the two mysterious items that would later become known as the Hexham Heads began in May of 1971 in the rear garden of 3 Reed Avenue.
I don't think I've ever heard of this
dwelling situated in the Northumbrian market town of Hexham.
Hexham sounds like a cursed town, though.
Family, and on the afternoon in question, the family's 2 sons were playing outside the house in the rear garden. Colin and Leslie Robson had been engaged in a game which consisted
it
of
already
digging
sounds
small
like a name
pebbles
that
up
would
out
have
of the ground
like witch
and then
shit
throwing them at one another.
associated with it.
They had been occupied by this activity for a short while, much to the frustration of their mother, when both boys suddenly ceased what they were doing. When Mrs. Robson stepped outside to check on them, her 2 sons produced a pair of unnaturally smooth stones,
Know what that is?
both of which appeared to have crude human faces etched upon them. They were roughly 6 centimeters in diameter, but quite different in their apparent design. One was quite masculine in appearance, seeming to represent a young boy, whilst the other possessed distinctly female features.
Oh, what?
Suitably impressed with their find, the 2 boys brought the stones back into the house and set them to one side.
It looks like the prattling Pete things from Elden Ring, from like Dark Souls.
They would come to regret this decision.
Oh, beautiful.
The first indication that something unnatural may have entered the house along with the 2 artifacts came when the adults of the family noticed that the stones seemed to be able to move of their own accord. Waking up of a morning, Mr. and Mrs. Robson would find that the heads had been turned around overnight, facing the opposite direction to how they had been left the previous evening. Sometimes they were found lying on the floor, and on several occasions they were located in different rooms to the one they had been left in. Not long after this, there were several instances of glass objects inexplicably shattering inside the house, despite there having been no one near them at the time of their destruction. Although all the broken glass was collected and disposed of, long shards were later found secreted under the pillows of the girls of the household, a transgression which both boys vehemently denied they had anything to do with. Then, after several weeks of this strange activity, Colin woke up crying in the middle of the night. When Mrs. Robson went to comfort him, he claimed that he'd felt his hair being yanked whilst he was sleeping by a pair of invisible hands. Colin's mother had been sitting on his bed, trying to soothe both him and his brother, who had been awoken by the commotion when she had suddenly become aware of a presence in the doorway. Looking up, she was horrified to see a haunting vision staring back at her from the entrance to the room. It was humanoid in appearance, but was entirely covered in fur, with a face resembling that of a goat or sheep.
Yeah, a giant sheep person would be kind of cool.
The second this entity became aware that Mrs. Robson could see it, it immediately disappeared from sight, leaving no trace it had ever been there. Trying to write the incident off as being emotional and overtired,
child's bed,
the rattled housewife elected not to mention the encounter to anyone else. But she was horrified shortly afterwards, when her neighbours revealed a similar sighting.
Yeah, it's just Gordon Ramsay yelling at his mom.
Number 1 Reed Avenue was located directly next door to the Robson family residence, and was home to Isaac and Nellie Dodd, who had 4 children of their own. Whilst having a drink one evening with her neighbour, Nellie asked if the Robsons had experienced anything unusual in the weeks before. When asked why, she recounted an unnerving situation which had played out several nights before. On the evening in question, young Marie Dodd had been suffering the effects of a severe ear infection, and so Nellie had gone into the youngster's room at bedtime in order to comfort her. Just as Marie was on the verge of dropping off to sleep, The girl had suddenly sat upright in her bed and began to scream uncontrollably. Unable to calm her daughter down, Nellie had pleaded with her to reveal what was wrong, and was horrified when she slowly raised a finger and pointed to something behind her.
Man, these goat people are everywhere.
The mother turned to see a terrifying creature standing at her shoulder, apparently reaching out for her with a long-taloned hand. The intruder had the body of a man, but a face composed of several different animals, like a combination of features possessed by a wolf and a goat. Almost immediately, Nellie also started to scream, her frantic cries merging with those of her daughters. The two women watched in horror as the creature dropped down onto all fours, and then quickly fled the room. As Isaac Dodd came running across the landing towards the bedroom, he stopped in his tracks as he heard heavy footsteps proceeding down the staircase behind him.
We need more goat people movies.
Running back to the top of the stairs,
Like, it hasn't been a thing
he heard the
in many
back
movies.
door to the address opening. As he quickly made his way down into the hallway,
He could be pretty
found
scary,
the door now
just chasing
wide
people down
open.
the woods and shit.
Isaac had locked the door himself
And
an
it looks
hour
like a
before,
demon.
and was at a loss to explain how it had been opened. More bewildering still, there was no trace of anyone in the garden, despite the high fences surrounding it, and the side gate still secured with a deadbolt. In the days that followed the encounter, activity similar to that experienced in the Robson household began to manifest at number 1. Several bottles were seen to roll off tables and smash onto the floor, despite being upright and unattended at the time. The children also made repeated claims that they had been slapped or had their hair tugged by an invisible hand.
The kids are just getting slapped.
Eventually, the activity became so distressing that the Dodds considered moving away from the area. But as events were about to demonstrate, whatever had plagued them was far from tethered to the town of Hexham. After several weeks of apparent poltergeist attacks, the Robsons finally decided that enough was enough, and passed the heads on to staff at the local abbey. From there, the trinkets were sent to Southampton University for analysis, arriving on the desk of a lecturer named Anne Ross. Dr. Ross was an expert in the field of pagan antiquity, and formed the opinion that the two small stone carvings were likely Celtic in origin.
Ghost.
During the course of her analysis, she eventually took them home, placing them in a box, but then subsequently forgot about them. A week later, Dr. Ross awoke unexpectedly one evening after feeling a presence in her bedroom. Straining her eyes and looking into the dark corners of the room as her husband slept beside her, she suddenly caught sight of a dark shape standing concealed in the shadows.
It's the goat man.
As the figure then hurried towards the door, she caught a brief glimpse of a tall and slender frame. It moved upright as a biped, covered in jet black fur, with a wolf-like snout protruding from its face. Jumping out of the bed in pursuit, the doctor saw it disappear down her stairs, but was too frightened to follow. Initially, she did not associate the event with the Hexham Heads, but several days later, there was a further encounter. Her husband Richard was ill in bed, and their 15-year-old daughter had been taking him a meal upstairs when she had found her path blocked by a sinister entity.
He's just hanging out.
As Bernice had tried to scream, the intruder had vaulted the banister and disappeared from sight.
Close.
The young girl had
Hexham.
clearly heard the thump of its feet hitting the wooden flooring of the hall below, but when she ventured a look down, there was no trace of it. When nothing of a similar nature took place over the next week, the professor believed the matter concluded, only to receive an angry phone call from her husband while she was at work. He returned home to find that Bernice had locked herself in the living room and was too terrified to come out. When she had calmed down, she told him she had seen the creature as she had come home from school. Having now become aware of the history behind the items she was keeping, the doctor hastily removed them and had them placed into storage at the university. The heads would stay there for the next 7 years, subjected to occasional testing, until they were then acquired by a man named Frank Hyde.
His name is Frank Hyde?
He was an engineer
Damn,
with an
that could be
interest in the
bad.
paranormal, and asked to be allowed to run tests on them using a Faraday cage.
Be bad.
When Hyde passed on in 1984, the location of the heads was lost with him, and whilst the result of his tests on the items have never been made public, some of those conducted at the university were indeed published. The studies carried out by the staff at Southampton University have only added further mystery to the origins of the Hexham heads. They were so roughly carved that it proved difficult to find techniques from any previous historical period to align them to. In addition, there was no organic matter held within the stones, making them virtually impossible to date. It was ascertained that they had been created from what appeared to be solid rock, rather than from any modern composite or type of cement, and that the rock used was grey sandstone, possessing a high degree of quartz. This was in keeping with the rock formations found in the area immediately surrounding Hexham. There was, however, no evidence that the Celts had ever settled the region, and the stones were unlike anything found in the culture of the Roman settlers who founded the town. In 1974, a local tradesman named Des Craigie came forward to claim that he had carved the stones for his daughter, having resided at 3 Reed Avenue before the Robsons moved in. To prove the point, he produced a number of copies carved from a composite material, moulded from local crushed stone. But whilst these were similar in nature, Craigie's claims were dismissed by academics, who stated that the carvings and materials used were different. So, if the Hexham heads were not a prank or oddity produced by a local resident, then what were they? In the absence of any further evidence, it would seem that the parallels drawn by Dr. Ross may be the closest explanation. The Celts believed that the head was the location of the human soul, and that stone depictions of it may create links to the spirit world. Countless crude representations of stone heads have been unearthed around Britain, often situated near water,
That is kinda cool,
which
though.
was believed to act as a conduit for the undead. Hexham is also no stranger to stories involving wolf-like creatures, and in 1904, both the town and the neighbouring settlement of Allendale were plagued by a series of brutal cattle slayings. Veterinarians who examined the bodies claim that the culprit was most likely a large wolf, and several such predators were hunted and killed during the following months. But the slayings continued for another year, until suddenly coming to an end for no apparent reason. When later interviewed in relation to the Hexham heads, Dr.
no
Ross
apparent
stated she had
reason?
never heard the story of the Wolf of Allendale. Given the great distance between Southampton and Northumbria, and the relatively localised nature of the legend, this seems entirely feasible. In the years which have passed since the mid-1970s, the families involved in the story have maintained their accounts of the incidents, without deviation. What little interest there was from the press at the time has long faded, and perhaps the only way to resurrect the story would be to admit that it was a hoax, but both the Ross and Dodd children still stand by their claims. With the loss of the stones, we will likely never know the link between their creation and the bizarre humanoid entities which were seemingly attached to them. All we can do is wait and see if any similar antiquities come to light in the future, and if they do so, what else surfaces alongside them.
I don't know, I feel like there wasn't really like too much going on there. It's interesting. But what about the goat man? The fuck was he doing? Here's a link to that. I like the channel a lot. What are they doing out there? Where'd they go? Looking for a story. I don't know. I don't know anything about this video. He was just there. He was just hanging out.
One day, a boy got lost in the woods. He walked for a long time and called for help.
Be in the woods, dude.
And after all, he lost all hope for rescue. And suddenly, he saw something. He could not believe his eyes. It was an old house. There was a dim light inside. He went in. A little candle was burning and
that's neat
dimly
stuff.
illuminating the room. There was a bed and a table. The boy laid down on the bed without hesitation. He was so tired. When he got used to the dim light, he could see what was on the walls. There were pictures of creepy faces of strange people. Some creatures that
They're just smiling.
and seemed to be looking at him.
Good for that one.
The boy could not sleep for a long time. So frightening were these portraits. But in the end, fatigue took its toll.
What?
He closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, he opened his eyes to the bright light. Terror gripped him from top to toe as he looked up at the walls. What he had seen yesterday was not pictures at all. It was windows.
Damn. Then who was the eye? Who was the eye? Who was it?
Two friends are walking down a street at night. Don't worry, there's no security. I don't think it's a good idea to swim in someone else's pool at night.
Probably for the best.
There it is. See? It's nice here. You can go in the water while I run to the bathroom, okay? Okay, I'll wait for you. After standing by the pool, Mary entered the water. It's cold. It was a bad idea after all.
You jump in, you don't walk in.
Where is she?
They actually like the animation a lot for this. That's cool. I mean, the water kind of looks weird, but
It's a bit scary here alone. Hmm? What is it?
I mean, pool
In the blue
hopping
water of the pool,
is a thing,
she
but
saw a blurry
usually you're
dark
just supposed
spot.
to get out.
With each second, it approached Mary.
But,
And then it began to
not a good
rise
idea.
out of the water. Huh? Who is it? It's me, you fool. You should have seen your face. You're such an idiot.
Spolger.
You can't scare people like that. See these goosebumps. What are you doing here? Let's go deeper. Come on. Wait, I'm scared. You know I can't swim. Who are you talking to? You froze your brain, did ya? I'm coming. But at the far end of the pool, Mary could still see someone's dark silhouette. Give me your hand, quickly. Give me your hand.
Hold my hand.
Yo, they got holes.
Mary? Where are you? What the? Such a coward. She ran away. Well, whatever.
It was a little Junji Ito. A little bit. Actually, some of these do seem like that. Maybe watch this one apparently. I don't remember where we're watching that. They're all very short.
When I was a kid, my family moved into a big, old, two-story house with big, empty rooms and creaking floorboards. I always felt like someone or something else lived in that big house. Both my parents worked late, so I was often alone when I got home from school. At this time, when I got home, the lights weren't on. I went inside. No one was home. I shouted out, "Mom!" And not expecting to hear her voice, I was about to throw off my backpack. But suddenly, I heard her saying,
Yes?
I went up the stairs to see which room she was in, but I got the same answer again.
Yes?
At that time, I didn't know the exact layout of the house, but she was in one of the faraway rooms at the very end of the hallway. It confused me, but I went to her anyway. Her presence relieved me from any fears. Just as I reached for the doorknob to enter the room, I heard the front door open downstairs, and my mother calling me over with her cheerful voice. "Honey, are you home?
Oh, shit.
Honey!" I jumped back, frightened, and slowly backed toward the stairs. But when I turned around, the door to the room began to slowly open. For a moment, I saw something strange there. And I don't know what it was, but it was looking at me.
Who's looking at me? There's a link to that. Check it out. Check it out. All right. Let's watch. Barely Sociable. We were just talking about this.
It goes without saying that many of the mysterious things that we come across on the internet usually aren't as mysterious as we first thought. However, in the case of Captain Coochie's key lime pies, or as many of you know it, the key lime pie mystery, this one has been one that's bugged me and many others around the internet for quite some time. If you've trawled any internet mystery videos, you've likely come across Nexpo's popularization of this topic, as well as Gamer from Mars and many others who have done countless reinvestigations. There has been a lot of scrutiny regarding this topic, as people have dedicated full chartings to this phenomena, and I must say the fact that so many people have taken a critical look into this topic has made it way harder to investigate, as many people have gone and gamejacked. But no need to worry, as I've taken the time to sift through all the noise, so I'm ready to give you guys my best shot at putting this one to rest. I'm going to assume that every one of you aren't familiar with this mystery, so I'll give you a brief recap. Essentially, ever since 2009, there have been a series of reviews ranging far and wide on the internet referencing Coochie's Key West Cafe in Asheville, North Carolina. There are plenty of mentions to this world-famous key lime pie, and while you'd write it off as some bot leaving comments at the bottom of every single article, nearly all of the early posts were unique, and they would quickly devolve into nonsense as time would go on. And while I'll get into the frequency of when these posts started happening in a moment, what you need to know for now is that this has since plagued the internet, as many people have wondered, why are there so many reviews
saw the other
for
day
this pie that doesn't exist anymore?
Key lime pie,
because the restaurant that they are reviewing had closed in sometime around 2007.
The Florida
So how do we have
Keys
thousands of individual reviews for this
are,
pie,
heavily
despite not a
associated.
single mention of it existing when the restaurant was actually in business? While many of the early investigations regarding this topic didn't even know whether this restaurant existed, as more and more people have looked into Coochie's Key West Cafe, whoever this commenter seems to be seems to have specific knowledge of the restaurant when it was around. And just so I fully clarify where these comments can be found, it's almost always in the comment section of any given blog article. And while not every single one would require some form of email verification, some do. Pair that with the fact that this has been going on for 11 years, and you've got yourself a mystery that we'll spend way too much time digging through. Now, continuing on with background information, the owner of the business when it was closed down was Oswald Pelias Jr. with his wife Anita, and Oswald Pelias Sr. seems to be the one who actually set up the business in 1972. Sr. being a former resident of Key West, Florida, hence the name Coochie's Key West Cafe. There are references to his 3 sons, and his wife is often seen and painted in a suggestive light. There's also specific mention of the music, the types of things that would occur at the restaurant, and the type of patrons that would be there. And one of the main things that has caught the internet's attention with all of these messages is how downright vulgar some of them seem to be, which has given rise to some people saying this is some form of cryptic messaging, which has naturally led to the Cold War number station theory, because anytime anything isn't understood on the internet, it is a Cold War number station for some reason. Other theories include some sort of spam bot, and other theories ever since the information was confirmed that this place did exist has led to the idea that some mentally ill person who used to frequent the location is now continuing to post about it online. However, what I think has been fully lost in translation here is the effect of these types of mysteries. Whenever a topic like this gets any attention, it just muddies the waters further because more and more people will jump on the bandwagon and begin to impersonate the original commenter. Take, for example, this guy who pretended to be another Facebook page dedicated to Coochies and attempted to link this to Lake City Quiet Pills, which is another topic that I've covered. So just to reiterate here, people who are willing to gamejack or muddy the waters for the sake of a bit of internet fun is actually quite common. And on a small side note, one person in particular that I'm not going to name because he wants attention, went as far as to manipulate certain pastebins to try and get people to buy his books by using the traffic from this mystery. So yeah, there's a lot of noise to dig through. Now, getting back to the mystery, I want to show you the most infamous version of this comment, and they started to take place around 2013 onward. I'm going to have it scroll through here, and you can pause the video if you'd like. Name of All Stars in 2000 Pies was when the location was bought out by another restaurant by the name of All Stars in 2008. Looking at Google Earth, you can see the building was active with patrons. However, it appears that this restaurant ended up closing shortly after that. And around a year later in 2009, this prompted the first mention of the pie on the internet in a handful of blog posts and only a single review site by the name of Foodio. I must say, the messages we see in the very beginning are far more coherent. And unlike the comments from 2013, all of them are actually relevant to the topic they are commenting on. In some cases, the mysterious KLP writer will even address the blog writer by name from 2009 to 2011, really only taking place on articles about key lime pie or burgers. The KLP poster always signs their pseudonym at the end,
key lime
using
at
a fake
Kermit's.
name each time, and in many
Yo,
cases,
Kermit's.
the pseudonym is a nod to a celebrity. I will also note that many of these old primitive blogs didn't require
That shit
email
does look pretty
verification, making it very easy to make multiple posts on the same page. However, the KLP poster seems to elect to only comment usually once, at least during this time period. Getting back to the only real review pre-2011, it's on a website by the name of Foodio, as I said, from a person by the name of Vinny Gambini, which appears to be a reference to a character from a 90s movie by the name of My Cousin Vinny. And I must say, this instance is probably the only bizarre review out of all the others at this time, and it seems like he's imitating the character from the movie. However, sarcasm is
Really?
hard to tell behind the keyboard, and what I will note is that in this review, the person seems to have extensive knowledge from the very beginning about the entire history of this restaurant, and seems to act a bit more like a memoir for its existence. While I can't say for 100% certainty that this was Oswald Pelias writing about his old restaurant, there is actually some evidence to suggest that Mr. Oswald was online advertising things through blog comments. And like I said, while I'm not 100% certain who else would care enough to write a review about a restaurant that had just closed and have very specific details about the inner workings of its day-to-day. Not to mention the history of its inception, with this entire review basically spanning 35 years of the restaurant's history. Moreover, the reviewer, in kind of a comedic fashion, makes fun of the other blog comments that were written around this time, stating, "I read online now that they have become the world's greatest cheeseburger. We sure didn't see that coming 35 years ago, nor did we know that Kuchi would perfect the key lime pie. Kuchi's world greatest key lime pie has now become world famous too." Like I said before, who else would know about these very specific blog comments, as well as the 35 years of history and all of Oswald Pelias' sons' names and his wife and where she worked and so on. And like I said, I do have proof that Oswald Pelias Sr., aka Kuchi, does have a habit of promoting things in reviews and article comments. Because there's something that many people don't know about the timeline of the KLP poster, and that is around 2012, he would take a break from this posting to promote something else. And that's where these posts about OZS Gold or Oz's Gold would start appearing. And in this pastebin documenting just how many posts would occur at this time, it appears that there was a decent amount of discussion regarding this website. However, not everything was positive, as there was quite a bit of skepticism towards the thing that Oswald Pelias was promoting at this time, because it appears that the thing that Oswald Pelias was promoting was a multi-level marketing scheme. And it's also very particularly interesting that Oswald Pelias on Facebook would promote this as well, citing this email address. Now, what the Oz's Gold domain did back in 2012 was actually redirect you to the Numas network, which was an investment multi-level marketing scheme, as I said before. And it appears that he was using blog comments to promote this. And just getting back to our timeline, 2013, that's when the initial vulgar comments started occurring. And the mystery really only got its start in 2013, and probably would be nothing today if it wasn't for this one person, and that being a Facebook account by the name of Jake Carson. And I want to point out that this person only starts posting right after the Numas network
How are they gonna
shut
have all
down,
these, like,
that being sometime
the same
after
feed?
mid-2013. Who would post incessantly
fucking
for 3
weird-ass
years
Facebook
straight
feed
with
is that?
the increasingly vulgar copy pasta-esque posts that we've seen. This person did this from 2013 to 2016 non-stop, mostly seeming with the intention of wanting to attach the name Captain Kuchi or Anita or Oswald Pelias to adult content. And they would increasingly become more insane over time, basically trying to make it that whenever you searched Kuchi's Key West Cafe, that would come up instead. And while you might question why someone would go out of their way for such a long period of time to write disgusting or vulgar comments, it sort of fits the bill for someone who got burned by an MLM scheme. Now, something I also want to make note of is that it appears that Oswald did in fact pass away. And it appears he passed away at the age of 93. While there has been some speculation that this was Oswald himself writing this, or his son Oswald Pelias Jr., almost all the paper trail seems to lead back to Sr. And many of the posts that you'll continue to see in the present day are people who have seemed to have hijacked the meme or the copy pasta format of these insane comments and have presently passed it on So just to fully recap, here's the full timeline. In 2008, the restaurant would close. In 2009, a few comments would pop up on blogs mentioning that Kuchi's had the best pies and burgers, leading to the Foodio review. After 2011, these comments would stop popping up, even though there was only a handful of them. And in 2012, Oswald would start promoting an MLM, and in late 2013, when Numis Network shut down, a mysterious commenter begins to poison Google search results, tying his name and restaurant to adult content. In 2016, Reddit would pick up on the phenomena, leading to various YouTube videos in the past few years, all while various game jackers who, to this day, will still continue to hop on and muddy the waters. Now, on a final side note, you might be wondering why Kuchi would even go as far as to make those initial comments from 2009 to 2011, and I think another possibility here is that he may have been planning on starting another pie company, because if we assume that Kuchi was the one who wrote the Foodio review back in 2009, right after it closed, this makes perfect sense. Shit, I can tell he's sick and tired of doing the same old thing day in and day out. Kuch would never admit that. He'll probably keep the place open to train his grandkids the business. Kuch has many people calling all the time, wanting him to start an online business to sell his key lime pies countrywide. I don't know if he can bake that many. He seems pretty pushed as it is. He says that maybe someday he will throw up another building and put a key lime pie factory in it and start a website. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. Who knows? Just don't tell him he can't. So maybe he was trying to set up a pie company pre-2011, as that would explain the far more normal comments that occurred during that time period. And that seems to be the most likely scenario that I could come to given the information available online. I'd love to know what you guys think about this, and this is Barely Sociable. Have a good night.
Definitely weird. I like that channel. Check it out. All right. I'm going to wrap it up for now. I'm pretty tired. I'm going to go get some rest. It's kind of... had me thinking a lot about stuff like that, and it's just like, fuck, man, I want to play this game on stream. And people are like, does anyone else except for anyone play any other game? It's like, come on, let me just play it. But I also appreciate everyone hanging out. Regardless, I don't mean to complain too much, but either way, thanks for being understanding. Sometimes I gotta speak my mind a little bit. Yeah, sorry, Lawful. I really did not mean to single you out either. This is definitely not your fault. But I guess it had been something I was thinking about. All right, let's watch the videos for a bit.
Do you enjoy visiting forests?
I appreciate the patience.
Perhaps your answer is yes. Because for many, these dense and humid places represent tranquility and adventure. It's the perfect place to spend some time with nature. That's what the people that you will see in this investigation thought. They visited forests with good intentions, but in return, nature would give them the most terrifying experience of their lives.
This is the one with the dude that was in the woods in like Siberia.
Caught on camera. Explorations that uncovered amazing secrets, and even creatures that until now were only seen in movies. That's a bit of what you will see in this video. My name is Leonor Clay, and this is The Darkest Secret. Today we present 5 of the most terrifying things captured in forests, Part 2. Number 5.
Yeah, I like this one. I like this channel.
Without a doubt, many dream of having a house in the countryside. The peace, tranquility, and disconnection that these places give you, you can hardly get living in the city.
Yeah, I can't
figure out... If this is your goal, you must be careful to get to know your surroundings first. Especially if there is a forest
English
nearby.
Second language.
Because what happened to Mr. Rodriguez, the young man who recorded this video, might happen to you.
Hey guys,
I just
A
wanted
little
to show
quiet,
you
isn't
guys
it?
my cool base
My cool
that I
base.
made a while ago with my cousin. It's really nice. See, we got the entrance all fenced off. Got this thing, I don't know what it is. Oh, well, that stinks. But yeah, we got some chairs. What was that? Is that a cow? What is that?
I feel like you could break these up into like a couple different cat. What the hell? It's like a plant.
Oh, frick!
Like this is not. This is just some
Was
kid.
that a person?
Who was that? Artorias?
Literally, only a few seconds passed before a strange being emerged from the foliage
Is that a
to
cow?
chase him like an animal hunting its prey.
Famous last
And
words.
although there is no context of what happened later, some suggest that it is the rake, a humanoid-looking creature that feeds on human flesh, and that in general, and according to legends,
I don't think he would be out during the
inhabits
day.
desolate places, waiting for its next victim. Do you think it's actually the rake? Or is this video just fake? Leave your opinions in the comment box. Number 4.
The comment box. Hey, hit up my comment box.
The following clip corresponds to a strange video
Foliage.
sent by a subscriber who, for personal and work reasons, did not want to reveal his identity. However, in his email, he
Every time I
says
hear
that
the
for
word
many
foliage, I
years
just think of
he
The
worked
Simpsons.
as security in a military compound.
It's his
Within
comment
those
box.
years, he witnessed many
When
strange
Lisa
situations
and
in the
Marge are
environment.
talking about the
Among
fall weather,
which,
and
there's
she's
an
like,
episode that he
foliage.
recorded.
She's like, it's
He
foliage,
comments that it
Mom.
was early in the morning and he was alone in
Foliage.
the area
And
that
now
he
I'm
was
pretty sure I just
assigned
say it
to.
wrong every time I say
Same
it.
place where he noticed the presence of something that made subtle movements in a nearby wooded area. Given this,
I know
he took
someone
out
knows
his
what I'm talking
camera
about.
and began to record this clip, which I now invite you to see. Pay attention.
I think I've seen some from that. I've seen a few people doing their own edits for the back rooms. Is that what that is? What are we looking at?
Hey. Here. Hey. Hey.
Hey.
Hey.
What is he? I don't even see anything at all.
Hey.
Our subscriber said he was only a few feet away from what you just saw. But unfortunately, not even at that distance could he clearly distinguish who or what it was that was seen on the screen. He only noticed that it was a bipedal being that was lost in the darkness of the forest. He affirms that this footage has been in his possession for years,
Where
and that
is
he
it, though?
never showed it to anyone,
I
being
don't see
us
anything.
the first ones to see this disturbing video. Watch it again with light effects and help me find an answer for our subscriber.
Okay. I thought it was for a second, literally. It's like a glitch in a game or something. It is just like a Slender Man thing, I guess. It just seems like a glitch with like the tree there.
Hey. Here.
For some reason, I see this picture and I just think Florida. I don't know why.
Hey.
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 What could that have been? Could it have been related to his workplace? Number 3.
Number 15.
Rakma is a Peruvian YouTuber who some time ago uploaded a video where he goes into the depths of the Peruvian jungle. During his excursion with a machete in hand, he tells us about a popular mythological creature named Chuyashaki that inhabits a strange tree in that area. As the filming progresses, Rakma spots the impressive tree and immediately begins filming it from different angles. It was at that moment that his camera recorded something very upsetting. Observe.
Supuestamente dicen que esta planta viene del Chuyachaki aquí. Miren, miren, miren chicos, miren. Yo no les miento, esta planta es horrible. Horrible pero con respeto, plantita, no te vayas a resentir.
Synth music out of nowhere.
Incredible as it may seem, and despite the zoom he gave his camera, at no time did the boy notice those bright eyes that were staring at him from the darkness. An incredible footage that has affected all of his followers, who do not hesitate to say that what was hidden inside the huge tree corresponded to nothing more, nothing less than the mythological Chuyashaki. Could this be possible? Tell me what you think. Number 2.
I think it's just a little guy. I think it's just a
The
little
video
guy
that lies in this position came into my possession thanks to Anderson Paredes Ricoba, a regular subscriber who had access to the recording of a friend who, along with some relatives, went camping in a forest adjoining a large mountain full of wells and springs. However, while they were walking towards the point where they would set up their tents, one of them separated from the group for a few minutes. It is at that moment that he began to hear sounds like those of an animal. Sounds that, as he advanced,
I just dropped
became
something off my
increasingly
desk and
louder
it fell into a
until
spot
those
where I had
sounds
to
led
like
him towards the vicinity of a spring. Watch the video
get down
and tell
on my
me if
hands
you
and
see the
knees to
same
reach.
as our
I'm so
subscriber.
pissed off.
He claims it was a witch or an unknown creature.
Into like the death zone. Are we still not? What? Like a little wombat. Interesting sounds. Who are they?
Can you tell me what that is? Despite the fact that the vegetation does not allow us to see it clearly, it seems to be a person who is taking a bath, although I doubt it because of the strange sounds that it makes. Also, if you look closely, at one point it exposes something that appears to be a hand. Using my logic, I'd say it's a branch, but our subscriber
The only reason I'm
sees a
complaining
hand
about
with
dropping something
huge
behind my
claws.
desk like that is
What
like,
do you see?
the other night,
Number 1.
I saw a fucking huge spider down here. And I couldn't catch him. I don't know what happened to him.
Without a doubt, taking a walk in the woods.
I'm pretty sure that he
is
could live in a
synonymous
place
to
like that,
fun.
and I'm reaching my hand in
Connecting
to
with
grab this
nature
shit.
is definitely distressing. But
And he's
despite
probably
that,
in there.
it will always be necessary to keep certain apprehensions within which it stands out. Always carry food, water. Never take trails that are not properly marked.
Apparently there's like a
And
giant
above all, and perhaps the most
species
important
of
of all,
spiders that's
is that
invading the East
never,
Coast right now.
but
Did anyone hear
never
about that?
walk alone. Even movies have been made where they describe the unfortunate fate of hikers who suffer accidents or get lost in these places. If you are adventurous and follow these tips, you may never have to go through what the man who recorded this disturbing footage experienced. Pay attention.
Yeah, they could be good. They're good. The spiders are good, but I still don't like fucking having a spider crawling on me.
And this isn't like woods I've never been to. Like, I've been here before. I've been here a lot. I've been here so much, I've actually been to the hospital getting stitches because of some of the adventures that I've had. That's beside the point. These are all different fucking people. And they're all just...
Because of the adventures I've had.
This is Utah, Florida. They're all different. They're all fucking different. Every single one.
From one moment to another, he was surrounded by posters of missing people, some from a few years ago and others from even decades ago. People who apparently disappeared in this place. Stories like these proliferate on the net. They have no more backup than what you see, making it difficult to verify their veracity. Some time ago, what was recognized is news that moved an entire community in California, who learned through the press of the strange death of an entire family that had gone hiking in Yosemite National Park.
Yeah,
The
there's been a few
family
of
made
these.
up of John Garish, 45, his wife Ellen Chung, 31, their 1-year-old daughter Miyu, and their pet, Oski, were found dead in a remote area known as Devil's Gulch. Journalistic accounts speak of police officers finding the vehicle at the beginning of a hiking trail, but it was not until the next day that they were found in the middle of a forest. The man was sitting next to his daughter and the dog, while the mother was found a little further up. They were all dead, with no signs of any attack. So far, no one knows what they died of, nor why the mother was separated from the group. Was she looking for help? The family members and their dog had no physical injuries, no signs of trauma, and no suicide note indicating it was intentional. Before the bizarreness of the situation, there was talk of heat, toxic plants, carbon monoxide inhalation, and even lightning. However, all these theories have been discarded one by one by the experts,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen a
who
video
to
about
this
that.
day do not present any progress in this investigation. So this continues to be a puzzling police case that has remained unsolved. What could have happened to this family? One more mystery that will remain forever hidden in the denseness of this forest.
Usually they just get lost.
Leave me your hypothesis in the comment box, because this video has
hit up
come
the
to an
comment
end.
box.
My name is Leonor Clay, and this was The Darkest Secret.
There's been a few of those. There was the one with the family that they got like a storage unit to live in, and they went to go live in the woods, and then they all murdered or whatever. The woods are scary. Oh, hell yeah.
Paranormal things do not always
There you get
materialize. They are not always seen. Most sightings reported around the world are slight but impossible movements in inert things. Some believe that they are the spirit of the souls in pain that are trapped in objects, and a demonstration of this
that a wax
is what
person?
you're about to see now.
The fuck?
My name is Leonor Clay, and this is the darkest secret. Today we present 5 terrifying videos of inert objects moving on their own. Number 5. Chiloé is an island located in the south of Chile. It is known worldwide for both its incredible nature and architectural beauty. But visiting this island also implies entering a magical world, as its people have passed down from generation to generation amazing beliefs of myths and legends with fantastic, disturbing creatures that, according to what is said, swarm through these cold places. It was for this reason that a tourist went to a bar full of sculptures of the most incredible beings that nurture the legends of this island. It has such impressive sculptures that, as you may assume, it motivated him to record to have a memory of this place. However, the next day when he saw the repetition of his recording, he was astonished to discover that not all the sculptures remained motionless. What could he be referring to? See for yourself.
See? Oh my god, those are fucking scary. That is creepy looking.
Did you notice?
They're not like creepy as much as they're just weird looking, like very uncanny. Not even uncanny, just fucking weird. That sounds pretty awesome. Chile is a fucking cool place. When I was a kid, I was obsessed with like Machu Picchu. Did like every school project about Machu Picchu.
The man stated that it is not fake. This recording happened just as you saw it. In fact, while recording, he perceived that the sculpture actually blinked. However, at the moment, he thought it was only a product of his imagination, so he did not give it much importance. How was it possible for the statue to blink? Watch the video again in slow motion. Help me figure out if there's any CGI here.
I mean, if you were making a bunch of wax mannequins, wouldn't you make one that could wink? That would be sick.
Number 4.
Yeah, that looks like video artifacting to me too.
The following corresponds to a strange image that was captured in a wax museum located in Mexico by a subscriber who, for personal reasons, did not want to reveal his identity. However, what he did share with us was his disturbing experience in one of these enclosures. He and his family walked through specially equipped rooms that house 100 highly realistic wax sculptures. He was recording each one of the figures until he reached the room where the most recognized Mexican characters of cinema and entertainment were. It was here that the paranormal would reach him.
What the fuck? I feel like I've seen that guy in something.
Did you notice anything?
Imagine being a
How can a
firefighter
wax figure move its eyes that way?
and you get called to a wax museum.
I even thought it was a person in
and it's, like, all
disguise at
melted
one
and shit.
point. However, if you look closely, it doesn't have any movement in its torso.
It's just a dude, isn't it?
Something impossible for any living being. The figure remains motionless, like the others at all times, except for its mysterious eye movement. What explanation could you find for this strange event? Leave it in the comments. Number 3. Juan Gonzalez is a loyal subscriber who comments on a shocking clip captured at his workplace where he is a security guard. It was precisely in the parking lot of the apartment building where he works that one of the security cameras installed in the area recorded a situation he describes as simply incomprehensible. Pay attention.
Completely incomprehensible. I like the music for this. It's like so serious and scary. Oh my god. The fuck is going on with the sounds?
Could it be a product of the wind, an inclination on the ground, or a tremor? Juan assures that it was none of these things. There was no wind, the pavement was even, and it was not recorded in the middle of an earthquake. Therefore, for both him and his co-worker, the movement made by the cart is definitely not normal. It's as if someone had been manipulating it at all times.
Have you ever been in a parking lot before?
Are
Come
we
on.
in the presence of a paranormal phenomena?
Shopping carts move like that all the time. Like all the fucking
Number
time.
2. It is a tradition at Christmas time to decorate homes with lights, garlands, and certain homes
Remember the
love
parking
to
lot,
place
the
these types
shopping
of
cart
Christmas
videos
elves.
from a few months ago?
Elves who are sent to watch
People were
over
stealing the
children
shopping
to
carts, the
report their
shopping cart
behavior
wars.
to Santa Claus. But what if those stories were more than just children's tales? Is there truth to any of this? Incredible as it may seem, the cameras installed by a man in the interior of his home would account for this incredible reality. Watch.
Yeah, you die and you're like stuck haunting a parking lot for all
Then
eternity.
seconds
That
later,
sucks.
the elf seems to be following me.
That sounds like Assassin Rapper.
Look closely at the floor.
Oh my god, it's like a little lizard.
I think eventually the elf worked out that he was being recorded. One of the security cameras looked straight into the lens.
Oh my god. He looked right into the lens.
Without a doubt, these images are surprising. It is as
There he
if
goes,
suddenly
look at
these
him.
dolls acquired a life of their own to wander around the house. Although this recording is related to traditional Christmas
Where is he
stories,
going?
that does not
Like, what
make
does he have
it
to do?
any less disturbing. Do these images correspond to setups, or are we in the presence of something else? Reality or not, as always, you are the judge. Number 1.
Number 1.
We close this video with what for many is a true miracle recorded on camera. It happened inside a church in Italy. The venue was packed with believers who were celebrating the traditional Sunday Mass, at which point one of the parishioners recording zoomed in where the statue of the Virgin Mary was. It was at that moment that something totally shocking happened.
So I zoomed in on the Mary and she fucking started like making a like sexy face at me.
This is one of the most conclusive recordings for those who claim that miracles do
Like, you don't
exist.
throw eyes like
because
that.
in the middle of the Eucharist,
Unless you're
and
trying.
in the presence of hundreds of people,
Trying to get that shit.
this statue opens its eyes, leaving everyone unalarmed by the amazement it generated. An image that traveled the world, and that for most believers was a direct message from God. What are your thoughts? Could we be in the presence of a divine sign? Let me know what you think in the comment box, because this video has come to an end.
Why would that be a thing?
My name is Leonor Clay, and this was
Yeah, I'm just
The
gonna make
Darkest
statues make weird faces at you.
Secret.
Like, why would your God waste their time doing that? Come on, man. All right, this is a good one.
Miles and miles of pavement, hundreds of paths that guide thousands of people daily to their jobs and homes. Sometimes it is those same paths that will directly lead people to their final destination. What started as a normal day can take such abrupt and unexpected turns that it can break the heart of an entire family.
Jeez. Didn't think it was that serious.
The roads are not only witnesses to terrible accidents, but sometimes they are also witnesses to the strangest occurrences you can imagine. That is what you are about to see in this video, a set of the most horrifying recordings captured in the middle of these busy roads. Footage that ranges from the inexplicable to the darkest and most abysmal. So I hope you are prepared. My name is Leonor Clay, and this is The Darkest
Secret.
Today we present 5 of the creepiest things caught in the middle of the roads. Part 3. Number 5. Do you remember what I told you a moment ago?
They see weird things.
Sometimes a normal day can take a sudden turn that breaks the heart of an entire family. Well, we will open this paranormal investigation with exactly that, an unfortunate accident. The video reached my email thanks to a subscriber who, for personal reasons, did not want to reveal his identity. The video begins
want to
with
see
the lack
ghosts
of
in the
medical
road. I don't
care
want to
as
see
a
people
result
dying in
of the
car
current
accidents.
pandemic. At the moment when he was recording what was happening around him with his camera, the lens registered a completely
Yeah,
inexplicable
driving around
phenomenon.
at night in like an exposed
Let's
vehicle like that
see
is
if you
actually
see it
more
first.
creepy. With like no ceiling on it or whatever. Like I actually feel safe in my car. Like driving around at night in like spooky places. I actually like enjoy that a lot. But as soon as you get out, it's scary.
Todo, delivery, todo. Hicieron un paro. Vamos, ese.
What did they say this was?
Did you notice what was in the sky? For most, this is nothing more than a whim of nature, a product of the moonlight illuminating the passage of the clouds. However, the surprise caused by the strange figure that is formed cannot be ignored. A sinister face that, according to our subscriber, would belong to the demon that provokes and spreads the pandemic on Earth. Considering the current situation of the pandemic, could this be a valid hypothesis? Tell me what you think. Number 3.
Tell me what you think.
What you're about to see is perhaps the strangest thing I've seen lately. Images that correspond to the recording of some friends who are riding a motorcycle on a busy highway.
The demon of human contact.
As you can see, everything looks normal. The boys recorded themselves with the GoPro cameras that they had installed while passing cars and trucks. They had done this on many other occasions.
I believe in this demon.
Although this time, something very strange would happen. Something still inexplicable.
What the fuck? I've seen this video before. Isn't it someone just like fell off? Like someone got hurt, didn't they? It's the Ghost Rider.
The clip you just saw was sent to me directly by the subscriber who found the GoPro lying on the roadside of this very highway.
What?
He writes to us assuring that the motorcyclist passed into another dimension. That is why neither his friend nor the truck that was right behind him can be seen. That's also why all the other vehicles that were behind him didn't pass by. According to him, the recording dated from 5 days ago. What happened here? Why did such a busy
this was
road
like 10 years
suddenly
ago. What the
appear
fuck are you
deserted?
talking about?
And most importantly, what happened to those motorcyclists?
Yeah, because they didn't want to run him over.
What happened to his friend? Number 2. It is always advisable
He
not to
assured
travel
me
at night on
it's a
desolate
legit
roads,
video.
since you never know what
He
you may
found the
find.
GoPro
Recommendations
himself.
that a couple coming from
And
a
now
party
he's
would
being
have loved to
haunted by it.
hear before getting lost and reaching a secluded road in the middle of nowhere. Because then they would not have found this. Observe.
Who were they?
The figure of a mysterious woman appears walking on the side of that road. A woman wearing a long dress, as if she were from another era. An extremely strange situation since she was alone.
They always say that.
Walking
From
down
another
an
era.
almost
It's like,
impassable road and in the middle of the darkness. Given this, the subject who was driving the motorcycle did not want to slow down, passing at full speed without even looking away, leaving the strange recording as the only testimony of what they experienced passing through here. Who was she, and why was
Anyone
that
who
woman
wears a
walking
dress that
along
goes
that
past their
desolate
knees is
road
wearing
during the
something from another
early
era.
hours? To this day, these are questions that remain unanswered. Number 1.
Ancient dress. No, they made him that long.
What you will see below corresponds to a series of footage. According to some internet users, it is the most terrifying road that exists today.
Victorian
So much
era
so
clothing.
that they even call it Ghost Road. Located somewhere in Pakistan, this road has achieved some fame in multiple internet forums and social networks, all due to the disturbing recordings that people have immortalized while traveling through this place. To give you an idea of what it is like, pay attention to the following clip.
Damn, that looks pretty cool. Damn. Look at that road.
Just by seeing these images, many have confessed to feeling somewhat intimidated. They assure that they feel a strange sensation by imagining walking through such a place in these conditions. Certainly something that very few can do. But not only cars have captured things in the surroundings of this road. Due to the dozens of incidents, a person decided to install a camera to see what he could capture. An experiment that took days, but whose results were surprising.
Okay. It looks like that one movie, The Red Mask of Death. That Edgar Allan Poe book, poem, whatever.
Could it have been a prank? Or someone with mental issues? Though it should be noted that the place where the camera was left corresponds to one of the most desolate areas of the journey. There are no houses or any type of construction for miles around.
Maybe.
Another strange situation, captured by a passing driver, lies in the following clip.
Whoever edited that and tried to pass it off. Okay, yeah. What? Let's go around. Go around. Turn down a little bit. Get in the car, man. Come on. You would be like shook, I think. No? The only thing is, too, it looks like just a robe from, like, the Halloween section of Walmart or whatever. Like, it does not look like... I mean, the mask, too. It's just like...
Do you notice any cuts in the video? Could this all be a setup? Tell me what you think of both this and the previous recordings, because this video has already come to an end. My name is Leonore Clay, and this was... The Darkest Secret.
The Darkest Secret. Oh, it's supposed to snow here again. I was just fucking looking at the weather. When will the snow end? When will it end? Paranormal evidence, terrifying video of Egypt. There's a demon in Egypt.
Within the study of ancient civilizations, without a doubt, the Egyptians is one of the most intriguing and mysterious. Books and novels have been written about this ancient culture. Even movies about mummies and curses have made it to theaters.
What movie is that
Egyptian
from?
culture is not the only one that has unsolved mysteries.
Dude, you know what I'm noticing on the internet? I mean, I never disliked the Brendan Fraser, The Mummy. But people on the internet really fucking love The Mummy. Like, it's fucking so insanely popular, I realized. No, not the Tom Cruise Mummy. The fucking Brendan Fraser one. It's like... Yeah, it was alright. I never loved it as a kid. I liked it. My dad loved it, though. I think my dad actually took me to see that movie, I think, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm making that memory up.
Video I have collected paranormal evidence from various cultures,
too,
including Egypt.
I mean, awesome.
Manifestations that have been recorded on camera and that will make the perfect addition to make your night with one of the most chilling you have ever experienced. So get ready.
It's like over the
My
top,
name
but
is
it's
Leonore
like
Clay,
over the top.
and this is
it's just a solid
The
adventure.
Darkest Secret.
I guess I would
Today
say
we-
it's like it's a little close to being our Indiana Jones in a way. A little bit. I don't want to say ours, but like the 90s Indiana Jones. They don't really like make action movies like that anymore. It was kind of like the last, I don't want to say the last one, but it was like a hybrid of action movie from the 80s, early 90s, and like today, kind of, I think.
Present paranormal evidence.
Yeah, it's got a good cast.
The terrifying
Everyone's
video
fucking pretty
of
in it. Everyone's
Egypt.
good looking.
Number 5.
It's just a fun movie too, I guess.
You will see the puzzling recording captured
just
in
feel like I've
Egypt
seen
in number
people
2.
talking about it a lot
But
lately.
let me show you an event that occurred on the other side of the world. precisely in the United States. You see, it is about a disturbing exploration that
Yeah,
a
I can
group
see
of
that
people
too, Ivan.
carried out in an old cemetery located in the state of West Virginia. In Shepherdstown, a group met during the night with the intention of touring the city cemetery, since it was an open secret that strange things were happening here during the wee hours of the morning. The boys toured practically the entire cemetery without major problem, so they left somewhat disappointed. However, that initial disappointment would disappear the next day when they saw the footage in which an almost imperceptible and subtle phenomena occurred almost in front of their eyes. I'll leave you with the recording to see if you can detect it.
It's funny that the Rock weird CGI is connected to the Mummy somehow. The weird scorpion man CGI. Like, what the fuck?
Give me a sign that you're here. Something.
Give me a sign.
Did you notice it? It's certainly very difficult to distinguish right off the bat. However, just by looking a little closer, that mysterious shadow becomes completely visible, which in part manages to be captured by the
Even
camera.
as a kid, I remember seeing it and being like, why does he look like that? I guess I wasn't a kid, but a bigger kid.
An image that undoubtedly surprised this group, who affirmed that at that moment, it was not noticed by any of them. Do you think it is a paranormal incident? Leave it in the comments. Number 4. The following corresponds to a strange recording of a young man who, while making a delivery, looked at the sky and noticed one of the strangest things he'd ever seen in his life. He was in the middle of his workday when suddenly, in the distance, he saw a strange object suspended in the sky. Intrigued by what he was looking at, he slowly began to approach it in his vehicle, until he was close enough to distinguish what it was. The next step was to upload the video to his social networks, where he asked his followers what they thought it was. Observe.
Seriously. It's just and it's moving too. Hey, so out making deliveries, and what is this? There's a floating broom. Look, it's just floating. Like, seriously. And there's no wire, there's nothing it's connected to. It's... What is that?
That looked like someone threw a golf club.
Seriously.
It's stuck in the sky.
It's just and it's moving too.
It's a physics glitch. The Matrix.
As mentioned in the recording, there was no cables or anything to keep that object suspended in the air. It seems to be a broom of those used by witches to fly from one place to another. A situation so shocking and odd that it quickly went viral, bringing to light all kinds of theories and hypotheses about what was in the sky. Could this footage be proof that would confirm the existence of witches?
Yes.
What's your thought on this?
Hell yeah.
Number 3.
If that's true, then the witch just died and fell off her broom.
That
Like,
we
what
must
the hell
always
happened?
be aware of our surroundings, because unexplained situations can occur in front of you at the least expected moment. Suggestion that Nagda Nichols seems to have taken very seriously, since it was not a recording, but a live video that this young woman showed while visiting a waterfall. Capturing with her phone what for her is a completely anomalous episode. Pay attention.
Pay attention. Okay. I didn't pay attention. I'm afraid I missed. Oh, there's someone walking on the water. Someone doing their wedding pictures.
The
Doing a
chat
little
that the
water
young
walking.
woman has with her followers shows the astonishment caused by what clearly appears to be a woman in a wedding dress next to the side of the waterfall, as if it were somehow standing on the current. Is it just an error in perspective that makes us think that? Or do you think that the paranormal was indeed present in this place?
Yeah. Yes.
Tell me what you think. Number 2. Without a doubt, Egyptology is a fascinating world. It is the study of its constructions, hieroglyphs, custom, and knowledge in general, showing a very advanced civilization for its time. However, for many, the curses written inside tombs, plagues that threaten to hit the planet, and the revival of intimidating mythological
Hell yeah, dude.
beasts
Look at this.
work as a
This
true
demon is
magnet
real.
for
It's coming
fans of
for
the
you.
paranormal. And although officially paranormal events associated with this ancient civilization have never been known, a strange occurrence recorded by a security camera installed in one of the rooms of a museum in Egypt caught our attention. During the night, and between mummies, curses carved in stone,
Yeah, I
and
would say a lot of
valuable
these videos
extracted
don't have anything
objects,
we were supposed to look at.
this
specifically.
unusual sequence was
It's
captured.
like coincidence sometimes.
Pay attention.
Subtopic. Was it that demon? Yeah, I was watching a thing about mummies the other day, about like one of the major places where they were like taking mummies from in the beginning. Like the British were like excavating all that. And they were talking about how they put the mummies in the wrong sarcophagus and stuff like that. Fucked up. It's insane. Some of the shit that they're talking about. I was like, oh my God. But also for a long time, people believed that like all cultures have always, not every culture, but like a lot of the times, there becomes a thing where people like are like, yeah, we have to eat these mummies. They give us power, or they like grind up mummies for like medicines and stuff like that. At different points in time, people are like, yeah, let's
Although it is
grind
not
up these
about living
mummies.
mummies or fantastic creatures chasing an unexpected explorer through narrow corridors, it doesn't make the
Forbidden
clip
jerky.
any less shocking. The security guards who were the first to see this image affirmed that it was impossible for someone to be there, since not even they are allowed to pass through that area.
I mean, it's always been a thing. People
Furthermore,
eat people
as you
because they
can
think
see,
it gives them their
that
powers.
shadow
You know what I
seems
mean?
to come
But
out
like,
from the wall,
there's like derivatives of
crosses the room,
Crazy.
and then simply disappear into the other wall. How can this be possible? Could it be the spirit of one of the many mummies that lie in this place? Tell me your opinion. Number 1. The footage that concludes
Steve-O
this
definitely sniffs
investigation
some
is
stuff like
given
that.
by a strange situation
One
captured
time I saw
by
Steve-O
security
sniff a
cameras
worm
installed
and
in
it
the
came out
parking lot
inside
of a
his
housing
mouth.
complex.
Disgusting.
The security guards who supervised the screens in the control room saw that a person entered an area that, as a regulation, is not allowed. So the guards immediately went to escort the
worm went
person
through
out.
his
but
nostrils
upon
into his
arriving,
nasal
they
passage and
didn't
came
find
out inside
anyone
his
there.
mouth.
However, just a few minutes passed by, and the situation repeated itself. On this occasion, recording what you will see below. Observe.
Sí.
Y la perra se devuelve. Y luego... Ahí se devuelve otra vez, mira. Y te queda ver. ¿Después vuelve a salir? Sí, sigue viendo. A la 1.6, 06, ahí vuelve de nuevo. ¿De dónde se para? Después se devuelve y se va hacia allá, hacia el muro.
¿A donde mismo apareció?
Ah, ya.
Came out of the wall.
Ahí está.
I mean, you can barely see what the hell's going on here.
Sí, pues.
Se va allá. Ahí va a aparecer. Ahí va. Va por el otro lado. Y ahí va la perra también, ¿cachai? Va persiguiendo la perra. Y ahí también se vuelve la perra. Y ahí se vuelve. Ahí va, ¿no? Ahí es como que se vaya. Y ahí se viene.
They continue to say that when they went back to check the area, no one was there. In fact, they state that this corresponds to a restricted area where only authorized personnel have access. Therefore, both that figure and the dog that appears next to it, for them continue to be something completely bewildering. What could the camera actually have captured? Let me know what you think in the comment box, because this video has come to an end. My name is Leonor Clay, and this was The Darkest Secret.
Hold on a second. Hmm. I'm gonna watch a few more things. You know what? Yeah, I think I muted myself for a second there. Oops. Oh, you know what channel we could watch? What was that one from yesterday? The day before. It's like those shorter creepy movies. Animations, the 3D ones. Here it is. Yeah, this one's cool. Oh, wait, not this one. Although this one's good too. There's two of them. Where the fuck is the other one? Oh, yeah, it was the one that you linked the other day. I'm just going through my history. I guess it's farther down than I thought it was. What the fuck is it? Here it is. I found it. I found it. Night at the cinema.
Landing a job at the local theatre is definitely one of the highlights of 2022 so far, for me at least, especially considering how bad things were last year.
It's always the same character.
The theatre is a small family-owned franchise and had been hit pretty hard by the pandemic, so the turnouts are still quite low, but I enjoy the job a lot,
for a hot dog?
even when it means working late hours on occasion. This just happened a few weeks ago during the midnight premiere of the new Scream movie that just released. The late shifts always felt a bit spooky, and with rumors circulating that the theatre was haunted, didn't really make me feel less anxious about working so late.
Definitely haunted.
Nobody really knows for sure how the rumors started, but the theatre was a very old building with a lot of history, so I wasn't surprised to hear the odd ghost story now and then. Around 30 minutes into the premiere, I closed the ticket booth and locked the main entrance, something we would always do for the final showings, and just let people out around the back as soon as the movie finished. I spent most of my time after that near the snack bar, occasionally helping myself to the soda fountain. There was not that much else to do since the rest of the staff had already gone home and my boss just stayed in his office. The night seemed to drag on forever, but eventually at around 2 a.m. in the morning, people started spinning out into the hallway, eager to get home.
Yo, is that Goku?
Naturally, everyone was trying to leave the theatre the same way they came in, so I had to draw their attention to the exit around the back, and as soon as everyone left, I closed and locked the door. The only thing left to do at that point was to clean up the cinema, which I didn't expect to take too long.
He was like Super
considering
Saiyan
there were
2.
only a handful of people who showed up to watch the premiere.
Short hair, must have been Gohan.
However, when I went inside, I was surprised to see that someone wearing a black hoodie had decided to stay for the end credits. Not too common for a horror movie, especially since
I
everyone
love
else was
Nev
so eager
Campbell.
to get home, and I don't remember seeing anyone with a black hoodie at the ticket booth that night. Initially, I just continued cleaning up popcorn from the floor and binning empty sodas, but what struck me as odd was that even after the credits had ended and the curtains had closed, the person was still just sitting there. My next obvious conclusion was that he or she had fallen asleep. I mean, it was late. But then again, who falls asleep during a horror flick? I usually watch them to help me stay awake. As I got closer, I tried to make as much noise with my steps as possible in an attempt to get a reaction, but to no avail, and when I kindly asked the person to leave, I was met with an awkward, eerie silence. I tried to get a glimpse of the person's face, but as I did so, the hooded stranger turned away in the opposite direction. The whole thing started giving me the creeps, so I left the cinema to get my boss, but as I entered the hallway, I was shocked to see the door to the back entrance was open. I have no explanation for this because I am 100% sure I had closed and locked it and the key was with me the whole time. Luckily, I managed to close and lock it again before my boss even noticed. I already left the front door open once and he gave me an earful. Anyway, I told him about the person who was still inside the cinema and he got pissed that I was bothering him about something so trivial, and he asked me to get back in there and deal with it while he finished up. I agreed and headed back, only to find that the cinema was now completely empty. I checked all the bathrooms, the hallway and the lobby and didn't find anyone. When my boss asked me about it, I lied and told him that I took care of it, but to be honest, I can't really explain what happened that night. The crazy thing is, one of the seats to that cinema keeps folding down even after folding it up repeatedly throughout the day, and it's the exact same place that I saw the stranger in the hoodie. The only person I've told about this is my friend Ben, who works with me at the cinema. And after hearing the story for the first time, he seemed really confused when I told him about the curtains closing at the end of the movie. And what he mentioned next was really creepy. He went on to say that I was the only person on duty that night apart from the boss. So who was it that closed the curtains? In spite of the events that unfolded that night and my increasingly belief that the theatre really is haunted, I still show up to work every day. But I know that I will be extra vigilant and perhaps a little more prepared for the next midnight premiere, especially when it's a horror movie.
Floating hot dog? Yeah, I saw that. Them hot dogs just don't give a shit.
Daddy, please wake up.
Uh-oh.
There's something wrong with Mommy.
Possessed.
Daddy, please wake up. Daddy?
It was the 1-year anniversary since that night. I know it sounds rather
I
extreme.
don't know if it's the same character every time,
I
but
didn't
how much
even
does to
feel comfortable
believe
parking too close to the house.
that this guy has had a family, but
My
also
therapist
it's his
told me
first
that
job
the
at the
best way
cinema.
to deal with the recurring nightmares was to face up to what scares me the most. So here I was, back at that house. I wanted to phone my daughter just so I could hear her voice and make sure she was okay. But the cell phone coverage was always sketchy in that area. In many ways, my daughter had been the stronger one through all of it, even after her mother was taken away. Perhaps it was
He's
because she was
immortal.
still
He's
shielded
the
from the
Highlander.
harsh reality of what really happened.
Cinema
Still,
Guy's twin.
just a child in the face of something so terrifying. For
He's
a
a
brief
witch.
second, I almost knocked on the door as if I was expecting someone to be home. That's when it really occurred to me. Home was no longer home anymore, just an empty shell of a house haunted by memories.
Damn.
Maybe coming back wasn't such a good idea. But as I stepped away, I heard the front door creak open slightly. Whether I care to admit it or not, I couldn't deny that deep down I was waiting for a sign, that I was doing the right thing, and maybe this was it, just a hint of encouragement that I needed to get my foot in the door. I could already sense the old, musky smell of a vacant house as I gently pushed the door further open, revealing the staircase and the clutter of toys and unopened mail scattered across the floor. I proceeded upstairs where the nightmare began, still so fresh in my mind, a memory of being woken up in the middle of the night to the sound of my daughter's desperate voice.
Daddy, please wake up.
I asked myself every day, why us? Why our family? And what was she doing in Maddie's room? What my daughter once considered the safest room in the house became a chamber of screams, cursing, things I care not to recollect. Her old room was an uncanny reminder of the torment and suffering. What was I doing here? What did I really hope to achieve by coming here? So many questions, yet very few answers. I did my best to keep everything quiet. I even contacted the church, but they weren't willing to get involved without proof of a demonic entity, so she was taken away and labeled.
But that doesn't
as a
look
mental
3D,
disorder.
right? Does it?
Where do I go from
I can't
here?
tell. I'm not very good at
I really
discerning.
can't say. I put the house up for sale not too long ago. Maybe it sells, maybe it doesn't. But I'll never forget the terror of that fateful night at that house.
Daddy, please wake up. There's something wrong with Mommy.
She's doing push-ups. Called chest day. Watch one more.
Nightmare at the Museum.
You say it.
I don't have that many scary stories to tell you about my time at the museum because, frankly, nothing much ever really happened there. Nothing worth mentioning anyway.
Yeah, I'm just fucking shitting on
I'm
the
pretty
museum.
sure I only got the job because my father was a long-term patron to the museum. God knows I had very little skills for the job, but it was a step up from working at a fast food restaurant, and the pay wasn't half bad.
He was a mummy.
I was actually quite surprised by the amount of work I was expected to put in after hours, but it kind of made sense to work on the exhibits while no one else was around. I remember it was a Wednesday because the new ancient Egyptian exhibit was due to open on Friday, giving me just a few days to prepare. I was pissed about having to work so late, but I didn't really have a say in the matter, and it wasn't the first time I had been plagued with such unsocial working hours. Although it was the first time I had ever seen a mummy arrive at the museum. Personally, I didn't see what the big deal was. He wasn't a pharaoh or a king. The museum couldn't afford those. Just some poor servant who was buried alive inside a tomb 3,000 years ago.
Important.
But I guess folks were still buying into all that nonsense
Just grind
about
up a
cursed
little bit
mummies
of
and the
his
Walking Dead.
toes off. Sniff 'em
I
up.
never gave the matter all that much thought, to be honest, and although being alone in a room with a corpse was kind of creepy, I didn't let it distract me too much from my after-hour duties at the museum. So it was the end of my shift, and after finishing up the day's work with the exhibit, I headed towards the door, but just as I was about to leave, I heard a noise from inside the room. Now, no one else was supposed to be at the museum except for the security guard, but he was posted at the front entrance, and I didn't see him enter the room. It wasn't long before I realized that the mummy had fallen out of place and was now leaning dangerously against the glass. Despite having a key, I wasn't actually qualified to personally handle any of the artifacts inside the museum, but I figured just a gentle push would be more than enough to resolve the issue, and I had at least a 5-minute window before the security guard would start checking the exhibits. There were cameras overlooking the exhibit, but I knew for a fact that they only checked them if they suspected something was missing or damaged. I tried desperately not to make any sudden movements, but after gently placing my hand on the mummy, I felt my arm retract almost immediately.
Don't move.
It wasn't painful, just surprising to receive what felt like a sharp, static discharge from the mummy, but I was relieved to see that it had fallen back into place without causing any damage. I quickly closed the casing and headed towards the door before finally leaving the museum, to avoid drawing any attention.
Even move.
Despite the late night at the museum, I wasn't quite ready to go home just yet, so I decided to enjoy a quick drink at the local bar to unwind. Maybe it was the adrenaline keeping me awake, and I could still feel a strange tingling sensation in my hand.
This music.
I started to think more about what took place back at the museum. The
This is
fact
like a
that I had
fucking
just touched
mystery
a 3,000-year-old
novel, though.
mummy didn't really resonate with me until that moment, which was
The damn
followed by a
headache.
random thought of cursed dolls being
Blue
possessed by
light, I
evil
pierced my
spirits.
heart.
You know the movies I'm talking about.
The darkness of midnight.
Anyway, I wasn't quite prepared to go all the way down that rabbit hole just yet, and I'm quite.
I didn't believe her soul was as dirty as I believed, but
That night, however, I was plagued by a strange dream which eventually caused me to wake up in the middle of the night to the horror of sleep paralysis. Something I had never experienced before, and not being able to feel the air in my chest was extremely frightening. I tried frantically to wiggle my fingers and toes to regain control of my body, but those attempts were soon met with a dark apparition standing in the corner. Unable to yell or scream for help, I could only hear my shallow breathing in the face of this dark presence, until I finally regained my senses. I sat up and realized that was as close to a near-death experience that I ever wanted to get, and I stayed awake for the rest of the night. The following morning was pretty rough. I came in late for work and I was in a crappy mood due to the combination of a hangover and lack of sleep from the night before. The day seemed to drag on forever, but eventually I did make it to the end of my shift. At that point, I was pretty sure that my mind was just playing tricks on me, but I couldn't dismiss the uncanny feeling that I was being watched. I arrived home exhausted, too tired to eat, so I just went straight to bed and figured I would eat some leftover pizza as soon as I woke up. However, I soon discovered that I would once again be deprived of a peaceful night's sleep. Similar to the night
sleeps a
before,
lot.
but still in a dreamlike state, I found myself gasping for air, before eventually waking up to the sound of shattered
if I had
glass.
sleep
It sounded so
paralysis, I
real,
wouldn't go to
was
sleep.
convinced that someone was trying to break into my apartment. You know,
I
like
just simply
one of
wouldn't
those
sleep.
strange crossovers between a dream and something that you hear in the real world, but I guess it wasn't that. At least that's what I thought until I realized there was blood on my hand. Coincidence?
Really not
Had I
that
somehow
hard.
injured myself during the day and was too tired to notice? Since the wound appeared to be superficial and the bleeding had stopped, I didn't see any need to visit a doctor, and after cleaning myself up, I went back to bed and finally managed to fall asleep. The next morning, I woke up feeling extremely well rested and enjoyed an
managed to
early
wake
start
up.
at the museum. However, this was soon followed by a shocking discovery. The glass casing surrounding the mummy had been shattered. My initial concern was someone unexpectedly walking in and seeing the mess, which would prompt a review of the video footage from the cameras. I could only imagine what they would do if they found out that I had handled the mummy. Since I didn't have a key to the door, I couldn't lock it, so I quickly covered everything with a large sheet while I figured out what to do next. Nothing in the exhibit had been stolen, so I was quick to rule out a robbery. Despite my curiosity, finding a way to clean it all up seemed more pressing than finding out what caused it, so I decided to wait until the end of my shift when no one else was around. From that moment on, I found myself procrastinating over details that I had already attended to days before, just to appear busy and avoid any suspicion in case anyone came through those doors. As the museum began to close and the lights went out, the entire exhibit was plunged into moonlight, shining through the windows, and I began to acknowledge the disturbing similarities between my dream and what happened at the museum. It was at that moment that I could hear the sound of crushed glass, as though it was being stepped on. I froze in terror as the steps grew louder, and the all too familiar sense of a dark presence approached. I didn't feel physically paralyzed this time, but I was so afraid I couldn't dare to face what stood behind me.
Someone's just breaking fluorescent lights in the background. Yo, what the fuck? The mummy. What if Brendan Fraser just appeared?
I didn't have the courage to go back to the museum after that, and I was fired for the damage caused to the exhibit. Oddly enough, there was a power outage on the night that the glass casing was shattered, so the cameras didn't pick anything up.
Weird.
But that didn't stop them from putting two and two together
that
after
possibly
seeing the
mean?
footage of me handling the mummy. Clearly my contact with the mummy had somehow opened the door to something sinister, and it was only later on that I would come to realize that those kinds of doors often swing both ways.
So who was the mummy?
Hey folks, if you enjoy my horror animations, becoming a member of the channel is the best way to guarantee more content. I've also launched an official merch store, which is another great way to show
Like
your
this guy's
support.
channel, check it out.
Links down below. If you like dark web horror stories,
If you like
be sure to
dark
subscribe
web
and hit the
horror
notification
stories.
bell so you don't miss out on the next episode.
The next We're gonna watch a few more things. I'm gonna wrap it up. Maybe one more thing. One more. Maybe not. What do I want to watch here?
My friend and I would go to this forest we found a few months ago. It was a 20-minute bike ride plus a mile walk to get where we used to camp. We made a teepee as our base and even sharpened a few sticks in case we had to fight anything. I know it's dumb, but we thought it was super cool at the time, being 14 years old.
It's pretty badass.
I'm a big fan of horror movies. I'd make my friend watch them with me all the time, and he hated it. He would always get paranoid
Just making
that someone
teepees.
or something was going to get us when we were there. That's how we came up with the idea to make a teepee and wooden spears, so we wouldn't be attacked. We were finishing the school year online and had to study for finals, so we hadn't been back to the forest in weeks. After the finals were all said and done, we decided to take a trip up there to relax and check to see if our TP was still there. Our parents agreed to let us stay there on the basis that we'd keep in touch throughout the night. We didn't tell our parents this, but we would always take a big buck knife and a hatchet with us. We
Big
really
buck
thought we were
knife.
manly. Anyway, when we were gathering our stuff for the night in the forest, we noticed that the buck knife was missing. We thought nothing of it and assumed we'd just left it at the forest the last time we were there. On the bike ride there, my friend was on edge. We just watched a scary movie and he was being a wimp as usual. At around 8 p.m., we arrived at the rough part of the forest, where we had to continue the rest of the journey on foot. As we were walking, we smelled a terrible stench in the air. I couldn't locate or tell what it was. This, of course, made my friend think that there was a dead body and said we needed to leave right away. I told him that he was being a wimp.
I don't know if I've ever seen this
overreacting.
one.
The crunching of the fall leaves began to sound like squelching. As we peered down, we saw a trail of red leading up to where our teepee was. This really freaked my friend out. I told him I'd spotted a can of spray paint in the trash a mile back and that someone was probably playing a prank, just to calm him down. The closer we got to our base, the stronger the smell became. When we finally got there, we saw our teepee and felt a huge wave of relief come over us, even though the smell was as pungent as ever. We peeked inside the teepee through the little door flap we had made, and what we saw was haunting. There was evidence of someone living there. The clothes looked like men's, and they were huge. We continued to investigate the site. Behind the teepee was 2 rotting deer carcasses with a wooden spear in one and a buck knife in the eye of the other. At this point, my friend was already running back to our bikes, but I stupidly stayed for a little longer to scope out the area, when I was greeted by a deep, monstrous voice. "Would you like to live with me forever?" As I slowly turned around, I was confronted by a creepy old man. I couldn't even begin to describe his face. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen in my life. I bolted back to my friend. Luckily, he's a slow runner, so it was easy to catch up to him. We then biked back as fast as we could, not looking back.
Damn.
Thank
I don't know. I don't know if I believe that story. Seven dogs? I don't know.
You can see some weird things when you're tired, but the thing about this story, I wasn't tired. Me and the family were on vacation to some resort in a very rural area of Pennsylvania to make the setting creepier.
Yes.
There weren't many young
Exotic,
people there for me and
scary
my brothers to
Pennsylvania.
hang out with. It seemed like more of an adult resort. But then one day when I was
Adult
walking
resort?
outside of the
Hell
main
yeah.
lodge of the resort, I for some reason looked up to a window on the second floor and saw a teenage girl looking down at me. From that distance, she looked kinda cute, so I gave her a wave, but she didn't show any sign of reaction.
It looked cute,
So I
even
just
though I
moved
couldn't
on.
see her at the top of a fucking
However,
building.
later that same day, I was so
I was
bored
just
that I
desperate.
was sitting on the swing set at the little playground of the resort, and that's when I saw the same girl again. She was a little ways away from me down past the playground, close to the tree line, and she was just standing there staring at me. Being a teenage guy, my hormones controlled my body, and so I got off the swing and began walking over to her. As I started getting closer to her, I realized she wasn't as cute as I thought she was. There was something about her face that just gave off a creepy vibe. I can't put my finger on it, but if I had to say, I think it would have to do with her eyes and her mouth.
Yeah.
I'd say once I got about halfway over to her, she turned around completely and ran into the woods. And I
Yeah.
mean she full on ran into the woods. I stopped in my tracks, completely turned off. This girl seemed like a freaky stalker. I didn't see her the rest of our stay at the resort. During the car ride home, miles and miles away from the resort, I was thinking about her. How maybe if I followed her into the woods, I could have gotten laid, even though there was something off about her face. But then what I saw next made me feel like my heart dropped into my stomach.
You just think you're gonna go into the woods?
Looking down ahead, I saw the same girl standing by the tree line on the side of the highway.
Yo, she's trying to fucking
As we
fuck
sped
you, man.
past her, I saw her head turn so that she was always looking right at me, even through the tinted minivan windows.
She was trying to shoot her shot.
I asked my parents if they saw her, and they just responded, "Saw who?" Soon afterwards, I accepted that it was all in my head, and that the girl was never even there.
What we call a horny hallucination. It does happen. It affects nearly 37% of the adult population. There's nothing you could do. It's terminal. That's it. Once it's got its... I think we've watched all of these. Actually, I don't think I watched this one. Oh, wait. We did watch this one.
There was once an isolated island off the coast of Scotland where 3 lighthouse keepers lived and were responsible for keeping the building intact.
There's always a lighthouse.
One day, when their monthly supply ship dropped in, the island was silent. No response from the lighthouse keepers. Eventually, the captain and some crew members went to investigate and found a disturbingly empty lighthouse. 2 of the 3 waterproof coats were missing from their hangars, and the kitchen was left in a state as if people had left in a hurry. The lighthouse log only added more mystery to the situation. The log described how one of the keepers wouldn't talk, and the other continuously cried for hours. All this pain and fear seemed to be coming from what was referred to as a powerful storm looming in the distance. However, this begs the question, why were they so scared of a simple storm? They should have been safe in the brand new lighthouse, right?
Wrong.
The log goes on to talk about how they all sat close together and prayed for the storm to be over. The final log states, "The storm has passed, the skies are calm, and God is over all." Their bodies were never found, and the cause of their death is still a mystery to this day. The most accepted theory is that they somehow got swept out to sea during the storm, never to be seen again. But one final detail remains, one that scared the captain and his crew to the bone. The powerful storm described in the log didn't exist.
Scaring my bones.
There were no storms reported in the area. In fact, the skies were calm all day.
Makes you think. 10 Disney movies secretly based on disturbing stories. All right. So, I'm wrapping it up. I have to delete that out of my history. Did I accidentally subscribe to this channel? Not what I want. I don't know, frozen. All right, I'm getting out of here. Thank you for hanging out. Oh shit. Desert just hosted me too. Thank you, Desert. I'm going to sleep. Thank you guys for hanging out. I will be back tomorrow at some point. And I'm going to play some more games and do some more things. So I will see you then. Take care of yourselves. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. Whether you're just here lurking,